The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I don't know if you've ever stopped to think about it, but of all the creatures in the animal kingdom, only man, and man alone, will murder his mate simply because she no longer pleases him. True, certain of our friends in fur, fin, or feather will indulge in desertion or even divorce, but murder? For that, you must have the highest degree of culture and civilization. For that, you have to be human.
I must know what I can do, Doctor, to keep myself from killing my wife.
Why do you want to kill her?
I don't want to kill her.
Well, then, what makes you think you're going to?
I've been told I'm going to do it.
By whom?
I've been told unmistakably and in no uncertain terms. And that's what scares me.
But who told you?
Pluto.
Who's Pluto?
A cat.
A cat told you?
Yes. My wife's cat.
Our mystery drama, The Black Cat, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Can you really tell the future by reading my palm, Madame Xanadu?
Have faith, and let me have your left hand. Ah, yes, I see very clearly.
What do you see, Madame Xanadu? Tell me what you see.
You will meet a tall, good-looking man.
I will?
Yes, a tall, good-looking man who will make you very happy.
Oh.
He is from the Internal Revenue Service.
The Internal Revenue Service?
Yes, and he has many, many free publications for you, ranging from business expenses and child care to sick pay and retirement income. One of those publications may solve your tax problem and make you very happy.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Here, what do you see in my other palm?
It says here you can get any of those free publications at your IRS district office.
You know, when tax time rolls around, I need help. And that's why I was really glad to hear about CIT's Income Tax Service. It's beautiful. For just a $5 minimum charge, they take care of all the headaches connected with taxes. CIT's tax service is fast, computerized, and accurate, and they'll figure out your biggest tax savings under the law. Not only that, if you need cash, you can check out a CIT Unilone at the same time. CIT's Income Tax Service. Why not go see them today? 'Cause whenever you need money, come in or telephone. Ask a man at CIT for a Unilone. CIT makes money happen. Takes care of your taxes, too.
Consider the act of murder. Popular opinion has it the majority of killers are ruthless, cold-blooded, devoid of pity. But the facts tell a different tale. Statistics reveal most murderers are neither brutal nor savage. The record shows you don't have to be a devil or a demon or even a criminal. Experience teaches a killer could be any one of us. Given the time, the place, the provocation, it could be you. It could be I. And it could even be Philip Sterling.
Sylvia says you want to see me, Mr. Fenris.
That's right, Phil.
Well?
I have a simple statement to make. A brief 13-word announcement.
I had no idea you measured out your words.
Odd they should add up to 13, because it happens to be an unlucky statement as far as you're concerned.
Suppose you end the suspense, Mr. Fenris. What is this historic pronouncement,
If you marry my daughter, I will cut her off without a cent.
Yes, it does add up to 13 words.
And you'd better believe him.
Well, then I have no choice. I'll break the engagement. I certainly can't marry Sylvia if she has no money.
Why, you unprincipled scoundrel.
Mr. Fenris, while I may be a scoundrel, I do have principles.
You admit you want to marry Sylvia for her money?
What other reason could I possibly have?
Well, of all the
don't sputter at me, Mr. Fenris. After all, it's your fault.
What, my fault?
Without question. Had you been a better father, more loving, more attentive, you would have raised a more attractive daughter.
Well, I'll have you thrown out of here.
Consider Sylvia calmly, objectively. She's immature. She's naive. She's hopelessly romantic. She's careless. That's my word. Others would say sloppy about her weight, about her appearance. It's your fault. Your fault, all of it.
I'll have you know I gave my daughter everything.
You gave her only what money could buy. And in addition to everything else, she has that damned black cat, that Pluto, and she pretends she can talk with it.
But she's kind. She's gentle.
Of course. Otherwise, she'd be unbearable.
Why am I even discussing this? Get out of here.
Face the facts. You're 75 years old.
70.
How much longer can you live? 10, 15 years? With Sylvia, she'll still be under 40. And the money, all of it hers, to squander as she sees fit. And you know she'll be the natural target of every sharp-shooting fortune hunter.
I told you to get out.
You say that one more time, and I will. Oh, be practical, Mr. Fenris. I'm the best hope you've got. Because all I want to do with her money, your money, is enjoy it. I'm not burning to build empires. I only want to live comfortably. And on your money, I can. And, well, I even happen to like Sylvia. Just enough to put up with her.
I think you must be the devil himself.
Well, better the devil you know than the devil you might get. Oh, it's ironic, isn't it? 2 minutes ago, you were scared stiff I'd marry Sylvia. Now you're absolutely petrified I won't.
Daddy? Oh, please. Pluto and I simply couldn't wait any longer. Daddy, you do approve of Phil. You do, don't you?
Sylvia, I have a 4-word statement to make. Bless you, my children.
Oh, hey. Who set that thing?
Good morning, Phil, darling. I did.
You did? What for?
We have to be up and about.
Oh, at 5:45 in the morning?
Oh, I intend to make your breakfast.
I never ate breakfast.
Oh, well, you should. You should. Gets the day off to a glorious start.
But it's not as if I'll be swinging a pick and shovel.
Well, maybe you should. Oh, Pluto's up. Would you get out of bed, Phil, darling, and let him in?
Yes, dear.
Oh, isn't he just the sweetest thing in the world?
Yes, he sure is.
Now, what were we talking about?
Picks and shovels and hearty breakfasts. A combination guaranteed to make me ill.
Phil, you don't know a thing about the construction business.
I never claimed I did. I was honest with your father.
But then why did you accept a job with a plush office and a secretary?
Because I honestly intend to learn the business.
Then that's why you should walk into Daddy's office and say, Sir, the only way to learn this business is from the ground up.
Well,
Well, you know I'm right. And besides, Pluto thinks it's a splendid idea.
Pluto
Oh,
thinks?
of course he does, don't you, Pluto? Matter of fact, Pluto and I discussed it last night.
Sylvia.
Why can't you believe Pluto and I talk together?
Because to talk means to exchange words, and Pluto cannot.
Oh, no, dear. To talk together means to exchange thoughts. And that's what we do, Pluto and I.
How?
Well, you look Pluto in the eye, and then you beam your thoughts at him, and he just beams his thoughts back at you. That's talking, that's communicating, isn't it?
Well...
I looked into Pluto's eyes, and he looked into mine, and he just beamed that idea about the way you could learn Dad's business right into my head. So, don't you see? You have Pluto to thank for it.
Yeah. Thanks, Pluto. All my life, I hated work. Put in an August day on a road building crew under a relentless sun that beats down. The heat shimmers off that concrete at about 115 degrees, and you will know what punishment is.
Phil, darling, where does it hurt?
Everywhere.
Well, a little gentle massage will ease those aches.
No, nothing. Nothing will ever relieve these pains.
Pluto says you'll get used to it.
Yeah, well, you just tell Pluto for me that I will never get used to it.
You will. Let Pluto tell you himself. Will you tell him, Pluto, dear?
Oh, come on, Sylvia.
You say that you won't get used to that kind of work. You just beam that thought into Pluto's eyes.
Sylvia, my back hurts. I'm in no
I
mood
will
for...
give you inspiration and courage. You just look into Pluto's eyes. Come on, Pluto. Yep, up on the bed, jump. That's it. Now, look into Phil's eyes. Don't you feel Pluto's thoughts coming into your mind?
I don't know what color a cat's eye is supposed to be. But suddenly I was staring into a kaleidoscope of brilliant hues. Flaming reds, freezing greens, burning yellows, icy blues, all of them shifting, twisting, trying to form into shapes. And there was this terribly taut feeling of tension, as if the entire kaleidoscope were trying to dissolve into a scene. And finally, the way a bubble bursts, all the colors blended into that one icy blue. That icy blue became two of the coldest, frostiest eyes I'd ever seen in my life. The eyes of a sharp-faced man in a black robe, and he was talking to me.
Philip Frederick Sterling, have you anything to say before the sentence of this court is passed upon you?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't. I couldn't kill anyone. I'm not made that way. You must believe me. I'm not a killer.
You shall be in prison at the state penitentiary.
No, you can't do it. I'm innocent.
Until the 3rd day of April.
No,
at
no,
this time
no.
shall be.
What did you do? What did you do to Pluto?
Huh? I didn't do anything to Pluto.
He saw something in your eyes.
Oh, what could he have seen?
The future.
The future?
Yes. He saw the future, and it frightened him. Oh, he's terrified. And so are you.
Me? What are you talking about? I'm not...
And why are you shaking all over?
Who's...
You are. Phil. What did you see in Pluto's eyes?
Nothing.
But Phil...
I said I saw nothing. I could say that to her, Doctor, but not to myself, because I had seen something. A courtroom, a judge, a jury, a defendant, and of course that defendant was me.
Go on, Mr. Sterling.
I wasn't imagining this, Doctor. I looked into the eyes of that cat, and I saw...
Yes, you saw that you were being convicted of murder and sentenced by a judge.
You don't think I'm crazy?
Crazy has many connotations. Whether or not you're crazy, as you put it, is irrelevant here.
But why should I see such a scene?
I think you know why.
Oh, I don't.
I say you do.
Please, Doctor, tell me why.
It's because you want to kill your wife.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's true.
Well, why would I want to kill my wife?
Why did you marry her?
For her money.
So far, you haven't been able to spend 1 cent of her money.
Oh, I'm willing to wait.
And work on a road gang?
What do you suggest?
If I were you, I would leave her.
Why?
You made a bad bargain.
You thought you'd fall in soft. It isn't happening. You're beginning to resent her. Already the thought of murder is rattling around in your subconscious.
Now, look, the old man is worth millions. She gets all of it. Oh, no, I can't walk out on that.
Well, then reconcile yourself to the road gang.
I have to, I will.
Oh, darling, reach down and pat Pluto's head.
Ah.
He's forgiven you.
For what?
For scaring him the other day.
Oh, poor Pluto. Come here, boy.
Now you see how he likes you?
Well, I like him, too. We're pals, aren't we, Pluto?
Well, do you think you could talk to each other again?
Oh, sure. How are things, Pluto, baby?
No, I mean really talk. Look into his eyes.
Oh, that.
Look into them, Phil. Maybe Pluto has something to tell you.
Well, okay.
Talk to Phil, Pluto. Talk to him.
Once again, I looked into Pluto's eyes. Deep into his eyes. Once again, the colors surged and swirled. Reds, greens, blues, yellows, boiling, burning. And suddenly, all the roiling motion stopped, as if it were frozen, and the icy blue predominated. And once again, I was staring into those two icy blue eyes, the eyes that belonged to the sharp-faced man in the jet-black robe.
In all my years on the bench, I have never encountered murder so foul.
I didn't do it.
I must warn the prisoner. If he insists on interrupting,
I didn't do it.
The fiendishness of this act.
I couldn't do it.
Only a month.
No.
As the poet said, I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. He might have added, I am the ruler of my mind. It's an interesting project Phil Sterling has set up for himself. Talk out the bad, talk in the good. Drive murder out of his brain and coax love into his heart. If such a thing can be done, it will happen when I return shortly with Act Two.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Occasional acid indigestion and heartburn can be more than just acid alone. Often there's trapped gas, too. That's what we call gasid indigestion. Digel is made for gasid indigestion because Digel is different. It does more. Digel reduces excess acid while its patented simethicone gets rid of trapped gas fast. Use only as directed. Digel for gasid indigestion. No plain antacid can do what Digel can.
Of all the leading laxatives, only one, Phenamint, is a gentle chewing gum laxative, and for a very good reason. It's pleasant to take. Phenamint goes into your system gradually, little by little, and after Phenamint has entered your system, it begins to work gently, predictably, to relieve occasional irregularity. Phenamint, the gentle chewing gum laxative. Like all medicines, take only as directed.
can see the entire universe in a single drop of water, why is it unreasonable to suppose that Philip Sterling can see the future in the eyes of a cat? Phil is not only convinced he can see his future, he is also certain he can change it. For the better, naturally.
Sylvia, call Pluto in here.
Oh, darling, he's very frightened.
Call him in.
Well, I'm not sure that I should.
I need him.
You what?
Sylvia, you're the one who insisted on having the word obey in the marriage ceremony. Call Pluto in here.
Pluto. Pluto. It's all right, baby.
Yes. Here, Pluto.
Oh, up on Phil's lap. Oh. That's it.
Yes. I want to look into his eyes.
Oh, I don't think it's wise.
Well, I have my reasons.
All right. Pluto, Phil wants to talk to you. Pluto, talk to Phil.
Once again, I looked into Pluto's eyes, and I saw nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. What do you say to that, Dr. Myers? Murder? If it was ever in there, I drove it out of my mind. I drove all thoughts of murder out of my mind.
Look, Pluto's smiling.
Of course.
And you're smiling too.
I'm smiling because I love you.
Oh, Phil, what's got into you lately?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Keep to your left. Keep to your left. Keep to your left. Come on, there's plenty of room. Come on, keep moving. Oh, my God, it can't be, but it is. Wait, look.
It's Phil.
Phil, baby, is this for real?
Phil, darling.
Oh, wait till the gang hears about this.
Oh, hi, Gwenny. Bruce.
Phil,
Phil, darling, I never knew you had such muscle.
what happened, Phil? Did your father-in-law lose all his money? Look, you're holding up traffic.
Is this what marriage does to us?
I'll explain it some other time. Get moving. Get moving, or I'll catch it from my foreman.
Everything go all right today?
Oh, sure.
You haven't said a word all during dinner.
Well, I'm just tired.
Well, I know you're not used to hard work, but you'll see. You'll find it so rewarding.
Oh, sure.
I have a surprise for you. Aren't you going to ask me what it is?
Okay.
It's Dad's wedding gift. You know what he wants to give us? A house.
A house?
A house of our very own. He wants to give us the house on Rogers Cove.
The big one?
Yep, the big one with the boat landing, the tennis court.
Ah, well, that is a gift.
I turned it down.
You what?
I turned it down.
But Sylvia, why?
Because we can't afford it.
We can't afford it.
Not on your salary. You don't know how hard I had to work to restrain my father.
From doing what?
Well, he wants to give us everything right away. Now, think of that, what it would do to you. It would absolutely rob you of your initiative.
Sylvia, we shouldn't insult your father by,
All in good time, darling. Our first home should be a modest ranch house, or would you prefer a split level? In a development with other young couples like ourselves.
But, darling...
Now, Phil, I had a long talk about it with Pluto.
With Pluto?
He'll show you the wisdom of it. Pluto, go to Phil.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Sylvia. Sylvia, I must tell you, I love you.
Of course you do.
I love you. My only desire is to protect you, to keep you from harm.
Now, Pluto, Phil wants to talk with you.
Once again, I looked into those eyes. Once again, the whirl of almost blinding colors. But this time, something was different. In the struggle among the blues, the yellows, the greens, and the reds, the bright crimson reds, they were winning out. Everything was red. Flowing red. Blood red. Red blood. on a pale white face. Blood on Sylvia's face.
Phil, please. Don't hit me. Oh, Phil, please.
I told you. I warned you.
Phil, no.
You ruined my life. All my friends laugh at me.
I love you, Phil. Oh, please don't hit me again.
Get up. I'm not through.
Oh.
Get up. Sylvia.
Phil, honestly, you have the most violent conversations with Pluto. Oh, no, Pluto. Everything's all right. Phil, what were you and Pluto talking about?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Where are you going?
Out.
Oh, I'll come with you.
No.
Oh.
Sylvia, can't you understand? Sometimes a man just wants to be by himself, that's
Oh,
all.
of course, darling, I understand. We understand, don't we, Pluto? Yes.
You want to go back to the party?
Maybe later. It's much cozier here.
I must say, absence does make the heart grow fonder.
Oh, I missed you, Gwenny.
Oh, Phil, how do you stand it?
Oh, I have fantastic powers of endurance. That is, I hope I do.
You know, what with her talking to that cat and everything else, maybe you can get her committed to, an asylum. After all, she is crazy.
Oh, no. Only poor people are crazy. Rich people are eccentric.
Phil, I'm worried about you.
Sure, don't be. I will be fabulously wealthy one day.
Is that all there is to it?
That's all there ever was for me.
I don't like what it's doing to you.
Oh, come on, Gwen. What's it doing to me?
Well, you're not the same. You were always so happy-go-lucky.
Well, that might have been just a pose.
No, there's something new inside of you.
Really? What?
Kind of violence.
Violence? I'm allergic to violence.
You think so?
You know what I always say. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Violence? Why, I can't even...
Don't protest so much, Phil. It shows.
How?
When we ran into you on the road, Bruce and I, we started to kid you. You turned livid.
I don't remember.
You were trembling with rage.
That's your imagination.
You tried to hide it.
Well, maybe you're right. There are times when I could just...
When you could just what?
Kill her. You know, it scares me. I never felt that way before about anybody. If I stay with her, I know that I'll kill her. And then... Then, what good is the money?
Oh, that's delicious.
Have another helping, Dad.
You know, Phil, she used to break the heart of every chef I'd hire. These fellas all had international reputations, but she'd just walk into the kitchen and whip up a little dish and put them all to shame.
Daddy, the preparation of food is a personal, intimate thing. Oh, we shouldn't hire strangers to do it. Don't you agree, Phil?
I've never seen Phil so quiet.
That's right. Darling, both you and Pluto haven't said a word all evening.
Well, I don't know about Pluto, but I am preparing a statement.
Oh, that sounds serious.
It's a very important statement.
Now, that's a coincidence. I, too, have a statement. May I?
Of course.
Phil, you've absolutely exceeded all my expectations. You've been an excellent husband to Sylvia. You've been conscientious on the job. And so, therefore, I have a 7-word statement. Odd that it should add up to 7 because it's a lucky statement, and, well, here it is. I have included you in my will.
Oh, Daddy. Oh, that's wonderful. Isn't it wonderful, Pluto?
I know now, Phil, that you'll succeed in the business. One day, they'll all be yours.
Oh, Phil, did you hear that?
Oh, yes. Yes, I heard it.
Well, now that Daddy has made his statement, what was yours?
What was mine? I was ready to say 4 simple words. I want a divorce. However, at that moment, it seemed like a stupid thing to do. I happened to glance at Pluto. He was looking up at me. His eyes were wide, and I could see the colors swirling again. But this time, the yellows, the bright flaming yellows, overwhelmed the others. And then, the yellow turned softer and began to gleam like gold. Solid gold. Oh, what a fool I would be to throw away a chance to own one of the largest construction companies in America. I looked at Sylvia. I would simply have to love her. That's all. Love her so earnestly, so devotedly that I wouldn't have the inclination to kill her. Huh? The problem was solved.
Aren't you going to make your statement, Phil?
Well, as it turns out, I really don't have one.
You're playing a dangerous game. All your instincts tell you to get out. But suddenly, the stakes are raised to dizzying heights. What do you do? Phil Sterling has decided to stand pat. But how strong is his hand? Losers and winners in this game of life and death will be determined when I return shortly with Act 3.
And now another tale of the ball and chain. At Kellogg's Special K
presents the good, the bad, and the heavy.
Why is that cowboy wearing a ball and chain?
Because carrying around extra pounds can be just like carrying around a ball and chain.
How symbolic.
What will it be, senor? Give me the Special K breakfast.
Here you go. For a Special K, it's milk, orange juice, and coffee. Say, don't I know you from someplace?
You probably don't recognize me with my ball and chain. I used to be 10 pounds lighter, but I'm getting back that way by exercising and eating smart at every meal. Starting with this here Special K breakfast.
What's so special?
It's less than 240 calories, 99% fat-free, and delicious. It's going to help me get rid of this here ball and chain.
I bet your horse will be glad to hear that.
Another ball and chain. Fight but gust.
Your happy ending could begin with the Kellogg's Special K breakfast.
That's Kellogg's Special K.
That's right.
Good night.
When you put out good money for a homeowner's policy, you're buying the service that agent's going to give you the first time that you have a claim.
State Farm agent Gabe Franco, Fort Collins, Colorado, talks about homeowners insurance.
State Farm has always been synonymous with good service. But the amazing thing is that you get that kind of service without a big price. State Farm has a reputation for low rates. Nowadays, when a guy has a budget to watch, that's more important than ever. You have to make sure that you get the best deal for your dollar. And so you see, you get the kind of service you need for a homeowner's policy, and some real financial advantages, too, and that's hard to beat.
State Farm Fire and Casualty is #1 in homeowners insurance because of low rates and outstanding service. Good reasons to see your nearby State Farm agent now.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Why should love be a random, subjective thing, completely beyond our conscious control? Why can't we say, she is the logical person for me to love? Phil Sterling is determined to love his wife, because if he can't, he knows he will have to kill her.
Oh, darling, let's quit for the night.
Oh, I can mix a batch of cement and start on the wall if you want me to.
You work hard all day. Then you come home at night, and I make you work in the basement.
Oh, well, I don't mind.
Come on upstairs, wash up.
No, I just as soon keep working and finish this?
Oh, but not tonight, Phil. I asked the Conways over for coffee.
The Conways?
Well, they really are such lovely people.
Well, he's a bore.
Phil?
And she's such an idiot.
Phil, you have to be friendly with your neighbors.
Why?
Oh, darling, don't lose touch with ordinary people.
Gwen, I don't know what I'd do without you.
Well, that's what friends are for.
I just have nobody else to talk to. On the job, at home, the neighbors. I think I'm about ready to flip.
Well, Phil, you could always leave.
I can't. You know, you hear people say, I wouldn't do this or that for $1 million. But it's academic. Nobody ever offered them the $1 million. With me. Gwen, with me, the money is there.
It's not quite there.
It's mine. I just have to wait it out. I am in the will. I am in it for 50%. Gwen, you know how much that is?
Mm-hmm.
Besides, he's very old. How much longer can he live?
Oh, Phil, you always were a genius when it came to figuring things.
I wish I knew how to figure this.
Well, you know you can't stay, and you don't have the nerve to leave.
That isn't true.
Been getting any readings from Pluto lately?
Cut it out, Gwen.
I bet you're afraid to look.
Phil, you haven't eaten a thing.
I'm not hungry.
Oh, darling, something's troubling you. Talk to Pluto. You'll feel better.
I don't want to talk to Pluto.
Oh, he's such a comfort. Talk to Phil, Pluto. Yeah.
Sylvia, I love you.
Well, I love you, and Pluto loves you, too. Tell him you love him, Pluto. Well, I know something will cheer you up. Daddy's got the results from his physical today, and he's in the best shape of his life.
He is?
And you deserve all the credit. Because he doesn't have to worry about me anymore. The doctor said Daddy will probably live forever.
Oh, that's great.
Phil, I can tell you're not feeling...
I'm fine.
You're out of sorts. Come on, let Pluto comfort you.
Keep that cat away from me.
Pluto is not that cat. Oh, now you see, you've hurt his feelings.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Tell him you're sorry. Phil wants to apologize, Pluto. Tell him you forgive him. Go.
Once again, I was staring into Pluto's eyes. And into that boiling maelstrom of colors, all I could see now was brown. And it was the brown of the cement in the basement. And on this brown cement was a sharp and pointed mason's trowel. And suddenly, the trowel was in my hand.
You'll kill Pluto!
That's right. Get out of my way!
Oh, no!
He's driving me crazy. I have to kill him.
Phil, what's wrong? You're trembling.
It's nothing.
It can't be nothing.
I'm going out.
Again? Where?
For a walk.
Where do you always go on these walks?
Nowhere. I just walked. Now stop nagging. I don't know what I would do without you, Gwen.
Good old Gwen. Comfy as a pair of old shoes. Ready as a candlestick. Reliable, dependable. There when you need me.
Well, it's true.
Well, congratulate me. I'm getting married.
What? Married? Why?
Why? Has it occurred to you I might want a life of my own? Bruce asked me to marry him.
Oh, Bruce.
He may not be much, but he's all mine. And at least he asked me.
Gwen, listen. In just a couple of years, I'll really be rich.
And I hope you'll be very happy.
I'll make it up to you.
As they say in the movies, I guess this is goodbye.
But, Gwen, if I can't see you...
No, Philip. All or nothing. That's what I want. And to be fair, it's what Sylvia wants. Choose between us. Who gets all and who gets nothing.
Well, maybe I would miss Gwen. But not for long. Gwen comes back. She always comes back. My problem, Sylvia. Oh, I have to calm down. Keep your temper. Concentrate on loving Sylvia. Loving Sylvia.
Phil.
Yes, dear.
Pluto and I have a question to ask you.
Oh, what is it?
Who is Gwen?
What did you say?
I think you heard me. He heard me, didn't he, Pluto?
Yeah.
Who is Gwen?
Well, Gwen is a girl I used to know.
When did you last see her?
Now, look, what is
I'd
this?
like an answer.
Sylvia, who told you about Gwen?
Who do you think? Pluto.
What does Pluto know?
Everything. You're in love with her, aren't you?
No.
Don't lie to me.
I am telling you the truth.
You can lie to me, but you can't lie to Pluto.
Sylvia, now listen to me. I am telling you the truth. I love you.
Oh, tell that to Pluto. I dare you to tell that to Pluto.
Pluto, that mangy cat. Hey, where are you going?
Home.
You're home now.
No, I'm going home to my father. I never want to see you again.
That damn cat, I'll kill him.
Pluto, please don't. Run, Pluto. Run.
Oh, that stupid cat. Look, he ran down to the basement, Sylvia. He can't get away now. I've got you cornered, you stupid cat.
Dodge him. Pluto, dodge him.
You can't get away. You won't get away.
Phil, you're mad. Put down that trowel.
Stand still. Stand still, you stupid beast. You've got nowhere to go.
Here, Pluto. Here, come to me. Come, I'll protect you.
Sylvia, let go of that cat. You give me Pluto.
No.
I won't have any peace. I won't have any sanity until I kill him.
No, Phil, no.
Let go of him.
No.
Sylvia. No. Sylvia! They were both dead. I had killed them. Both. My temper had gotten the best of me. Yes. I had to think fast. Think. Oh, think. First, I built a wall of cinder blocks and cement. I had everything there to do it. And then I placed her and Pluto behind it. And finally, I painted the wall and the entire basement. So there were no signs of fresh construction. I washed away every blood stain from the floor and from my hands, from my clothes. The place was absolutely spotless. And then I assumed a new role, and I played it to perfection. The worried husband.
What could have happened to her, Phil?
I don't know. Oh, I'm scared. How could she just disappear?
You two weren't quarreling, were you?
What, Sylvia and I?
Yeah, I know. The lovebirds.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm scared of. She has all kinds of, weird ideas. And, what with that cat? Who knows? Maybe she just wandered off.
Well, we'll find her. You have to be brave, son.
Oh, I just couldn't get along without her, Dad. My only worry was the will, but I was still in it. So that worry was unnecessary. And actually, I was in it bigger and better than before. Maybe I should have killed her sooner. Yes?
Mr. Sterling?
I'm Mr. Sterling.
We're police officers.
Oh?
May we come in? I'm Lieutenant Haley. Sergeant Miller.
Yes.
Detective Krause.
Well, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Your wife has been reported missing.
Yes, that's right.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
My father-in-law and I wrote out a deposition. He's Frank J. Fenris, a very influential man.
So I've heard. Your wife disappeared last Tuesday night.
Oh, yes.
Mr. and Mrs. Conway, your next-door neighbors, report they heard sounds of arguing.
Did they?
Mrs. Conway characterized it as a fight.
Well, Mrs. Conway is a fool.
But did you have a fight with your wife?
Certainly. Don't you ever fight with your wife, Lieutenant?
Do you have any idea where your wife might be now?
Lieutenant, do you suspect me of doing away with Sylvia?
No, sir.
I don't like the tone of your voice. And I don't like the look on your face either.
I'm sorry.
Yes, it's that cynical, know-it-all cop look. Yes. You figure that I killed her.
Mr. Sterling, I'm sorry if we seem to irritate you, but our job requires that we ask questions.
So what did I do, Lieutenant? Kill her and hide her body?
Nobody said that, sir.
Then why are you here?
To search the house.
Now, I know my rights. For that, you need a warrant.
We have a warrant.
Oh. Well, go ahead.
Jim, Otto, look around.
Well, Lieutenant, any corpses in the closets?
Will you show us to the basement?
The basement?
Yes. You have one?
Well, of course we do. Just follow me.
Jim? Anything? Otto? Mr. Sterling, I'm sorry we put you to so much trouble. Something the matter, Mr. Sterling? Mr. Sterling?
Huh? No, I'm all right.
Are you ill? You look so pale. Now, I know this must be a difficult time for you, Mr. Sterling.
Yes, it is.
Well, we're through here. Are you sure you're all right?
Oh, yes. I'm just fine.
Well, goodbye, sir.
Oh, goodbye.
You know, it's funny. I hear a cat. He must be right in this room, but I don't see him.
A cat? A cat? What cat?
You mean you don't hear that cat? Wait. He's behind that wall. He has to be behind that wall.
Pluto. Oh, no. It can't be Pluto. He's dead.
Otto, Jim, get some tools. We're going to break down that wall.
He's dead. I killed him. Why isn't he dead?
Why? The answer is simple, and it's also the moral of our story, which is, a man is ill-advised to fool with a cat. Why? Because a man only has one life, while a cat has 9. And at this point in time, Philip Frederick Sterling has no lives at all, while Pluto still has 8. I'll be back shortly.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man. Just turned 18 and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be me. Get ready for life, be free and see. Where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here? I finished school, but what lies ahead? Don't want to get trapped, want to feel free instead. All over the world, there's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000. That's 800-841-8000. Or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
I know where I'm going from here.
What we're doing on this show is bringing back some of the best of the good old days. And a good old expression used to be, the cat's meow. Mom and Dad use it all the time, even though they didn't exactly know what it meant. Well, after this tale, we know. Our cast included Norman Rose, Marion Seldes, Robert Dryden, Joe DeSantis, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
3 times on different expeditions we have excavated with no success. This time we have managed to isolate the mastaba itself, in spite of every kind of miserable luck. Cave-ins, men injured, crews deserting. But at last, within the next few days, I'm convinced the entrance will be found.
Oh, how exciting, how wonderful for you. And Hasiba, I hope she isn't a disappointment. Was she really so beautiful, do you think?
Incredibly. Her face shamed the shining sun, and the day was lit up by the light of her countenance.
You know, you sound as though you'd actually seen her.
I have.
You have?
Oh, yes, my dear. For every description fits you.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Monday afternoon, the National Broadcasting Company will bring you a special address by the Duke of Windsor, formerly King Edward VIII of England. It is to be his first broadcast since he renounced the throne. You're invited to listen to this broadcast next Monday afternoon at 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Tune in to your favorite NBC station for this exclusive address. Arch Obler's Plays. On the winds of the night, we bring you a story whispered in the night. The place, the island of Arran, off the west coast of Ireland.
Oh, listen to them, Katie Donald. Did you ever hear a happier sound in all creation?
Aye, Father Donahue. It's not every day that such a blessed marriage comes on the island.
Ah, but he's a good boy, your Thomas.
Aye.
Now, Kate Donald, would you mind telling me why your face just went dark like a cloud going over?
Oh, 'tis nothing, good Father.
Ah, 'tis Paddy you're thinking of.
Father Donahue, sometimes I don't understand the ways of the good Lord.
What's that you say?
Thomas and Paddy, both of them born to me on the same cold winter's night. Both of them the same flesh and blood out of me. And yet Thomas as good as an angel in paradise. And Paddy evil from the moment he took his first breath of God's good air.
Now, Katie, don't talk like that.
Oh, it's true, Father, it's true. The minute he was in my arms and I saw he hadn't a button's breadth of ear on him, I thought to myself, Katie Donald, it's the devil's own brother you've got for a son.
Katie.
Ah, you know it's true, Father. Paddy, that rake, drinking and brawling and running from work as if the devil himself was pulling him away.
Aye.
And with each year he grows worse, stealing what his crooked tongue can't talk away from.
No more of that talk. Your son Thomas, he's repaid you for all your trouble. A good boy. And now the prettiest girl in all the Blaskets waiting to be his bride as soon as the sun starts setting. I tell you...
Oh, Thomas, boy.
Well, now, and what are the two of you holding secret meetings about? We've been talking about the prettiest girl in the islands.
You mean she's the prettiest girl in all the world? Hey, Mother? I'm so happy for you, my son.
I know, my darling.
Hey, it's getting so late.
Well, I think I'll go out and listen to the fiddling. See you when the sun is setting, Thomas.
Yes, the sooner the better, Father. It's an impatient man I am. The good Father. A marriage blessed with his tongue is a marriage that... My Mother, what is it? You know the answer.
Paddy.
Aye.
He'll get to my wedding.
I'm praying he won't.
Now, Mother, don't say things like that.
You're a sorrow in my heart, drinking and brawling and staying up.
Paddy, you did come.
Speak of the devil.
Why shouldn't I be here? Is it only strangers welcome at your wedding?
Oh, now, Paddy, that's not the way to talk. There's food and drink in this house today for every man, and a double helping for you, and you know it.
Oh, he's there. Listen to me, Brother Thomas. Is your head that full of weddings that it can't hear a chance of making us all richer than a Yankee?
Well, what do you mean?
Speak up, Paddy. What devilment are you up to now?
Devilment, nothing. It's honest money I'm talking of. May the next pipes and tobacco be at my own wake, for I'm not telling you the truth.
We're listening.
Do you remember that hulk of a ship that was wrecked off Innisnabro a bit ago?
Well?
I went there yesterday to see if there was anything worth having, and listen to me, brother. There in the bottom of a pool, no deeper than this room, is lying enough bolts of copper and brass to make you and me the richest man in the island.
Don't listen to him, Thomas. It's the drink inside of him talking.
May my next drink split me like a salmon if I got to drop in me. I tell you it's true, every word.
Oh, sure. Wait a minute, Mother. Where did you say this fortune was lying, Paddy?
In 8 feet of water, right off the place where he caught that seal last year. There's more than 500 pieces of copper and brass there, and they're worth £1 apiece, as sure as I'm standing here. Well, haven't you got a word to say to me?
Yeah, it's a long while, Paddy, my son, since you brought back anything worthwhile to this house.
Well, I've done it now, no mistake. Don't stand there like a lump, Thomas. Get the boat out. I tell you, there's a fortune waiting.
But, Paddy, my wedding.
You talk like you're cracked. Wouldn't you rather bring the bride a pocketbook filled with gold sovereigns than the empty leather you got now?
Well,
Wouldn't
yes,
you rather be able to give her a bit of meat in the house and a little dress for the prettiness of her than the empty words you now give her?
But, Paddy, I can't.
Your mother, you talk to the man. A king's fortune right under his hand, and the cracked fool won't bend over to pick it up.
But if it's in the sea, Paddy, it'll wait until after the wedding.
Oh, wait, will it? And with those Inish boats sailing all around the place. I tell you, it's now or never, and my soul to the devil if I'm not saying true words. Come on, Thomas. 3 hours, I'll have you richer than a Yankee. You've never...
Wait. It's Eileen herself. Let her have the word whether you stay or go. Stay or go where, Mother Donald? What's going on, Thomas?
Well, you see, Eileen...
Dear of the day, short, let me say. There is a fortune in brass and copper bowls waiting for us in water no deeper than a man's neck over at Innisnabro. And Thomas here thinks you'd be fool enough to say no to his going.
But must he go now?
The sea doesn't wait. For all we know, those English fishermen have found the treasure already.
And we'll be back in 3 hours, I
You'll
think.
have a dress for every day of the week.
Thomas, do you want to go?
Well, we could build a new house with the money.
Sure, the finest house O'Donnell ever had. Well, look at this place. The hens fall through the roof every time they scratch a bit before setting.
Mother Donald, you haven't said your word. Do you think Thomas should go now? I mean with all them out there. Well, child, we're so poor.
£100. We'll be kings of the island. Fast now. We can take the side.
Wait, brother. Eileen, is it your wish?
I'd be a poor wife to you, Thomas, if I stood in your way of making a living even before our marriage.
Oh,
there'll be time enough for that stuff when we get back. Come on, Thomas.
Here I'm coming. Until the wedding, darling.
Got going.
Yes. I'll be back in 3 hours, darling. Bye-bye, Mother.
Hurry back, my son. Our friends are dancing for the wedding. You shouldn't keep them waiting.
I won't.
Oh, little baby, why should you cry? Thomas has plowed the sea so many times. Why should you cry this time?
Oh, Mother Donald, I'm frightened.
Frightened? But why that?
I don't know. When that door closed behind us, seems as if the waters of the sea were closing over us. Oh, Mother Donald, hold me close. I'm so afraid.
in the water?
No.
4 hours you've been sitting here. What good is it?
He said he'd come right back.
I know. But sitting on the cliff, staring out at the water, won't speed their way. Come back. Old good neighbors are waiting. What'll they think?
I'll never see Thomas again.
What's that you said, girl?
I'll never see Thomas again.
And you lost your head. Look, the sea's smooth and the sky's clear. What misfortune can come on a day like this?
I'll never see Thomas again.
Stop saying that, girl. It's tempting the devil to do his evil work. Eileen! Stay away from the edge. You go over into the sea.
The sea. Look at it, Mother Donna. Empty.
Empty? Look well, Eileen. My eyes are not too sharp. To the west now. Isn't that a boat there?
No. No, it's nothing. Oh, Thomas. Thomas.
Stop it, girl. Nothing's happened to them. It's taken them longer than I thought. I told you that before. Yeah, there's not a pin's worth wrong with them. There can't be, I tell you.
Mother Donna.
What is it, child?
To the west. Where they went to water.
Holy Mother. That wind, where did it come from?
Out of the west. Where he was.
But so quick. In all my years, the wind's never come so quick before.
The water. Look at it swirling and tossing. He's dead. My Thomas is dead.
No. No, stop saying that. He's not dead, my Thomas. My Thomas is not dead. Come in, good neighbor. Is there any blessed word of my son?
The Holy Mary have pity. None pity. We've been burning fires on top of the cliff all through the night. But there's naught to be seen but the tempest and the smothering waves.
My son. My son.
And the little bride. Where is she?
Sleeping at last. Oh, what have I done? That misfortune.
What is
it?
To the west.
Is it my son?
Yes, come on.
Are they dead?
No, the boat's coming and there's living hands on the oars. Come on.
Eileen! Wake up, girl! It's them! Come back! Eileen!
Hurry, Mother Donna. Oh, Thomas. Thomas.
Yes. I'm moving fast as I can. It's hard against this wind.
Blessed wind, let him live.
Oh, you bless it for the life of one girl, and I bless it for two.
Look, all the people.
Aye, the word is spread. Can you see anything, Eileen?
Oh, there's so many on the beach. Oh, why don't they spend the time?
Good neighbors, let us through. My son's coming home.
Yes, let us through.
It's the Widow Donald. Aye, let them through. Come on, now. Stand aside.
Oh, I can see nothing. The waves in the dark. Eileen, do you see?
No, there's nothing.
Oh, someone tell me. What do you see out there? Where are my sons?
Up there to the north, Widow Donald. There, through the Tiger Rock.
Yes. Yes, Mother Donna. I see them. I see.
Where? Point it out to me, girl. Where?
There. Follow my finger. Oh, blessed Mary, they're coming back.
Oh, Eileen. If only my eyes were young and sharp again. Can you see them both? Both my sons?
No. I can't quite. Just the boat, and it lifts and falls in the trough of the waves so quickly, I can't.
Oh! Eileen, what is it? What do you see?
One. There's only one boat.
No! What are you saying, girl? Only one in the boat?
Yeah, the girl's right. There's only one in the boat. Which one is it?
I can't make out.
Hey, is it Tommy or Petty? Into the surf with you and give them a hand now. Hey, get back there. That way.
Oh, Mother Donna. Are you hurt? Are you all right?
I'm all right. My sons. Where are my sons?
The wave. The wave that brought the boat.
The boat. Oh, which one? Which one?
I know it's Thomas. I know it is.
Yes, Thomas, the good Thomas.
Stand aside, everybody. Let the Widow Donald
Let me go.
Let them through. Let mother in a place.
Yes. Let me through. Let me through. Which one is it? Which son is it?
Well, I'm back, Mother.
Paddy.
Hi, she fainted. Stand back, will you? Stand back.
You, Paddy.
I me. Ain't I got a right to live?
Tell me quick. Where is my son Thomas? Tell me, Paddy, where is my Thomas?
Where do you think he is, woman? Dead. At the bottom of the sea. Stand closer about me, good neighbor. Let her be quiet now, no weeping, until the services for our dear departed are over. It is right that we should stand here on the cliff to say the last words for the soul of the one whom the sea has taken to the Lord. Back in the great cities of men, where few of us have been, there are great cathedrals that reach to the sky. If there was such a cathedral here in the island, we would pray for Thomas Donnell in it. But this bare ground is our cathedral. For 'tis spoken in truth, as you know, that once on this place there rose a mighty church of God, built by the hands of a strange race of men that lived on these islands before our fathers and their fathers' fathers. A mighty cathedral. And one night these people committed a horrible sin, and the sea rose high as this cliff and covered the church and drew it down into the sea. You know the legend well. There is a cathedral under the sea, at the base of this place where we stand. And if a great wrong is to be done on these islands, bells under the water ring and ring until men cannot bear the sound of it, and the very heavens tremble with the glory of God and the glory of righteousness. So I say that if there was a wrong done on the sea to Thomas Donnell, I know in my heart that the bells would have rung, and yet they are silent. So we know that Thomas Donnell died in righteousness. And now, the time has come to take this wreath of sweet-smelling fern and throw it to the waters that are Thomas Donnell's grave. Goodbye to you, Thomas Donnell. The Lord in his wisdom has buried you in the boundless grave of the ocean. We have the memory of you. The sea has your body, and the Lord your soul. Blessed are they that mourn for you, for they shall be comforted. Aye, but she's young, and young tears go quickly. Eileen, girl, why must you weep all the day?
Go away. Go away, Patty Dunn.
I'm thinking there's winter in the air. Eh? Eileen, girl,
I've no feeling for talk, Patty Donald.
The snow's so deep. Let me walk with you, girl.
Yes, you must, Patty Donald.
Look, I brought you the first spring flower, Eileen. You know there's a kiss with it.
Away with you, Patty Donald.
It's a fine, warm day, Eileen. A day to be happy in.
Yes, it's a fine day.
Do you like the tale I've told you?
Patty, you've a tongue in you for a tall story.
There's some I could tell that would be told with my heart.
Oh, no, Patty.
Give me your hand, Eileen.
You took it, why
I want more.
No.
All these months I closed them out of me to keep from saying it. I want you, Eileen.
Oh, Patty, how can you say?
Why not? Why not?
Thomas, your brother.
But he wanted me to have you.
What?
I did. You've heard me tell the story. The boat turned over. He was drowning. I tried to save him.
Yes. Yes.
Before he went under, he cried out, Eileen, take care of her. So marry me, Eileen. Thomas wanted that for you. I swear it. Marry me. Marry me. Marry me. Marry me. Marry me. Marry me.
Yes. Yes. Oh, Mother Donald, why do you sit here apart from all the rest and weep? My son, I don't love Patty as I did dear Thomas. God rest his soul. But you know Thomas's dying words. I'm so lonely, Mother. Sometimes I think... Oh, Mother Donald, don't make it hard for me. All these weeks.
There's no wedding for him in the sea.
Oh, stop saying that. He wanted me to be with Patty. He did. He did. I don't know what to do. I don't.
Eileen, we're waiting. Eileen.
Let me be.
Talking to the old woman again, eh? What's she been saying to you?
Let her be.
Shut your mouth, you old crock. You're sick I am of your weeping and wailing. Come, Eileen.
No, let go of her.
Please,
Get away,
Mother
kid.
Donald,
My good Thomas loved her, and you shan't have her.
Listen to me, Mother. You're my weeping, you're my wail, as you've been doing since that day. But your blessed Thomas is dead, and I'm living. And what Thomas wanted me to do, I'll do. I'm marrying Eileen. So if it's a wedding of your son you want to see, come down to the shore where my friends and the priest is waiting. A wedding, you hear me, Mother, and neither you or heaven or hell can stop me. All right, Father Donahue. Ready I am to be made a man with a wife. Come closer, neighbor. The wedding will be now instead of later, for it's impatient the girl is to be my wife, Eileen.
I'm cold.
Cold, did you say, with me next to you, and the sun warm in the sea, till the fog's as heavy as my hand after the wedding. Now, what's the matter with all of you? You stand there as if I was talking of burying instead of wedding. Well, I say the devil with you.
Patty, you're drinking,
I say it again, the devil with all of you with your long faces. Look at that fog and look at the water. This is a day for a king of the sea. And I'm a king. Marrying the girl I've always wanted. Kiss me, girl.
No, please.
Kiss me. I'm marrying you. Let them all see. Everyone here. In the sky and the fog and the sea.
Who cried out? Who was it?
It's the widow Donald. It's Kay. He's gone.
Let let me through. Katie. Kate Donald, what is it? That's my wedding shears. Will you won't? You won't.
Wait! Listen.
To what?
Listen.
There's nothing to hear. Father Donahue, come away. Read the wedding service.
Listen.
Mother of God. Father Donahue, why do you say that? What's the matter with you? Why do you stand there with your jaw hanging? Eileen, you too standing there. Answer me, what's the matter with you?
I hear it.
You what? Have you gone deaf? All of you, why are you standing there so still? What are you up to?
All of them here, but you.
Hear what? Hear what? Answer me, someone. What do you hear and what? Mother of God. Out of the sea. What's out of the sea? You're crazy, all of you. On your knees, my children. On your knees? Why are you praying? Someone tell me. What is it you're listening to?
All of them here, but you evil one.
Hear what? What? Answer me. Answer me! Stop looking like that as if you're hearing something. There's nothing to hear. Nothing but the wind. Answer me, someone. What do you listen to? Whatever it is, I can't hear it. I can't. It's not deaf I am. I hear my voice. Then what are you listening to? I came here for my wedding to get Eileen, not to be driven out of my head by you. I'd kill you. I'd kill all of you. Get to your feet. Get off your knees. Tell me what you're hearing. Father Donahue, tell me, what are you hearing? From out of the sea. What? A great sin has been done by one of us. What the old man said was true. A great sin done, and out of the sea will come a great voice, and the heavens will tremble. Stop talking, my wedding. There can be no wedding. A great sin has been done. Listen and pray. Pray? I don't know praying. Why should I pray? Get to your feet and read my wedding. You're crazy, all of you. There's nothing to hear. There's nothing. Wait. I do hear something from the sea. Louder. Louder. I hear it. A voice. His voice. His voice. His voice. His voice. Someone calling.
Out of the sea.
Quiet, everyone. Quiet so we can hear. His voice.
Look, a boat coming through the fog.
Oh, it's Thomas.
Oh, it's my Thomas. It's my Thomas. Come.
No, not Thomas. It can't be Thomas.
Come the boat in. It's Thomas. Oh, Thomas, my son. Thomas, I'm coming to you.
Look, a boat coming through the fog.
Can't be coming Donald. You are there. It's Thomas Donald.
No, he's dead.
Look for your eyes. He's dead.
Dead, Thomas. Dead. Go back to the dead. I killed you. You're dead.
Mother.
No. Not dead, Thomas. Dead. I killed you. Go back to the dead.
Mother.
No, you won't get me dead. No, get away. I'll run.
My mother. Thomas, come back.
Eileen, dear.
And
you, Father Donahue, have the dead arisen? No, I'm flesh and blood, good Father. He left me in the sea for dead, that devil I called brother. I knew what I knew. But a trawler fished me out and shook the water out of me for the heart, and he stopped.
Oh, my son.
And then they took me to the main. But I had no money. It took me all this time to get back. Now, let go of me, Mother. And you, Eileen, there's a score to be settled with him.
No, son, no.
There's a score to be
with
settled.
you, the evil one, believe me.
Thomas, look, all your friends, They're afraid to come close. Afraid of the miracle. And miracle it was. The fog's so thick out there. My boat, I almost ran on the rocks till I heard the bells.
Blessed Bill.
Why do you say that? What were those bells that guided me here? There are no such on the island. Why do you look at me like that? Father, you tell me, what were those bells? It said, there is a cathedral under the sea at this place where we stand. And if a great wrong is to be done on these islands, the bells under the water ring and ring until men cannot bear the sound of it, and the very heavens tremble with the glory of God and the glory of righteousness.
Tonight's play, The Engulfed Cathedral, was especially written for radio by Art Obler and featured Raymond Edward Johnson, Ann Shepard, Adelaide Klein, Chester Stratton, Basil Logren, and Helen Brooks. Next week, we bring you a new play titled Baby, featuring Miss Irene Wicker. Art Obler's Plays. On the Winds of the Night, we bring you a story, whispered in the night. Art Obler's Plays are presentations of the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Representatives in Washington, D.C. On this 17th day of February, 1801, the members of the House are about to try again to elect a President of the United States. Soon they will take the 36th ballot and hope this time to break the 6-day deadlock between Jefferson and Aaron Burr. Jefferson is still one state short of the required 9-state majority, and unless he's elected on this 36th ballot, the events of the past few days indicate that violence and bloodshed will descend on this infant capital. The 16 tellers appointed by the Speaker of the House will poll their states. Then they will drop the votes in the 2 ballot boxes provided by the Sergeant-at-Arms. The votes...
Washington,
reported to
February 17, 1801. The House of Representatives. You are there.
CBS takes you back 147 years. It is less than a generation since the end of the revolution which established the United States of America. Now the young republic faces the threat of another revolution arising out of a deadlocked presidential election. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there...
You are there.
You Are There is produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. And Walter Hamden plays Thomas Jefferson in today's broadcast. You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now...
1801, the gallery of the House of Representatives and John Daly.
This dramatic deadlock has come about in spite of the fact that Jefferson received the majority of the popular vote. A group of willful men in the Federalist Party, losers in the popular vote, are still trying desperately to block the people's choice. A tie in the Electoral College through this election into the House of Representatives, and here the Federalists are still hoping to elect Aaron Burr when he was meant to be Jefferson's running mate on the successful Democratic-Republican ticket. They think of Aaron Burr, a lesser evil than Thomas Jefferson. And now, on the 36th ballot, they're still pushing Burr against Jefferson for president. This confused situation. The Speaker of the House, Mr. Theodore Sedgwick, is pounding the gavel, and it looks as if the 36th ballot is about to be taken, so over to the rostrum.
The gentleman from Delaware, the Honorable James A. Bayard, has requested that we postpone the balloting for 30 minutes. Are there any objections?
Mr. Speaker, we've been confined to this hall for 6 days. We're like prisoners, eating here, sleeping here, going about in our nightcaps, never permitted to go to our hearths and homes. Why must we have further delay?
May I remind the gentleman that his colleague from Maryland is also dying here? If he can risk his life, we can risk another half hour. Are there any objections? I hear none. The request is granted. The 36th ballot will begin in 30 minutes.
And as you heard, a delay in the voting. Mr. Bayard, who asked for the postponement, is the only congressman from Delaware, and it has been rumored in this rumor-ridden capital that Alexander Hamilton, leader of the Federalists and a bitter foe of Thomas Jefferson, is nevertheless urging Bayard to switch the single vote of Delaware to Mr. Jefferson. This request from Bayard now for a postponement suggests that these rumors may be true. We shall see. Anyway, the supporters of Mr. Jefferson everywhere are grimly determined to elect the man of their choice. Around the nation, there are demonstrations and threats by armed men, Jefferson supporters, who are preparing to march on Washington. Virginia, Jefferson's home state, is probably the strongest center of pro-Jefferson feeling, so we take you now to Richmond, Virginia. Jack Walters reporting.
I'm in the executive office of Governor James Monroe. The roll of drums and the bugle you can hear are coming from the great courtyard below. The Virginia militia has been assembling down there since early this morning. I'd guess that there are about 1,000 men here, fully outfitted for a long march. Governor Monroe is here at our microphone. Governor, when will the Virginia militia march on Washington?
Upon my orders, Mr. Walter.
And can you tell me, Governor, when you will give your marching orders?
If the Federalist Party continues to plot treason, we are ready to put it down. If the political knaves of the Federalist Party succeed in their nefarious plot to elect Aaron Burr over Jefferson, we shall avenge this violation of the people's will. I've been in touch with Governor McKean of Pennsylvania. His militia, too, is fully armed and ready. We are prepared to march troops instantly upon the capital for the purpose not of promoting, but of preventing revolution and the shedding of a single drop of blood.
But, Governor, there are rumors that some 1,500 Democrats from Virginia and Maryland threaten to assassinate anyone who takes the presidency other than Thomas Jefferson.
This is a wild story, Mr. Walters, published no doubt by the same inflammatory Federalist paper that accused Mr. Jefferson of the Sabbath massacre of 2 million people, among them women, children, and 24,000 priests. A slight exaggeration. The Federalist bigwigs must learn that they cannot frighten the American citizen. They should have learned it when the people abolished the Federalist-inspired alien and sedition laws. Their plots against the people did not work then, and they will not work now.
Well, thank you, Governor Monroe. New York City is another stronghold of Jeffersonian supporters. We take you there now. Arthur Hannes reporting. Go ahead, Hannes.
I'm in the headquarters of the Sons of Tammany. The members of this so-called ancient order here in Manhattan are gathering in this somewhat ancient building to march on Washington. The men crowding this building, which they call the wigwam, wear Indian costumes and long, colorful feathers. They're men from the ordinary walks of life, the tradesmen, mechanics, and carpenters, the builders of this growing city. Here beside me is a man who calls himself an independent carpman, and he's a fiery speaker who just a few moments ago made a speech calling for a march on Washington. His name is Timothy Ryan. Mr. Ryan, will you tell us, does Mr. Burr know that you make speeches against him?
I care not a tinker's damn for the opinion of Aaron Burr. He's deceived us like a Judas.
Well, Mr. Ryan, can you tell us where Mr. Burr is now?
As long as I have been a member of the Sons of Tammany, I have never seen Aaron Burr step foot in the wigwam. He works through his leaders, who will not sully himself to congregate in our midst. Right now, I hear tell that he's hiding in Albany, 100 miles away. And well, he might be to escape our wrath. We should not only march on Washington to put down the traitors, we should also march on Albany and put away Aaron Burr.
Mr. Ryan, our reports tell us that Mr. Burr is in Albany because his daughter is being married there. But you tell me, as a loyal son of Tammany, Mr. Ryan, did you not yourself vote for Aaron Burr?
Yeah, that I did, God help me. But I meant him for vice president, as all the voters did. It is Jefferson that we elected for president, and well does Burr know it. We were told to write 2 names on our ballot, and we wrote Jefferson and Burr. And we were not told to designate who for president, who for vice president. Any fool knew if he was on it.
But Burr has also done nothing to take the first place away from Mr. Jefferson.
But he's done nothing to give it to him either.
Mr. Ryan. In any case, according to the Constitution, the House must now make the final choice.
Well,
that's the law. And you men, aren't you defying the law by your march on Washington?
Oh, defying the law, are we? Well, then I say we shall change the law. Change the Constitution. But let not the people be deprived of justice and cheated out of the man they voted for. Thanks be to the Lord that we defeated the Federalist Tories by a great majority. But if Burr is elected by the insidious plot of a band of apostates, I say, in vain have we fought for liberty. In vain have we fought the British misrule. I say, upon to oppressors, on to Washington. We have declared we'll be free, and neither bully or coach will deprive us of our natural rights.
Thank you.
On to Washington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan.
Right.
While we've been reporting from here in New York, we've had word that Ken Roberts in the Capitol has succeeded in arranging an interview with Alexander Hamilton. So back to Washington and Ken Roberts.
I'm in the library of the home of Mr. Josiah Quincy, Federalist Whip. Alexander Hamilton is waiting to meet Congressman James Bayard here. And while waiting, he consented to an interview. He has, however, stepped into the drawing room at the moment. In spite of the tensions and threats of violence that are shaking the few buildings in this capital, Washington society has not abandoned its social life. Right now, there's a party going on in this splendid mansion in the wilderness. The music is coming from the drawing room. Mrs. Josiah Quincy, our hostess, is here beside me, and she has offered to tell us a little about her prominent guests. Are they all Federalists, Mrs. Quincy?
Oh, no, indeed, Mr. Roberts. Even a member of Mr. Jefferson's party can find a haven of refuge here from the torture of the miserable boarding houses in Washington.
Even Mr. Jefferson himself?
Oh, good grief, no.
Perhaps he would enjoy the excellent company here, and your wonderful canvasback duck.
Indeed, he'd be welcome. But I suspect that Mr. Jefferson would prefer to be surrounded by, shall we say, more loyal admirers at Conrad's boarding house where he resides. Moreover, I doubt that he's given to the singing of psalms. To be sure, even an atheist may love to sing psalms, but certainly not in close harmony with Federalists.
Mr. Jefferson and his minister would deny he is an atheist.
Oh, if you'll forgive me a moment, I'll close the door.
Certainly. There are many notables gracing this home today. Mr. Robert Fulton, the inventor, is in the far corner of this library. Mr. Fulton is trying to raise capital for a new invention of his, a missile that can be fired underwater from a submarine vessel. Well, Mrs. Quincy has shut the library door, and Gouverneur Morris, the senator from New York, has come into the library with her. They're chatting now, and in a moment, Mrs. Quincy should be with us again. Right now, I can see Robert Fulton thumbing through a volume of Shakespeare. The English playwright is quite a favorite in this library. As a matter of fact, anything English is preferred in the home of a Federalist. Mrs. Quincy told me a blue ribbon evening was passed here last night when the senator from Kentucky read The Merry Wives of Windsor and the first act of Hamlet to the ladies. Oh, thank you.
Meanwhile, I brought you Gouverneur Morris, but you mustn't ask him any questions about politics.
Thank you, Mrs. Quincy. And thank you, Senator Morris. Do you think, Senator, that Mr. Hamilton will persuade Bayard of Delaware to break the deadlock today by voting for Jefferson?
Oh, now, please, no embarrassing questions. Senator Morris has just ended a very weary and dangerous trip from New York. Ask the senator how he liked Washington.
Senator, how do you like Washington?
Washington's fine. I almost got lost in the woods through Maryland, but Washington's fine. We only need here houses, cellars, kitchens, scholarly men, amiable women. You, of course, my dear Mrs. Quincy, are the exquisite exception.
Thank you, Senator Morris.
And a few more trifles are needed here to possess a perfect city. In a word, this is the best city in the world to live in the future.
We hope so, Senator.
But as you know, there are threats of destruction of this capital by armed militia from Virginia and Pennsylvania if Jefferson is not chosen today. Do you think Hamilton will save the capital today by saying...
You promised no questions on politics, Mr. Roberts, and I see that you're leading to a question on Hamilton again.
My dear, Washington is drunk with politics. The Federalists are like drunken men in their hatred for Jefferson. They believe that Jefferson's ideas on government are ideas of the rabble of revolutionary France. But Mr. Hamilton, alone among the Federalists, has remained sober. He believes, and I agree with him, that if the people want Jefferson, they must have him. A government must be fitted to a nation as a coat to an individual.
Thank you, Senator Gouverneur Moritz. Now, the door of the library has just been opened and Mr. Hamilton has come in. He's coming toward our microphone. Mr. Hamilton, is it true that you are trying to persuade Mr. Bayard to cast his vote against Aaron Burr on the 36th ballot?
It is true that I am against the cattle line of America becoming, in fact, the man of our party. Mr. Burr is far more cunning than wise, far more dexterous than able. If Mr. Burr acts ill, we must share in the blame and disgrace.
But, Mr. Hamilton, if your pressure to defeat Burr is effective, won't you then, in fact, be electing your greatest enemy, Thomas Jefferson?
Mr. Jefferson's ideas of democracy are a danger to our country, and the prospects of our country under the evil of foreign democratic doctrines and French Jacobism are far from brilliant. The mass of the people are far from sound. Democracy is the most visionary theory. Democracy is a disease, the poison of which is most virulent.
Mr. Hamilton, to what specific ideas on the platform of Jefferson are you opposed?
Mr. Jefferson would have a government with no army, no navy. A national defense not by arms, but by embargoes, and as little government as possible from within. These are the pernicious dreams which put our country on the steep descent to ruin.
But if you are opposed to the democracy of Mr. Jefferson and opposed to the politics of Mr. Burr, how are you urging Mr. Bayard to vote?
That will be for Mr. Bayard to decide. But for heaven's sake, let not the Federalist Party be responsible for the elevation of Burr. There is a man in the world I ought to despise, it is Jefferson. But the public good must be paramount to every private consideration.
I'm afraid I'll have to take Mr. Hamilton away now, Mr. Roberts. Congressman Baird has arrived.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Not at all.
This is Ken Roberts. I return you now to John Daly in the House of Representatives.
In this committee room of the House of Representatives lies Congressman Joseph H. Nicholson of Maryland. He is the representative referred to earlier by the Speaker of the House as the man who is risking his life here. Congressman Nicholson has just come out of a coma, the result of a raging fever which has not abated for 6 days ever since he was carried through the blinding snowstorm of last Wednesday. Somehow, as if by a miracle, this dying man gathers his strength to inscribe the name Thomas Jefferson on a slip of paper placed in his hands by his wife. Mrs. Nicholson has just guided his feeble hand as he wrote the name for the 36th time on the forthcoming 36th ballot. Mrs. Nicholson is kneeling beside her husband's bed, supporting his head on her arms. Gently, she lays his head back on the pillow and turns now to our microphone. Mrs. Nicholson, there are some who say that by awakening your husband in his condition to vote, you take upon yourself a dread responsibility.
It is my husband's fervent plea. My wish, too. For we are both faced with a more dreadful responsibility than the life of a single patriot. We're faced with the lives, the fortunes, and the sacred honor of a whole people. Of some, I know I must ask pardon for quoting the Declaration of Independence. For there are men among us who seek to bury alive this child of freedom, though it is but 105 years old.
But in this room, ma'am, there are many Federalists who have come out of respect and admiration for the patriotism and the courage of you and your husband.
Oh, yes. It is the custom of conspirators to pay homage in the manner that the senators of Rome paid homage to Caesar. I have heard that a certain Federalist fears that my husband takes his life in his hands by his determination to remain here for the final vote, and that this Federalist would not thus expose himself for any president on earth. To this summer soldier, I say, do not fear for your life, for you are already dead. The Federalist Party has been pronounced dead by the popular vote of the people.
Mrs. Nicholson, I hope that your husband need risk his life no longer and that the Congress elects a president on this 36th ballot. And now, if you'll excuse me, Ned Kelmer reports a heated quarrel in the corridor downstairs. Go ahead, Ned Kelmer.
Matthew Lyons, Democratic congressman from Vermont, one of the two states whose vote is divided, has just accused John Brown, the Federalist congressman from Rhode Island, of attempting to bribe him into voting for Burr. Only the intervention of cooler heads kept them from coming to blows. They've calmed down a little now, but Congressman Lyons says he's willing to repeat for us his denunciation of the Federalist representative. Mr. Lyons, as you know, spent 4 months in prison last year for opposing the alien and sedition laws. Congressman Lyons, sir, what did Mr. Brown say that made you attack him?
I have been warning him, but the man is ignorant of my principles. He's an agent of the Federalist traitors.
But what did he say to you, sir?
He urged me to vote for Burr just now, for Burr, and of course I refused. And then he said to me, the scoundrel... What did you say, sir? Yes, sir, that's exactly what you are, sir, a scoundrel. What is it you want, Congressman Lyons, he said. Is it office? Is it money? Only say what you want, and you shall have it.
Mr. Brown, sir, have you any comment to make?
Yes, the gentleman from Vermont is a liar. Like all atheists are liars, and all the followers of Jefferson are atheists.
Now, just a moment.
They despise the truth as they despise God. And their hatred for God is equal to their hatred for those who own property.
Oh, what
Why, these Democrats, these paupers, these vagabonds and outlaws, I say take away their vote. Or they will pillage our towns and stain our soil with blood.
Ridiculous. Perfectly...
Sir, I merely want to avoid bloodshed. For if Jefferson is elected, there is scarcely a possibility that we shall escape civil war.
But, Congressman, there are some who say that if Jefferson is not elected, there will be civil war.
Well, then let it come. It is bad, but far less than anarchy or slavery.
And I say that it is the Federalist Party that means to have a monarchy rather than a republic.
Well, better than rabble rule.
But the people will rise up, my dear sir. They will rise up and abolish the indignities of the Federalist Party.
By rise up, sir, do you mean revolution by force?
No, sir, I do not.
That's exactly what he means,
no,
sir.
No, I most certainly do not. My father-in-law was Ethan Allen. And when his Green Mountain boys wanted to storm the jail in which I was imprisoned in order to free me, I urged them to desist and go to the polls to vote for their freedom and mine. And as you see, they voted me out of jail and into Congress. And I shall vote, express the will of my fellow citizens, and continue to cast my ballot for Thomas Jefferson.
Well, that is your privilege, sir, but it is also mine.
Thank you, Congressman Lyons and Congressman Brown. I've just been informed that Thomas Jefferson is expected at the home of Mr. James Madison. Douglas Edwards is there, so we take you to him now. Come in, Douglas Edwards.
Our hostess, Mrs. James Madison, Dolly Madison, as she's known by all, has informed us that Thomas Jefferson is on his way from his boarding house to dine here. We hope to persuade him to make a statement. To all of official Washington, this new house on F Street is more than the home of the liberal Virginian Democrat. It's a haven for tired statesmen. Most any afternoon at 4, you'll find the distinguished and talented of Washington and Europe enjoying the sumptuous dinners prepared by Dolly Madison, dinners lasting far into the night. This cordial Quakeress brings a touch of warm Virginia hospitality to Washington to thaw the February cold in the frozen mud of the capital. Her parties and dances and card games have won over the bitterest political foes of Jefferson. Dolly Madison is here with me now. She's wearing her famed white silk turban, draped with the large ostrich feathers. Margaret Baird Smith, who writes about Washington society, has said of Dolly Madison that she moves like a goddess and looks like a queen.
Yes. That kind of flattery is reminiscent of my old friend Aaron Burr. Before Mr. Madison and I were married, Mr. Burr's extravagant flatteries and promises were meant to blind me to his true nature.
And what is your opinion of Mr. Burr now, Mrs. Madison?
His methods are the same in politics as they are in love, both deceiving. But let me tell you of some of our guests. They're all waiting for the outcome of the election. We have Joel Barlow, the poet of democracy, and there's a Bonaparte. And here is Mr. Merry, minister from Great Britain.
Your Excellency, are your hopes on Mr. Jefferson or Mr. Burr?
Well, His Majesty's government does not approve Mr. Jefferson's friendly views toward the Jacobins of France. My own opinion is that Mr. Jefferson has received the votes of a minority of free men and a majority of slaves.
And Mr. Burr, do you approve of him?
Mr. Burr, I do not want to seem too critical, but Mrs. Madison's food here is more like a harvest home supper than the entertainment of a statesman.
And I thought you were enjoying our hams, Ambassador.
Oh,
Forgive
but
us if our food is too democratic for you, but we have to sacrifice the delicacy of European taste for the less elegant but more liberal fashion of Virginia. This is Noah Webster, Mr. Edwards. He's a Federalist, but he enjoys the company of writers here. He's a writer himself, you know. What are you writing now, Noah?
I'm working on a compendious dictionary, my dear.
Good heavens, what sort of a dictionary is that?
A compendious, an adjective meaning briefly stated, succinct, concise, containing the substance in narrow compass, condensed, abridged, synonyms, see terse.
I see. Well, as a Federalist, Mr. Webster, will you give us your compendious opinion on Mr. Jefferson and his supporters?
They are rabble, threatening the safety of the state. From my observations, republicanism is impossible unless the poorer classes are excluded from the vote. Witness how the mass voted for Jefferson. Witness how they are now corrupting law and order, descending upon the Capitol with pikes and muskets in their hands. Savages! Primitives. Too stupid, too abject in ignorance to think rightly, and too depraved to draw honest deductions.
You might do your dictionary a service, Noah, by consulting our Vice President, Mr. Jefferson, for a more compendious definition of the people. For here he is now. Mr. Jefferson, this young man has asked if you'll make a statement to him on the election.
Well, now, I believed it my duty to be passive and silent during the present contest, lest some Federalist senators accuse me of being partial, whilst I yet preside over the Senate. But what is it, sir, that you would like to ask me?
Mr. Jefferson, do you favor or oppose the threats of imminent violence raging about this election?
Whose violence? The violence of the Federalist Party to usurp the people's will? Or the violence of revolution that keeps governments in order to remind them of the rights of the governed?
I refer, Mr. Jefferson, to the actions of the militias of Virginia and Pennsylvania. Should that violence cause civil war or revolution, would you still hold favor with it?
Yes, if the will of the majority of the voters is denied by a cabal of selfish interests bent on the destruction of democracy.
But some argue, Mr. Jefferson, that the public good will be best served by keeping the peace and avoiding violence at all costs.
I know there are men who would prefer that I sacrifice my principles for the guarantee of safety. But I say this is a threat and is itself pregnant with violence. I believe in a jealous care of the right of election by the people. I believe in a mild and safe corrective of abuses which are lopped by the sword of revolution where peaceable remedies are unprovided. Even if force must be invoked, the vital principle of republics is the absolute acquiescence in the decisions of the majority.
Mr. Jefferson, earlier in this broadcast, Alexander Hamilton derided certain aspects of your platform, particularly your belief in democracy. Would you care to comment on that?
Mr. Hamilton has a perfect right to his opinions. He has no faith in democracy. I have. I believe in, and I was elected on these principles: equal and exact justice to all men, of whatever state or persuasion, religious or political; peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none; the supremacy of the civil over the military authority; the diffusion of information, and the arraignment of all abuses at the bar of public reason. These principles form the bright constellation which has gone before us and guided our steps through an age of revolution and reformation. The wisdom of our sages and the blood of our heroes have been devoted to their attainment. They should be the creed of our political faith, the text of our civic instruction, the touchstone by which to try the services of those we trust. And should we wander from them in moments of error or alarm, let us hasten to retrace our steps and to regain the road which alone leads to peace, liberty, and safety.
Mr. Jefferson, those are things that can't be said too often, I think.
Well, that's very nice of you.
Thank you, Mr. Jefferson. We've had word that the 36th ballot has been taken in the House of Representatives, and the results are about to be announced, so back to the House and John Daly.
The 16 tellers are down there on the floor of the House checking the results of the 36th ballot now. And by the way, we tried to get Congressman Bayard of Delaware to tell us whether he would swing the single vote of his state from Mr. Burr to Mr. Jefferson, but he refuses to make any comment. Sitting up here in the gallery is Alexander Hamilton, watching the proceedings down on the floor, and the Federalist Party leader seems a weary and disillusioned man.
whether Mr. Jefferson or Mr. Burr should win this election down there on the floor, it is going to be Alexander Hamilton who is finally the loser. The congressmen in the House are silent. There's a sense of high expectancy. All eyes are on the tellers. They're comparing totals. Seem to be in agreement now as one of the tellers is writing the results on a piece of paper. But there is no indication, no sign on the face of the tellers as to whether or not the deadlock has been broken. A while ago, there were rumors that the Federalists... a teller has handed the paper now to Speaker Thomas Sedgwick. He glances at it. His face is impassive. There goes the gavel now down to the rostrum.
The results of the 36th ballot. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, 10.
It's Jefferson by 10 states, one more than is necessary. Jefferson has been elected. The members of the House of Representatives and the spectators in the galleries have broken into wild, jubilant cheering and applause. Jefferson picked up 2 votes on that last ballot, one more than was required, and Mr. Burr lost 2. I'm going to try to find out which state broke the tie and which cast the blank vote. Perhaps it was Delaware, maybe Maryland and Vermont, but we'll soon know. We'll know in a moment as soon as we...
Washington, February 17, 1801.
We're going to have to detain...
The House of Representatives elects Thomas Jefferson, 3rd President of the United States.
You have been listening to The Election of Thomas Jefferson, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The Election of Thomas Jefferson was written by Joseph Liss. Walter Hamden was Thomas Jefferson, and the cast included Thomas Chalmers, Carl Swenson, Joan Wetmore, Bernard Lenroe, Guy Sorrell, Ann Seymour, Eric Dressler, Walter Grisey, Doris Dalton, William Podmore, Charles Webster, Gavin Gordon, Bert Cowlin, and others. Next week...
April 9th, 1865, Lee and Grant at Appomattox. You are there.
Next this afternoon, great music comes your way from the New York Philharmonic Symphony. This evening, great comedy with Amos and Andy, now exclusively on CBS, and with Hollywood star comedian Eve Arden, your favorite schoolteacher, in Our Miss Brooks. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
March of Time. On 1,000 fronts, the history of the world moves swiftly forward. 1,000 new facts, new details in the world's history come into being every hour. To bring you the full, rounded story of the world's news each week, the editors of Time, starting tonight, will prepare and present the March of Time 5 nights a week, Monday through Friday. This new daily March of Time has been made possible by a sponsorship arrangement unique in radio history. The March of Time will be sponsored on alternate nights throughout this series by Remington Rand Incorporated, manufacturers of typewriters and office equipment, and Time Incorporated, publishers of Time, the weekly news magazine, and producers of the March of Time on the screen. The editors of Time tonight raise the curtain on the first of this new series. The reenactment of memorable events from the news of the world, from the March of Time. Rome, Italy. As daily news dispatches from London, Paris, Geneva, Addis Ababa give less and less hope for a peaceful solution of the Italo-Ethiopian crisis, today comes the word-for-word report of an interview between a representative of the London Daily Mail and the defiant author of the crisis, Benito Mussolini.
What will your course be, Premier Mussolini, if the League of Nations on September 4th approves international action against Italy?
If the League of Nations votes against my course in Ethiopia,
Italy will leave the League that very hour. Let there be no possibility of misunderstanding.
And that will mean, of course...
war. It would not be my choice, but the League of Nations. Whoever applies sanctions against Italy will meet the armed hostility of my people. If the League is so reckless, so hot-headed, as to turn my colonial campaign into a European war, that crime will rest upon the League's head, not mine.
But Your Excellency is hopeful, no doubt, that the League's Council will appreciate Italy's attitude.
Italy has given many proofs of a desire for peace. No nation can accuse her of desiring warfare. Italy is laboring for peace as earnestly as France or England.
Even while Mussolini is speaking, almost as a reply to his words, go a wireless order from Great Britain's Admiralty.
Battleships Revenge and Valiant, 1st and 3rd Cruiser Squadrons, will proceed to Alexandria, Egypt. Cruisers Arethusa, Delhi, and Durban will proceed to Haifa. Battleship Resolution and Cruiser Dispatch will proceed to the Suez Canal entrance at Port Said. Aircraft carrier Glorious will proceed to Malta with 3 airplane squadrons, all to be ready for action September 2nd.
Our cause in Ethiopia is a just one. In a few days, it will be laid before the League's Council. It will be laid before the whole world. Proof that the Ethiopians are a barbaric people sunk in the practice of slavery.
There is no chance, Your Excellency, of an alternative?
Italy has considered and spoken. Before any other nation talks of penalties against Italy, let it think well upon the consequence of such folly.
As Britain's Mediterranean fleet prepares to close in around the Suez Canal, key point in Mussolini's route to Ethiopia, Il Duce flies to northern Italy, where 180,000 Italian troops massed in the Alps are conducting a gigantic mimic war, ostensibly as training for the mountains of Ethiopia. But Europe sees in this mock war a demonstration of Il Duce's declared intention to have troops ready to fight in Europe in the north as well as Ethiopia in the south, if Europe or the League join forces against him. Time marches on. Vienna. Today once again appears unobtrusively in the news the humble name of a man who knew the only true answer to a question which has perplexed historians for nearly half a century. Let us turn time back to January of 1889. It is early morning in the Imperial Hunting Lodge at Mayerling, Austria. Lieutenant Lorenz Lebert, standing on guard in the apartments of his royal master, salutes a nobleman.
Lebert, is Prince Rudolph awake yet?
Well, no, my Lord Coburg, not yet.
That's strange. He swore he would go hunting this morning.
Well, I think that perhaps something has happened to change his mind, my Lord.
Something happened? Why, what could have happened? Speak up.
Well, it is only that I heard His Highness talking to the Baroness Fitzserra early this morning in their room. She was weeping and...
Oh, a lover's quarrel, no doubt. They have been frequent of late, since both his wife and his father, the Emperor, have been...
Yes.
What was that?
This way, my Lord. It seemed to come from the bedchamber of His Highness. There is Count Hoyas. Perhaps he...
Hoyas? Did you hear that?
Yes, I thought.
Your Highness. Your Highness. It's locked. Here, Lebert. Help me break open the door.
Oh, yes, sir. Dead. Both dead.
Shot both of them. There is nothing that we can do. There is one thing that we must do. We are the only 3 men in the world who know what is here inside this room. We must pledge ourselves here and now that no word of this shall ever pass our lips, save to the Emperor Franz Joseph. Do you swear it, Hoyas?
Of course.
And you, Lebert. This morning you were only a guard in the Imperial Army. But now on your silence may depend the fate of our empire.
I swear.
Lebert, you must stand guard. No one must see what we've seen in this room. Close that door and bar it.
What terrible secret of the Habsburgs was hidden behind that door?
Had Rudolph's mistress killed him? Then herself? Had an angry uncle of the Baroness killed them both? What happened? Only 3 men beside the Emperor know the truth. Prince Philip of Coburg, Count Hoyos, and humble Lieutenant Lebert. The passing years take their heavy toll of the ill-starred House of Habsburg. Then, one morning in 1916, Lebert is summoned to the chamber of the Emperor.
It's Lawrence Lebert, Your Majesty, of Your Majesty's service.
Lebert, I sent for you. Come closer. Stand here beside my bed where I can see you. Yes, your face has scarcely changed since I last saw it on that morning nearly 30 years ago when you came to tell me of my son. Had Rudolph lived, and yet my family is old, too old, like the Emperor.
Oh, Your Majesty.
There is only one thing left that I can save. The honor of my house. Coburg is gone. Hoyos is gone. And now you will be the last man to know of the shame of my son's death. Will you swear to me that you have never spoken of what you saw in that room in Meyerling?
Oh, indeed, Your Majesty, I have never.
Then swear to me that you will never breathe of it, not even to your own son, not even when you lie dying as I am now. Swear to me.
I swear it, Your Majesty.
That is enough. You may leave us now, Lebert.
Death brings peace at last to Franz Joseph. Time passes. The mighty empire of Austria-Hungary is shattered, and the proud House of Habsburg wanders in bitter exile over Europe. But still, through the sad post-war years, humble Police Commissioner Lebert faithfully keeps the promise to his emperor. And today, to a remote little cemetery in Vienna, is carried the body of Lawrence Lebert. And with it is buried forever the secret of Meyerling.
Time marches on. Washington, November 16th, 1933. Maxim Litvinov to President Roosevelt.
As Foreign Commissar of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, I have the honor to inform you, Mr. President, that with the establishment of diplomatic relations between my government and the United States, it will be our fixed policy to restrain all organizations under direct or indirect control of the Soviet government from any agitation or propaganda to bring about by force any change in the political or social order of the United States.
Moscow, August 1935. Dictator Stalin spokesman to the 7th All-World Congress of the Communist International.
Hereafter, communists are to lay aside the violent, blatant, red methods of the past. From now on, mask your anti-religion and spread communist doctrines and world revolution in the guise of socialism, liberalism, or New Deals among the peoples of all lands.
The world revolutionists hear Earl Browder, U.S. Communist leader.
I propose that a workers' farmers' party be formed in the United States under the leadership of Soviet Russia to seize the majority of elective posts in local, state, and federal government. This done, we will form our own communist national government A government to protect American people from reaction, hunger, and war.
Sam Darcy, organizer of the bloody dock strike in San Francisco, is speaking.
When the contract of dock workers in the United States expires on September 20th, I expect to foment new U.S. strikes of unprecedented magnitude.
Closing the meeting, Georgy Dimitrov, once imprisoned and accused by the Nazis of burning the German Reichstag, advises,
It is our intention to support President Roosevelt in the coming election so that he may continue to lead the United States toward fascism, dissatisfaction, and warm sympathy for the aims of Russia. One word of caution. Remember, exert your efforts with cunning.
As the Communist International Congress closes in Moscow, every word spoken there is cabled to Washington. And today the world learns the text of a solemn note delivered by U.S. Ambassador Bullitt to the Soviet government.
On behalf of the government of the United States, I have the honor to lodge a most emphatic protest against this flagrant violation of the pledge given by the Soviet government on November 16th, 1933. If the Soviet continues to violate the solemn promise made by Commissar Litvinov to the President of the United States, friendly relations between the Russian and American peoples will no longer be possible.
Thus, in the strongest note of protest in her post-war diplomatic history, the government demands a showdown on communist agitation in the U.S. The United States and the world await Russia's answer. Time marches on. You have just listened to The March of Time, the reenactment of memorable scenes from the world's news prepared and presented by the editors of Time. Sponsored alternately by Remington Rand, manufacturers of typewriters and office equipment, and Time, publishers of the weekly news magazine, producers of The March of Time on the Screen, The March of Time will come to you every night from Monday through Friday. So again tomorrow night at this time, and throughout each week, The March of Time will take you to the world's news fronts, to the sides of the great and the humble, into the midst of events significant and strange, thrilling and tragic, in the pace of Time's inexorable march. Time marches on. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
My name is Selby. Frank Selby, Colonel, RHA. Retired, of course. Many years ago. No family left, no funds, except my pension. So I live in this hotel. A shabby sort of place, but it's in the country, well off the beaten track, which I like. And they only charge 4 guineas a week. I'm one of 4 permanent residents here. In summer, we get holiday makers and so on, not many. But in winter, there are just the 4 of us. 2 middle-aged women, an Austrian refugee, believe it or not, and myself. Well, one evening last December, 3 days after Christmas it was, yes, the 28th of December, 1950, we were all in the sitting room, doing nothing very much. Well, playing patience, knitting. I was dozing a bit. It's the same thing every evening. About 2 hours before, it began to snow, suddenly, and very hard. Then the wind got up, It must have been very unpleasant outside. We're on the edge of Dartmoor, you know. And it was due to this sudden change in the weather that we found ourselves invaded.
This is the lounge. Of course, we don't cater for many guests, especially in the winter.
Lounge? But it's a most handsome room. Oh, it's got a fire. That's everything. Everything. Darlings, come and thaw. I'd really resigned myself to freezing to death in the ditch. Yes, we were absolutely in a ditch, you know. We skidded into the side of that nasty little bridge down the road. And there we were, benighted in the snow. Imagine it.
Shocking.
What an experience. How far we had to walk, I couldn't say. Through an absolute blizzard. You couldn't see a yard in front of your face.
About half a mile.
Well, don't keep saying that, Robert, dear. It must be much nearer 3, and it felt like 10.
As to accommodation...
Now, look at us simply monopolizing the fire. It's really too bad. We do apologize, we really do. It's a dreadful intrusion.
As to accommodation...
Please sit down, everybody, please, please.
Darling, you're interrupting all the time.
No, I'm not, Janetta. What do you mean?
I was just going to say, we have one double room ready. Though it's not a front room, I'm afraid.
Well, 4 walls and a bed would be the very height of luxury for us, Mrs.
Daly.
Mrs. Daly. And if we might possibly have a fire, even an electric thing or an oil stove would do. Oh, shall I ever get warm again?
The question of the other room.
Oh, my daughter will be happy in any little room, won't you, darling?
Of course, of course.
After all, we might still be in the car, in a ditch, or wandering hopelessly about on the moor, lost in the blizzard.
The trouble is that the other rooms are in the part of the house we close for the winter. I wouldn't care to put anyone there tonight. I wouldn't like the responsibility. It's so cold, you know, and so damp. Tomorrow, of course, we can light some fires and air it properly.
Oh, tomorrow? Well, surely we can find some corner for her, Mrs. Daly.
I was going to suggest, just for one night, if she could manage on the sofa.
But of course.
Tomorrow night, of course.
Oh, I hope we shan't have to trouble you tomorrow night, Mrs. Daly.
Yes, I'll sleep on the sofa. Yes, with pleasure. The young lady can have my room.
Oh, but how very, very kind and chivalrous.
Helen, I really don't think...
Oh, but I couldn't,
but
really.
Please, it's just a question of changing the bedclothes.
Yes, I know, but really...
Well, I accept this gentleman's extremely kind offer on behalf of my daughter, and I do it on principle. Goodness knows there's little enough courtesy and chivalry in the world today, and it's entirely the fault of the stupid women who insist on discouraging it. Let me say how extremely obliged I am to you, Mr...
Winterhalter.
Winterhalter? Like the painter?
Precisely. Yeah, like the painter.
Tonetta, thank Mr. Winterhalter properly for his great kindness. This is my daughter, Mr. Winterhalter, Tonetta Landi.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Winterhalter.
Her father was Italian. Oh, they've got such pretty names for girls. Anna, Isabella, Teresa, Giovanna. We couldn't decide for days. Soup. Hot soup would be really delicious if such a thing were wildly possible.
Well, bovril or tea?
Bovril or tea? Tonetta?
Tea, please.
And I'll have tea. And some toast, I think, or a few biscuits, or a sandwich. Thank you so much. We are upsetting you, aren't we?
My daughter will get the rooms ready.
I'll just go and tidy up mine.
Ah, warm. Oh, what an adventure. Do tell me, now, are you all staying here for Christmas?
We live here.
Live here? Permanently?
Yes.
Oh, really? Oh, how amusing. But, of course, it does solve the servant problem, doesn't it?
It solves quite a number of problems, more or less.
Did you manage to carry some of your luggage? All we shall need for the moment, anyway, thank you.
Thank goodness Robert is immensely strong. What poor Renzo, my first husband, that is, would have done, I really don't know. I think he'd have lain down in the snow and simply given up the ghost, poor lamb.
You know, Helen, I feel badly about our friend giving up his bed.
Oh, don't go on about it, Robert, dear. It pleases him. It would have been really unkind not to let him. I suppose he's a Jew.
Just an Austrian, I believe.
Oh, delightful people, feckless and incompetent, but such dears. They ought to be preserved. The whole of Austria should be taken over by the National Trust. Now, hadn't we better introduce ourselves? I'm Helen Lancaster.
Mrs. White.
Mrs. Ashworth.
Selby, Colonel Selby.
Ah, so you are a colonel. I was right. Not everyone would have spotted it, but I flatter myself I never make a mistake about a retired soldier. There's something about them. They look properly washed. Tea.
Mother said if you want any more sandwiches...
More? My dear boy, there's enough there for 3 days. Oh, so you're the son of the house?
Yes.
Quite an Adonis.
I beg your pardon?
Lovely. And how old are you?
I'm 22. The sandwiches are turkey and shrimp or something. Sorry, no ham. Excuse me.
22. Oh, to be 22. Oh, there's nothing that the world can give like that it takes away, when the glow of early youth declines in beauty's dull decay. Has he got a weak chest?
Yes.
Yes, I was afraid so. He has that heartbreakingly romantic look. Oh, Mr. Winterhalter, what a shame. Just fancy putting you to all that trouble. Now, I insist that you have a cup of tea and a turkey and shrimp sandwich.
Oh, it's quite all right. It's no trouble.
I hear you come from my dearly beloved Austria.
Oh, you know Österreich?
Good heavens, man. How many, many times have I been to Vienna and Salzburg for the Mozart.
So?
Enchanting country. But I wouldn't go back for all the money in the world, now that it's overrun by soldiery. Poor, poor Europe. Où sont les neiges d'antan?
If you'll excuse me.
Oh, Mrs. White. She's rather quiet, isn't she? I expect I upset her by making so much noise.
Oh, she keeps herself very much to herself, you know. Mrs. White does. Rather superior, you know.
It's an interesting face, but unhappy somehow. Now, for some tea. Pour it out, Tonetta. Not too strong, dear. Won't you all have a cup? Tell me, that rather cross-looking girl who let us in, is that Mrs. Daly's daughter?
Yeah, that's Evelyn.
Oh, her fiancé was killed in Germany just a week before the end of the war. Quite a tragedy.
Why do these things happen to people? What's the sense in it? A girl like that must wonder if there's any coherence or purpose in the universe at all. If life is anything but a tale told by an idiot.
Oh, good heavens. 9:15 already. Oh, excuse me, won't you? It's my variety night. Her what night?
What in heaven?
On Friday nights, she always listens to some wireless program in her room.
Her variety night. Oh, but of course, one can see she listens to all the programs and writes to the announcers, I expect. And what regiment were you in, Colonel Selby?
I was a gunner, a horse gunner, for many years.
I had a friend called Claude Wilmington who commanded something or other called the Chestnut Troop. Oh, such uniforms he used to wear. That was years ago, of course.
I knew old Claude. Oh. I've got some photographs of them upstairs in the attic, if you care to see them sometime.
You haven't? Oh, it's absurd. Of course, I should love to see them. I can't wait.
Oh, well, it may take a little time to dig them out. Bottom of a trunk.
Oh, please don't bother now. Tomorrow we'll
yes,
do it.
No trouble at all. None at all. But, bless my soul, by the time I dug the albums out of the attic, it didn't take that long. They'd all gone to bed. Nobody in the sitting room but Winterhalter, trying to get some sleep on the sofa. The Lancasters were still with us the next day, of course, and the next.
Good morning, Mrs. White. Still very cold, isn't it?
At least that dreadful snow has stopped.
Yes, thank goodness. But I'm afraid we're likely to be with you for a little time yet.
Yes. It froze hard again last night.
Yes, I doubt if one could get up the hill even with chains. And this has been a fine house in its time.
Yes.
An interesting period, architecturally. Though not, of course, so essentially English as the earlier ones, Elizabethan or Tudor. I'm insular enough to prefer them myself.
I quite agree. My husband and I had a small Elizabethan manor house near Andover.
Oh, did you? How very delightful.
Yes, we were very fond of it. At one time I looked forward to ending my days there. Life teaches one not to plan too far ahead, doesn't it?
Or at least not to take one's planning too seriously.
My son was killed in the war. Then my husband died of pneumonia in 1945. Much of his money was in business in the Far East. A great deal of it was lost.
Oh, many people suffered similar losses during the war. My case isn't in any way exceptional. I quite realize that. At least I have sufficient money to live quietly here. The only thing is, it's all been rather a surprise. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly. It seems such a short time ago that I had a husband, a child, a house, servants, money, friends, and a varied and interesting life. Now I knit, read a little, go for little walks, sit here, day after day, rather ill-tempered. I sometimes wonder to myself how and why it's happened. One shouldn't talk about these things and complain. I beg your pardon.
Oh, no, please.
To listen to other people's misfortunes, it's so embarrassing. Have you been to the lake?
How I adore the unexpected. A scene like this, for instance, so brilliant, fairy-like, enchanting. And being here is unexpected. Of course, you're totally unexpected, my dear Mr. Winterhalter. What's your other name?
Julius.
I shall call you Julius. Or will it embarrass you? Perhaps we'd better keep it for our tete-a-tete, and you shall call me Helen.
Helen. Helen, thy beauty is to me...
Oh! Oh, hey, do, Julius. Oh, dear. How often have I heard that one?
And, of course, I'm always flattered, even now when I'm getting so old and ugly. And the other very popular one, which comes a little later, is... Sweet Helen, make me immortal with a kiss. Don't you know? Marlowe.
Oh, dear. How many mortals I have made. Only they're most of them dead now, poor dears.
You make me feel very foolish.
Oh, but I don't mean to, really. I only laugh because I'm pleased, because I'm happy. And I do love having foolish things said to me. Come and say some more, Julius, dear. Tell me about yourself. Come along. Tell me what you are. No, let me guess. A writer?
No.
Artist? Musician?
I used to think that I was a musician. I played the piano.
You did? And you're brilliant, of course. And you shall play to us tonight. If there's one thing I really love, it's the piano properly played.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't play any longer.
You don't? Why not?
The left hand is a little stiff.
Oh, no. No. Not a bullet?
A bayonet.
Dreadful, abominable. Why are such horrors allowed to exist? Time and time again, when one begins to feel that really the world is a wonderful and beautiful place to live in, one comes up against something perfectly shocking, perfectly outrageous, obscene. It's really disheartening. One loses faith. Poor hand.
You kissed it.
Of course, after that, the poor chap was a goner. He'd fallen for the woman at first sight. Now, who knows what wild fancies came into his head. Evelyn Daly, who ran the hotel with her mother, had been mildly in love with Winterhalter for months, though it never looked like coming to anything. She saw what was happening, poor girl.
Don't you realize, Julius, that in a day or two she'll go away? She'll have forgotten your name before she gets halfway to London. She's only amusing herself with you because she's bored. Women like that collect men as a child picks up a shell on the seashore that pleases him for 5 minutes before he loses it or throws it away.
It's not true.
To imagine that she loves you, or is even interested in you, it's so absurdly naive, so childish. Do you think she hasn't a dozen more attractive admirers in London? And lovers, too, probably?
That's shameful. It's outrageous.
Just because she's elegant. Just because she speaks half a dozen words of German and has been to Vienna, you're hypnotized by her. Oh, don't you see? It can all come to nothing. Nothing at all. Julius, you're so gentle, so kind, so sensitive. I can't bear to see you losing your head for a woman like that. What can it end in but unhappiness?
Lancaster saw what was happening, too.
One feels sorry for some of these people, Helen. For an Austrian refugee, for instance, must be very lonely, very dull. He can barely take his eyes off you, you know. He's simply entranced. I warn you, Helen, you'll have another heartbroken admirer on your hands in a minute.
Now, is it my fault, Robert? Do be fair. What have I done but show him the most ordinary friendliness?
Dear, don't ask me. What have you done? What do you do?
When I meet nice, sympathetic, cultured people, I simply have to give sympathy for sympathy. It's no good, Robert. I really cannot stay on formal, polite terms with people I like. I will not go through life measuring out friendship and affection grudgingly, spoonful by spoonful, as if it was some sort of rationed luxury that one hid in the back of a cupboard. It's not my nature, and I can't do it.
Well, heaven forbid that you should try.
Oh, you think I behave disgracefully. You disapprove, I know you do.
My dear Helen.
You think I'm immoral. You can't deny it.
Immoral? Well, in a sense, perhaps.
There.
You know, I sometimes think that all really attractive, generous, and lovable women have something of the harlot about them.
Robert.
Oh, I don't mean it offensively.
Oh, isn't that delightful? Isn't that typical? So polite, so English. I don't mean it offensively. Oh. And you're so right, Robert, darling. You're perfectly right. I am a wanton, shameless creature. And you're so patient and so well-behaved. And I treat you quite shamefully. Yes, I do, quite disgracefully. Aren't you sorry you didn't marry some really nice, virtuous, dependable young English spinster? Aren't you? Aren't you, darling?
The snow didn't shift, and the road remained impassable. So next day, our visitors were still with us. The young people had come together, of course, and were getting on very well.
Johnny, I'm going to Switzerland at the end of January. Why not come? I'd teach you to skate and we'd waltz together. Honestly, it's tremendous fun. One laughs and laughs. And in the evening, you feel so deliciously, wonderfully sleepy. And the food one eats and the sun. Do come. Why don't you?
I should like to. More than anything in the world. But I don't suppose for a minute that I shall be able to.
Why ever not?
Well, you know, I'm supposed to have a weak chest. Last winter I was in bed for 4 months. And I'm not supposed to get tired and so on.
Johnny? Johnny!
Yes, coming. Besides, this is the house of the categorical negative. One only has to make a suggestion for it to be instantly recognized as a patent absurdity. It seems to you quite a simple matter to go to Switzerland. But for us, Switzerland is about as accessible as the end of a rainbow.
But why? Is it money?
Partly. It's just the way things are in this house.
Suppose I lend you the money, say £50.
£50?
For that matter, I could give it to you without noticing it, if you'd accept it.
Give it to me?
Well, why not? I'm rich, you're poor. It seems quite natural.
It's not natural at all. It's simply quite unbelievably kind. And out of the question, of course.
A loan, then. You can pay it back, well, when you can. I'd like you to come to Switzerland. I really would. I'm sure it would do you so much good.
Yes, but...
Johnny, dear, the time. Didn't you hear me call?
It's my fault, Mrs. Daly. I was keeping him. I've been trying to persuade him to come to Switzerland with some friends of mine next month.
Switzerland? Well, really, I think that's a matter for the doctor to decide.
I should very much like to lend him the money, if it would help. It's so easy for me.
It's very kind of you, but of course we couldn't consider that at all. Not for a minute. Tea's been on the table for 10 minutes, Miss Glandy.
I'm sorry. I didn't really mean to interfere. It was just an idea. I'll go into tea.
This was New Year's Eve. The Lancasters had 6 bottles of champagne with them. Perrier 43, what's more. So that night, they threw a party. Mrs. White's comment was, no doubt it's amusing to astonish the bourgeois. It was a bit uncalled for, I thought. During the evening, Mrs. Lancaster read Hands. Oh, palmistry, you know, just a parlour trick. She read Evelyn's and said that the girl would marry in a few years' time and be very happy. Evelyn received these tidings with a touch of cynicism. Well, more than a touch, really, as she was a bit tight by then. Then Mrs. Lancaster read Winterhalter's hand and declared that loneliness was behind him. He was about to enter the gateway of adventure or some such tosh. He swallowed every word, poor mutt.
That's enough clairvoyance for one evening. Now, Julius, Tell me when you're coming up to stay with us in London. What about the week after next? Tonetta, what night are we going to Covent Garden for the Mozart? The 11th. Then you must come up on the 10th, and you shall come with us. It isn't Salzburg or Vienna, but still it's adorable music. You shall stay a week or 10 days, and I'll introduce you to some delightful friends of mine who will make you feel a little less of a stranger. He was our secretary to the embassy in the days of that poor, unhappy little Dollfuss.
It's so kind of you.
Kind. It'll be lovely. And we'll poke round the art galleries together and be quite bohemian.
It's not kind, you know.
I beg your pardon?
Playing with people's hopes and dreams. You shouldn't do it, Mrs. Lancaster.
Oh, my dear girl, what nonsense.
Oh, you're strong. Doesn't matter to you. But most of us spend all our time trying not to hope for what is quite unattainable. Trying to be content with what we have. It's not kind to make us dream of the waters of the moon. All kinds of happiness that are out of reach. Why do you come here to disturb us all?
Evelyn.
Oh, poor dear, she's overexcited.
Oh, you think you're going to Switzerland, Johnny, don't you? And Mr. Winterhalter thinks... Oh, really? I don't know what nonsense he thinks. Something ridiculous.
Oh, please.
And I'm to be married and live happily ever after one day. Such splendid futures are waiting for us all. Next year, sometime, never.
Oh, dear. I think perhaps you should go to bed.
Why don't you leave us alone? We aren't your sort of people at all, you know. We're just dull little people leading dull little lives in a backwater.
Evelyn, for heaven's sake.
Nonsense, my dear girl. Nobody's dull. We're all of us extremely interesting.
I tell you we're dull, and I ought to know. I'm an expert on dullness. If you led my life, you'd know something about it, too. Dull? This is Ditchwater Hall.
Wouldn't you like to go to bed?
What a beautiful dress that is. Is it real silk? Oh, yes, it is. Mine's real imitation wool.
It's very nice.
Do you think so? I'll change with you if you like. I've only had it for about 7 years.
Evelyn.
Now, come along, Evelyn, dear. We'll go upstairs together, and you'll have a nice lie down.
What's the matter, Mrs. Ashworth?
You take an aspirin and pop into bed, and you'll be as right as rain in the morning.
I don't want to pop anywhere. And I don't want to see the new year in. Expect it to look exactly like the old one. Oh, why shouldn't it? It's only a figure on the calendar after all. Nothing else changes. I don't see the sense of us sitting here drinking and being sentimental just because another stupid year is starting. Well, if you could put back an old one occasionally, that might be worth celebrating. There are 1 or 2 old years I can remember. I wouldn't mind having over again. Well, there's one anyway. At the new year. You can have it, all of you. I don't want it. It's no good to me.
Oh, well, there's a cheerful way to talk. Now, you say good night, dear, and come along with me. There's a good girl.
Good night. Good night. Good night, Mrs. Lancaster. Thank you so much for inviting Johnny and me to your party.
Good night, and I hope you'll feel better in the morning.
Schlafen Sie wohl, Herr Winterhalter. See? I speak German, too. Sprechen, sprach, gesprochen.
That's right, dear. Come along.
But I'm not in the least sleepy.
I've no objection to them dancing, but I object very much to that vulgar, ugly noise.
But how can we dance without music? Well, try to be a little understanding. Didn't you like to dance when you were young?
If you still wish to dance, I will play for you. Now dance if you want to.
Would you believe it? Oh, I'm beginning to like this. Dance, everybody. You should be good at this, Julius. Dancing with me. Come along, John. Let's show them.
I'm afraid we're keeping you from your bed, Colonel.
It isn't so much my head as my digestion. It's always the same after Brussels sprouts.
Johnny, dear.
All right, I'm coming in a minute.
So late.
The doctor told me that the acid in my stomach would burn a hole in the carpet.
Stop, everybody. Listen. Yes, the bells. The bells are ringing out the old year.
Yes, in 1 minute from now, it'll be midnight.
Glasses, everybody. We must drink a toast to it. Oh, what a moment this is. It always makes me feel emotional. One is conscious suddenly of time passing, of standing poised between the past and the future. Silence, everybody.
She always makes a speech on New Year's Eve.
And she did. May the new year bring you all your heart's desires. That sort of thing. Pretty forlorn, I hope, if you ask me. Still, we toasted 1951 and sang Auld Lang Syne, Mrs. White thumping it out on the piano, a trifle ironically, I shouldn't wonder. And Mrs. Ashworth made a speech of thanks, and, well, I made an ass of myself, singing They Are Jolly Good Fellows. Then suddenly, Evelyn burst into the room again.
Oh, it's raining. It's raining. I've just been out and there's a soft, wet wind and everything's thawing and dripping and the snow is sliding off the roof and off the trees. Look, I'm quite wet.
And she promised me she was going to bed.
Oh, thank goodness. Then it looks as if we shall be able to go tomorrow.
Yes, you'll be able to go tomorrow.
Oh, delightful. Speed the parting guest.
Oh, I didn't mean...
Why don't you go to bed, spoiling everything?
She didn't mean... Oh, I'm sure.
Johnny, dear, bedtime.
Yes, all right, Mother, all right.
Pops in and out like a jack-in-the-box, does Mrs. Daly.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Lancaster. And thank you, sir.
I did enjoy it. I really did.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
I'll see you before you go.
Of course. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, I'm suddenly so sleepy. I can hardly keep my eyes open. Bed, Robert, dear. Tomorrow we'll lunch with the Maitlands.
So, tomorrow you'll be gone?
But we shall see you again. I hope we'll see all of you whenever you come to London. Look in whenever you like. We're just off Grosvenor Square. Where's my bag? Oh, thank you, Robert, dear. Good night, Colonel Selby. Now, don't settle down, whatever you do, or you'll fall off to sleep again.
I'm going to bed once.
Good night, Mrs. White. Isn't she funny? Such a character. You know, Colonel, she intrigues me enormously. I'm only sorry I didn't get to know her better.
Good night, Mr. Winterhalter.
Good night.
After you.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
July 1943. I must remember that. One day, when I'm engaged to marry my handsome young man, I shall make him take me to a restaurant and I shall say to him, I want a bottle of Perrier Jouet 1943. Poor young man. They've always say. Perhaps I shall keep this bottle, sleep with it under my pillow. Lovely, lovely Perrier Jouet 1943.
Good night.
Oh, good night. Poor, silly Mr. Winterhalter. Did you think I was rude, Mrs. White? I didn't mean to be. Or did I, perhaps? I don't know. Nothing seems to matter tonight. Nothing. I'm glad they're going tomorrow. They don't belong in a place like this, and people like us. It's as if some beautiful swans had suddenly landed on a duck pond, and all the ugly ducks felt envious of their fine feathers. Say what you like. It's hard not to be envious of people who are rich and successful, who don't know the meaning of drudgery and unhappiness. Girl is beautiful, isn't she? Such a lovely skin. She glows with happiness. Perhaps I could be pretty too if I didn't always feel so tired, so bad-tempered. I didn't have to work so hard every day. Every day. My face is beginning to get quite lined. I'm not yet 30. Oh, Mrs. White, you've been playing there all this time. Don't you think life is unfair to some people?
It's stupid to talk like that. Life isn't fair or unfair, or tragic or comic or anything else. Life is life. That's all. One must accept it.
I like Chopin. Do you know the sad little prelude all on one note? Yes, that's the one. Go on, play it. You used to play that. I wish I could sit here like this forever. Oh, if only the morning would never come.
January the 1st, and it might have been April. Typical of the abrupt changes you get in Devonshire. It's the Gulf Stream that does it. It doesn't bear thinking about where England would be without the Gulf Stream. Back in the Ice Age, I dare say. Well, around noon, the Lancasters were about ready for off. And something or other must have jolted Winterhalter into realizing how final a parting it had to be, and how little he'd really meant to his lady love. He was in quite a state, believe me. Now, I'd been out snipe shooting early on. Didn't get any, of course. When you're 70 and more, you react too slowly for snipe. Anyway, I'd left my gun against a bench in the garden. Poor Winterhalter spotted it. He took it in his two hands and sat there, with the butt on the ground, and stared down the barrels. Heaven knows what he was thinking of doing. But Robert Lancaster came out and took the gun from his hands, quite gently, and without saying anything. He's a very nice chap, Lancaster.
I was just looking at it.
I believe you're coming up to stay with us a little later on, aren't you? My wife mentioned something.
Yes. It was most kind of Mrs. Lancaster, but I told her this morning that I'm very much afraid I shan't be able to manage.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm rather a busy man, you know, and I find it difficult to make plans. I'm at work on an opera just at present.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's very absorbing work, and probably I shall have to make visits to colleagues of mine in Paris quite shortly. But it's most kind of Mrs. Lancaster to invite me. Very kind indeed.
I'm afraid you must find yourself rather lonely at times. If I had to settle down abroad by myself, I should certainly feel it very strange.
Oh, well, one gets used to it, you know. The human animal is very adaptable.
Winterhalter, I should very much like... it would give me real pleasure if I could help you in some way. I'm very interested in music as an amateur, and perhaps if you required any financial assistance...
Financial assistance? For what?
Well, this opera you mentioned.
Oh, yes. No, I don't... but it's most kind of you to offer, very kind. You and I must be about the same age, Mr. Lancaster, no?
Yes. I'm 47, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it's the same age. Just different stars.
Just a minute, I left my gun here. I was afraid Mrs. Ashworth might have seen it. Well, women are funny about firearms, very funny.
I think I should go for a stroll before lunch. In case I don't see you again, I say goodbye, Mr. Lancaster.
Oh, goodbye, Winterhalter, and good luck.
Thank you.
Curious how some of these foreigners like shaking hands. When he first came, he shook hands with everybody when he said good night, and if you gave him half a chance, he'd come down to breakfast and start it again. So one feels sorry for the poor devil all the same. It's extraordinary the amount of Worcester sauce the fellow eats. Hello, Mrs. White. Have you heard how the boy is today?
His temperature is still up.
Not at all strong with that. Slightest thing upsets him.
I gather your car's been rescued.
Oh, yes.
You'll be glad to leave, I expect. This isn't a place one would choose for a prolonged holiday. There's really nothing whatever to do.
5,000 acres of rough shooting. That's what the advertisement says. There's plenty of rough and confounded little shooting.
Of course, when one lives permanently in a place, one gradually slips into a kind of routine. And then the days pass very quickly.
That's true. Now, just to give you an instance, Monday we have cottage pie for lunch, invariably. Well, believe me or not, one seems to be eating cottage pie about every third day. It's amazing. Yes, time certainly passes. Tempers fuse it.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Lancaster. I wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed the party last night. Last year, you know, it was very quiet. We were all in bed by 10:30. And I remember waking up at midnight and hearing the bells and thinking, whatever's that? What on earth's happening? It quite startled me. Until I realized it was only the new year coming in. And then, for some reason, I felt so sad I could have burst into tears. Silly.
Johnny, please.
I'll go back when they've gone.
So foolish, dear, when you've got a temperature. He insisted on getting up to see them go.
Now, that's not sensible, Johnny. It really isn't.
I'll go back when they've gone.
You see? What can one do?
That's naughty, you know. Very naughty. That's not the way to get well and strong, young man.
Lying in bed upstairs isn't the way either. Especially on a morning like this.
Well, I must go and get the car ready, pack the luggage. Goodbye. I only hope we haven't been too much of a nuisance.
Oh, of course not. Goodbye.
I'll lend your hand. No, don't bother, Colonel. I can manage, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. But come back, too.
Goodbye.
A real gentleman. So considerate to everybody. Too much of a nuisance. Oh, we should be grateful for being stirred up a bit.
I don't know that I care very much for being stirred up nowadays.
Johnny, I thought you were in bed.
No, I'm quite all right. I just wanted to see you to say that I mean to come, if it can be arranged.
Oh, but that's splendid. Of course it can be arranged.
Yes. Somehow, I'll come.
I'll write to you.
Whatever happens, I'll come.
Sonetta, where's the hat box?
I've got it, darling.
Well, into the car with you.
Goodbye, Mrs. White. Goodbye, everybody. It's been such fun.
I'll bring the suitcase.
Can you manage?
Of course.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. There. We appear to be going at last. And what a beautiful morning we're leaving behind us. Really, it's enchanting here. Quite enchanting. Look, the first snowdrops, bless their hearts. The promise of spring. You know, I believe I quite envy you all living in such a place. Oh, envious. Yes, I mean it. Oh, if only I could settle down in the country, miles from anywhere, and simply do nothing all day long but cultivate my garden and watch the seasons change. It's the only dignified way of living. I'm quite convinced of that. Now I must rush. We're shockingly late. Goodbye to you all, and I've so enjoyed meeting you, all of you.
Goodbye.
Oh, where's Mr. Winterhalter?
He went out for a walk.
Oh, do tell him... No, just say goodbye to him for me, will you? Goodbye.
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 Goodbye. Goodbye.
There. They've gone.
Today's Wednesday. They came on Saturday. Yes, 3 days and a bit.
I can't help laughing when I think about last night. That poor girl.
Nearly 1 o'clock.
Oh, I make it 10:02. You're a bit fast.
No, I checked it last night.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. We're none of us catching a train. Ah, here's Mr. Winterhalter. Now the party's complete. Mrs. Lancaster told us to say goodbye to you for her.
Oh. Thank you. That's very kind of her.
Last night I heard her inviting you to stay with her in London, didn't I? I hope you'll go. I should so like to know what sort of establishment they keep.
I think that was just one of those invitations that people make rather late at night.
I shouldn't wonder.
Well, forward.
Johnny?
Yes?
They've gone now, so please go back to bed.
Very well. It's always the same. Excuse me.
Ah, lunch.
Yeah, I hear a welcome sound.
He always says that. I hear a welcome sound.
Oh, do I?
You don't notice it, perhaps, but you do. Doesn't he, Mrs. White?
We all have our pet habits.
That's true. After you, Mrs. White.
Please go on.
This always happens, doesn't it? I say after you, and you say please go on.
Coming, Winterhalter?
Yes. Yes, I'm coming. Winterhalter. Colonel Dummkopf.
I suppose it's too late, is it? They have gone.
Yes. They've gone.
Oh. I found this in Miss Landy's room. On it was this note. Dear Miss Daly, I'm leaving this coat behind in the hopes that you may find some use for it. We are about the same size, I think, but should it not fit you, do dispose of it in any way you like. T.L. I suppose this is left to the tip. It's quite ridiculous. Of course, I shall have to send it back. I should think she's worn it 3 times, and it must be worth at least £30. How can she imagine I can accept a present like that? And to be patronized by a chit of 18, it's too much. Well, don't you think so, Julius?
I don't know. Perhaps she meant it kindly. She seemed rather a nice girl.
Yes, but really, if it had been a scarf, say, or a pair of gloves, I could have accepted it. This is much too much.
Do you like the coat?
Yes, of course I like it. It's a beautiful coat. I could never afford to buy anything half as good. Of course, it's out of the question.
If you send it back, it will probably hurt her. Is that what you want to do?
Why did she leave it for me? I hardly spoke 3 words to her. She didn't even like me. I don't know. The fact is, I suppose, I'm gradually becoming the sort of person who takes offense at kindnesses, who can't say thank you for anything. You know, when one is unhappy and disappointed for a long time, one's heart seems to shrink so that there's no room in it for gratitude and pleasant feelings. Why should one always think the worst of people? It's so mean, so despicable. Yes. I shall keep it. I shall sit down, write as nice a letter as I possibly can, thanking her for her generosity and kindness. I shall try for once to be a little generous, too. What am I crying for? What a miserable couple we are. Poor Julius. You know, I begin to think that the only sin in life is to be unhappy. How shameful it is to sit here in the sunlight, nursing our little sorrows as if they were important.
What a fool I've been. Oh, what a fool.
Evelyn? Evelyn! Never mind. Never mind.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is provided by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. And now you are to hear the voice of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. This device is not in the strictest sense a murder weapon. You don't recognize it? Listen, you undoubtedly will. out of tune, I'm afraid. It's been here a long time. Eh? A clarinet. You see? It's used in dance bands, I'm told. The man who owned this played in a dance band many years ago. And a certain young woman who listened to him died. No, I hasten to say, not as a result of listening. No, a knife was used. This knife. And a man was hanged. Would you like to hear more about it? I'll ask Inspector Frank Bennett.
I was preparing to unlock my desk and begin the day's work on the morning of Monday, the 1st of May, 1936. When the door to my office opened suddenly, and I was confronted by a tall, emaciated young man in a blue serge suit and a shock of remarkably rumpled blonde hair. I looked up in pardonable surprise as he spoke.
They said there was somebody in here.
They must be right. I'm here.
Are you an inspector or something?
Merely an inspector.
My name is Woods.
Good morning, Mr. Woods.
Slinger Woods.
Good morning, Slinger.
That's what they call me in the Navy.
Everyone named Woods is called Slinger in the Navy.
Were you in the Navy?
I read it in a book.
Huh?
His Majesty's Navy, published 2 years ago, paper covers, 6pence.
Oh.
And what can I do for you, matelot?
Who?
Matelot, term for a British sailor. From the French, matelot. Page 29, same book.
Oh.
In other words, what do you want, sir?
Oh, I came to tell you I found my clarinet.
Well, should we care? Shouldn't you Scotland Yard care?
You better care. I should say you jolly well better care, copper.
It's a little early in the day to make funny jokes with the police, mister.
This isn't a joke, sir.
I don't think it is either.
If you're listening...
I'm listening.
Well, I left my clarinet at my lady friend's flat last night.
You been serenading her?
No, I hadn't been serenading her. I had it with me when I took her home from work, and I left it there.
Yes.
And when I got home, I didn't have it.
Yes.
I didn't even think about it last night when I came in. But this morning, I remembered I'd had it at her flat, and I hurried right round.
And you'd been sitting up all night playing it?
No.
What?
She's dead.
I returned my keys to my pocket, put my hat on, and followed Mr. Slinger Woods, the bereft clarinet player, out into Whitehall, with our noses pointed towards Stanhope Gate, which is roughly 15 minutes' walk away at the edge of the West Side Theatrical and Nightclub belt. As we walked along, Woods added a few details.
We both work at the Foot and Slipper.
A shoe shop?
Nightclub. I play clarinet and double on the alto sax, and Joe did Donato's band.
Oh?
She sings, and she was a singer.
Nice girl?
The best. Sister plays piano.
Same band?
Joe's, yes.
Girls live together?
Her sister's married. Rowena lived alone.
Rowena?
Well, this girl that's dead.
You in love with her?
Just good friend.
Why'd you kill her?
I didn't kill her.
She was killed, though. She didn't just die, heart failure or something like that.
There's a knife in her heart.
Whose?
I don't know.
Better tell me about it, hadn't you?
There's much to tell. I went around there first thing, as I said, looking for my clarinet. Early, nobody else up yet. Front door of the flat was open. Walked in, and her door was open. Looked in.
What did you see?
My clarinet on the table where I left it.
Go on.
And I saw her lying on the floor.
Dressed?
Oh, of course. She had on the same dress she was wearing when I brought her home. Lying on the floor, and when I put my head in the door, I saw the knife and the blood. Otherwise, I thought she was asleep.
She was dead? You touch her?
I should say not.
How'd you know she was dead?
Well, I shouted at her, and she didn't move, and the knife and the blood.
Anybody know you'd been there?
Her sister knew. I took her home last night. This morning, no, everybody was asleep, I expect. It was early, I said.
Where's your clarinet?
I left it there. I didn't touch it. Might be fingerprints on it.
Oh, I see.
Well, here, you don't believe me, do you?
Not very much.
Well, I didn't do it.
So you said?
Well, I didn't.
We'll see.
That's the house there where the front door's open.
The houses in Stanhope Gate, which was once merely a gate through the ancient city wall of London, are all old. And everything in Stanhope Gate is old except the people, and many of them are members of some very ancient professions. Their places of employment are not far away. Places where one may dance or listen to music and singing, places where one may drink or on occasion eat or pursue any of a number of other occupations. Slinger Woods, the clarinetist, led me through the open door of a faintly creaking, faintly musty staircase to another open door. On the floor inside the door, in a remarkably neat little sitting room, I don't know what I'd expected, lay the body of a tiny red-haired girl in a very chic little black dress. There was blood staining the carpet, and a plain, almost silver table knife protruding from her breast. She lay on her back, and her mouth was open. A cigarette which had fallen from her mouth had scorched her chin. A Craven A packet was on a toll tray on the little home-painted green table alongside the clarinet. That was all.
That's the way I found her.
Dead.
That's what I told you.
You don't seem very upset, Woods.
Well, what shall I do? Burst into tears?
You might.
I hardly knew this kid, Inspector.
And you said you had no reasons for killing her.
I hadn't.
We'll see.
Why don't you find out who did kill her?
When I do, he'll hang.
I hope so.
Do you?
I do, most sincerely.
Is there a telephone?
Right there.
Thank you. Put me through to Whitehall 1212.
Who's that?
Scotland Yard? I'd like to speak to the duty officer, CID, please. Thank you.
Scotland Yard.
Hello, who's speaking, please? Oh, hello, Nobby. Frank Bennett here. I'm at Stanhope Gate. What's his number, Woods?
17.
17 Stanhope Gate, Nobby. I've run into a rather sticky one here, old boy. Murder. I'll need a police surgeon, a photographer. Is Tom McDermott there? Good, send him, Woods. And fingerprint people. The whole works, if you please. Right. You at once. I'll be outside waiting for you. Yes, number 17 Stanhope Gate. Bye. I sincerely hope you'll be satisfied, Mr. Woods. Sling. I think I told you the dead girl's name was Rowena Hargett. Her sister, the pianist, was named Mildred Stanstead. I spoke with her at the Platinum Slipper, which was in a basement not far away in Stanhope Gate. Slinger Woods had accompanied me.
No, sir, I don't think I have any idea who could have done it. Of course, I'm not as close to my sister as I was before Stan and I were married.
Mr. Stanstead, your husband?
Stan, yes. He's a drummer. I haven't seen him in 2 months. He's at the Royal Casino in Brighton.
You've been alone since then?
Yes.
Why didn't your sister come to live with you?
Well, we never knew when Stan would be back in London. And then Rowena would have to look for other quarters, and she was quite comfortable over... Well, all in all, it was better for her.
Why?
Well, she could meet her own friends.
Did you know any of those friends?
There's a few. Harriet Abrams.
Lily Yates?
Lily Yates, the singer at Barney's. Margot Evans. The girl that was married to Kenneth Ogilvy, Slinger.
Polly Green.
Polly Green. Claire Sutton. That's about all.
Men friends, I mean.
She hadn't any men friends.
Me?
Oh, yes, you. And Herman Forster. Herman always says he's in love with Rowena. You know, Slinger.
I wonder if he knows about...
How would he know? Rowena hasn't seen him for... He's a big fat man with pimples on his face.
Plays trombone.
She never sees him.
She did see you, though.
Me?
Yes, occasionally.
Well, I was working with her. I used to take her home nights.
You're working with me too, Slinger. You never took me home.
Afraid of Stan.
Stan's 6'1".
Too big for me. You're safe, Mildred.
Nobody else?
Nobody else. What?
Friends of your sister.
She didn't have many friends.
No.
You were her closest friend, Slinger.
We were close friends.
Poor Rowena. You were the last one to see her alive, Slinger.
No, I wasn't.
Why, who was then?
Well, the bloke that murdered her, obviously.
Let's start over again, I said. It was obviously someone she knew quite well who had killed Rowena Hargett.
How do you know?
I dislike to use the word, friend Woods. But elementary.
Why?
I think you're right.
Why?
Was your sister... I beg your pardon, Mrs. Stanstead, but please tell me the truth. Now, sit still, Mr. Woods. Was your sister in the habit of admitting strange men to her room alone at night?
She was not.
Not.
Excuse me. I know you have the highest respect for your sister.
And so have I.
Oh, forgive me. There was obviously another man in her room when she was killed.
Why not another woman, Inspector?
Let's say another person. Where were you last night, Mrs. Stanstead?
At home, in my flat.
I don't suppose you could prove that.
I didn't murder my own sister.
Nor did I accuse you, madam. I merely asked if you could prove that you were at home.
I was at home. My daughter was there with me.
Did anyone else see you?
Well, I don't know.
How old is your daughter, Mrs. Stanstead?
She's 3.
Her evidence is inadmissible. Mr. Woods, you admit you were there?
She was alive when I left.
So you say. Can anyone else testify to that, sir?
Why, nobody saw me leave, except Rowena herself. She could...
Rowena is dead. Have you been on good terms with your sister, Mrs. Stanstead?
Yes, of course.
That you can prove.
Well, of course I can.
Yes. Now, Mr. Woods.
Yes, sir?
You were on good terms with the deceased?
Certainly.
I testify to that.
You may have to testify on your own behalf, Mrs. Stanstead.
Well, I tell you,
Excuse me again, please. These other persons you mentioned as acquaintances of your sister.
I'm as sure of those other women as...
As you are of yourself, Mrs. Stanstead?
Why do you persist in accusing me? I wouldn't kill my sister.
Let's say for the moment we have eliminated you two. And the other women acquaintances of your sister. Now the others.
Well, what about the people that live in that building? The other tenants of the building?
We'll get to them if there's any cause to suspect them, Mr. Woods. The ones we have talked about. Wasn't there a fat man with pimples who plays the trombone?
Herman Foster.
Why, he was in love with Rowena.
Oh, she wouldn't look at the blighter. Nobody would look at Herman Foster.
So silly.
He's played the trombone too long.
Those pimples.
He stutters.
And he drinks. Gin he drinks.
Your husband drinks gin.
My husband's in Brighton.
Didn't your husband like your sister, Mrs. Stanstead?
He liked her a great deal, I thought.
Don't stutter, darling.
I don't stutter.
When he's excited, he does. Just like Herman Foster.
Well, anyway, Rowena liked me.
I suggest we're getting right off the subject.
What?
Aren't we?
Well...
All we want to know is who killed Rowena.
Well, by an amazing coincidence, that is what I want to know. And when I find him...
You propose to see him hanged.
I do, and I shall.
Is there somebody in the bar yet, Slinger?
Eh?
Is the bar open? I want a drink to that.
Well, I think Gregory... And what are you going to be drinking, Mildred? I thought you were a teetotaler.
Both Rowena and I. As you jolly well know, Slinger.
Well, I'm not, by any manner of means.
As I jolly well know.
Well, I hope you forgive me, but I'm a teetotaler, too. The stuff makes me violently ill. I wonder if they've got sarsaparilla.
Pues.
Well, I'll have a little sarsaparilla.
2 sarsaparillas, Gregory. What'll you have, Slinger?
Gin and Angostura, Gregory, please.
Gin. That's what Stan always drinks.
Stan?
My husband. When he does drink.
Herman Foster drinks gin neat. Pig. Well, he does drink good gin, I will say that. Booths.
Same as Stan drinks.
I don't know one from another.
Neither do I, Inspector. Oh, there you are, Gregory.
Yes, Mum. Sarsaparilla for you, Mum. Pink gin for you, sir. And sarsaparilla for the other gentleman.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes, Mum. Yes, sir.
Well, confusion to murderers.
Death to Rowena's murderer.
Drink up, Slinger. I sloshed a little as I walked down the street to the building where Rowena had lived. The body had been taken to the mortuary in Horseferry Road, and the man who remained, Sergeant Fraser, told me a strange tale.
I suppose I'd better begin at the beginning, sir, eh?
I know of no better place, Sergeant.
Right, sir. There were fingerprints on that clarinet.
If there'd been footprints, I would have resigned.
No, sir. Fingerprints.
Whose? Oh, you wouldn't know, of course.
No, sir. Not till we checked with the files or something. But there was only one set of prints.
Sure of that?
Yes, sir. One set, one person.
Then?
The knife, sir, that she was stabbed with.
Yes.
Here it is. I mean, this is the photograph that Tommy McDermott made. A print, I mean. He developed it, and somebody took it back to the laboratory and made a print.
I'm familiar with certain photographic processes.
Yes, sir. This is the print they brought back here for you.
Yes.
It's a plain table knife, sir, as you see.
Yes.
Of a type used by many restaurants, sir.
I've seen the knife itself.
Yes, sir. But perhaps you might have failed to notice this.
What?
This inscription stamped on it.
I can read. Oh, I can't read Greek.
If you'll allow me, sir. Alpha, Rho, Tau, Epsilon, Mu, Iota, Sigma. Artemis.
I say, you read Greek, Sergeant.
I am a Greek, sir. This is obviously the name of the restaurant. Artemis was a well-known Greek goddess.
Goddess of the chase.
As the
Diana.
Romans knew her, sir. There are 34 Artemis restaurants in London, sir.
Oh.
One of them very close to this place, sir, in Stanhope Gate, next door but one to the Platinum Slipper.
Where Rowena Hargard worked. Come on, let's go.
I've been there, sir. The proprietor is a man I know very well, Mr. Christos Beres. The knife came from there.
What does he know about it?
Nothing at all, sir.
Oh.
And there are no fingerprints on it.
Well, the fingerprints on the clarinet are probably Slinger Wood's.
Yes, sir, we all think so. It can be compared at your convenience, of course, sir.
What else?
We've questioned all the people in the house, sir.
No results, I suppose.
No, sir.
Well, we'll try it again.
Yes, sir, of course.
That's all?
Well, no, sir, not quite.
What else?
This, sir. We found this in that corner over there on the carpet under the table. It's no wonder you didn't see it, sir.
Yes. What is it?
It appears to be a ball of tinfoil, sir. In fact, that's just what it is.
How do you know?
I unrolled it, sir.
Anything on it? Fingerprints?
No fingerprints, sir. It'd be very hard to lift them, the tinfoil's being crumpled so.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. Printing, sir. Shall I unroll it for you?
I'll do it.
Oh, don't tear it.
I'm not going to tear it.
Sorry, sir. Yes, sir. You can read it now.
Yes. Booth's House of Lords dried gin. Gin? Rowena Hargard didn't drink gin. She didn't drink anything. What's this doing here?
I found it, sir. There, under the...
Who found it?
I did, sir.
On the carpet?
Yes, sir.
And somebody's been drinking gin here.
Yeah.
What?
I said yes, sir.
Booth.
Lots of people drink booze, sir.
She didn't.
No, sir.
How do you know?
Well, you said she didn't, sir. And the police surgeon who took her to the mortuary telephoned at 5:10 to say that there was no trace of alcohol in any form in her stomach. So she didn't drink any of this bottle, wherever it is.
Yes.
Sir?
Oh, she didn't. Her sister says she doesn't drink.
How about the owner of that clarinet, sir?
Yes, he does. Booth gin, too, by George. Why, look here. Those other chaps do, too.
What other chaps, sir?
People who knew Rowena Hargard.
Were they here, sir?
Well, Woods, who drinks this brand of gin, was here. We know that. He admits it. The other two. Do you know what, Sergeant?
What, sir?
You said there aren't any other fingerprints. There couldn't have been, could there? I went out and sat down in the flat's tiny kitchen. There was no gin there. No any indication that gin had ever been there. There was nothing. The place had been meticulously cleaned up, and only a white checkered apron hanging on the wall was left to remind of Rowena Hargard, who lay in a mortuary over in Horseferry Road. Vaguely, I heard the telephone jingle, and vaguely, I heard Sergeant Fraser's voice somewhere arguing with someone in an unfamiliar language. A little while later, Fraser came into the kitchen. Sir, he said...
Sir?
Yes, Sergeant?
Sir, I've just been onto the telephone.
With whom?
My friend, Mr. Christopher.
Who's he?
Why, you remember, sir, the proprietor of the Artemis restaurant.
Oh, yes.
Where the knife came from.
A knife.
The one the young lady was stabbed with.
And what did he have to say? What did he say?
He said he was standing in the bar of the Artemis restaurant late last night when the man bought the bottle of Booth's gin.
Huh. Was that the only bottle of Booth's gin he sold last night?
It was the only bottle of Booth's gin he sold to a man who had one of the Artemis restaurant's knives in his pocket, sir.
What? What do you say? What do you say? What's this about a knife? Now, stop gibbering, man. What are you saying?
Excuse me, sir, might I?
I'm sorry. Now, what?
Well, he said a man who had one of his restaurant's knives stuck in his breast pocket bought a bottle of Booth's gin from him late last night.
Who was he? Did he recognize the man? Could he identify him?
He said he could identify the man easily if he hears him talk.
What's that? What's that? What? If he hears him talk?
Christos said he couldn't be mistaken. The man stuttered. And if he hears
The man stuttered? Did the man... Was he carrying a clarinet?
No, sir, he didn't say so.
No? Well, of course he wouldn't have the clarinet with him. Be here, he forgot it. He kept on forgetting it. Fraser, quick, you know where Slinger Woods lives?
Yes, sir.
Go get him. Go get him at once. Now, quick.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
And fetch him to this Artemis restaurant. I'll meet you there. We'll get him identified. We'll solve this thing tonight. I should have known nobody could be that clever. Now, get going, man. Get going. Fraser raced out after Woods. I rushed to the Artemis restaurant and found Christos Beres. Of course he could identify the man. Of course I can, he said in his curious English, and in came Fraser, dragging a somewhat gin-fuddled Slinger Woods. Is that the man? I yelled at Christos Beres.
Hello, my friend Slinger. When you are going to pay me those £2 you owe me? You know, I don't see you for 2 months.
Is that the man? I yelled at him again.
It's my good friend Slinger Wood. Of course it's not the man. And now I get my £2, I hope.
Well, I'm a little short just at the moment, Christus. Well, what's the matter? Oh, hello, Inspector. Hey, where are you going? I owe Chris £2.
The other 2 men who drank Booth's gin and who stuttered. One of them was in Brighton. The other, the disgruntled suitor of Rowena Hargett, the fat man with the pimples, the frustrated trombone player whom she never saw anymore. Fraser, do you know where, what's his name there, Herman Foster, the trombone player, lives?
I'll find out, sir.
He found out. He knew somebody who knew everything. And we went to Herman Foster's address. A huge, old house with a rickety stairway leading from the ground floor right from alongside the door to the first floor above.
That's his room, sir. Right alongside the top of the stairway. Shall I... Herman? Herman Foster? Herman?
And at the third call, an enormous man with a red blotched face stopped out the door at the head of the stairs, stared over the rail down at us.
Herman!
Look out!
Herman!
Is he dead? He's dead.
Dead drunk. Gin. Pick him up, Sergeant. Reeking with gin. Sloppy with it. His eyes tightly shut as we held up, his pimply face beaded with sweat and gin.
And look in his shirt pocket, sir.
An almost silver table fork. And a spoon. And another bent table knife from the Artemis Cafe still in his pocket. Take him away, Sergeant. He's not dead. But I rather imagine he will be soon enough. And when he had sobered up enough, Herman Foster, the frustrated trombonist, told us how he had brooded once too often over his rebuffs from Rowena Hargett, and had taken his bottle of gin and his stolen weapons to her flat, and then sat down after she had admitted him and drank 3/4 of the gin at one long draught. He swayed a little as I spoke to him the last time, but he remembered, just as he remembered the murder. Herman Foster, I arrest you for the willful murder of Rowena Hargett, and I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. I didn't stutter at all. Neither did the hangman.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212, Lester Fletcher as Inspector Bennett. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Carl Harbord, Isabel Elsom, Francois Grimard, and Glenn Farmer. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. Our Defense Department announces that blood banks are almost totally exhausted. This month, for example, the Defense Department is short 300,000 pints of blood. The problem is critical. In 1 month, blood donation dropped to less than 40,000, 260,000 pints less than are needed. Remember, there is no substitute for blood in the treatment of many battle casualties. Your local Red Cross chapter can direct you to the nearest receiving spot. Volunteer now and save a life.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Dick Powell, Claire Trevor, June Dupre, and Mike Mazurki in Murder, My Sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Irving Pitchell.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In answer to the proverb that a leopard cannot change its spots, we bring you tonight a gentleman who turns his back on many years of light and frothy roles by which he climbed to stardom and takes the part of a ruthless, hard-as-nails detective in a drama as relentless as the crimes that it unfolds. He's Dick Powell, hailed so enthusiastically as Philip Marlowe in RKO's sensational success, Murder, My Sweet. Co-starred with him in her screen role as the fatal and mysterious Helen is Claire Trevor. Also, June Dupre, whose natural loveliness would lead us to expect a touch of romance in our play. And towering above our microphones is Mike Mazurki as the quietly alarming Moose Malloy. 4 characters of widely different natures and conflicting motives, involved in one of the screen's most baffling and complex mysteries, a story that in its published form was one of the best-selling thrillers of our time. Most of the action of Murder, My Sweet takes place right here in Hollywood, not too far from our stage. If you saw the picture, you've seen many Hollywood sights from Malibu Beach to Sunset Towers, from the skyline of Los Angeles to the canyons of our hills, landmarks as native to Hollywood as the radio and motion picture studios from which these dramas come. In fact, the name Lux on the outside of our theater is, I venture to say, as familiar a landmark in this capital of entertainment as Lux soap itself is familiar in the dressing rooms of screen stars. A standard of complexion care from coast to coast, Lux toilet soap is a friendly link between your home and Hollywood. And now, we take you to the downtown section of our city and the first act of Murder, My Sweet, starring Dick Powell as Philip Marlowe, Claire Trevor as Helen, June Dupre as Anne, and Mike Mazurki as Moose Malloy.
When you got something to say, start at the beginning. Okay. It's 7 o'clock at night, and I'm in a 2x4 coupe I call my office. I sit at my desk and look at the sign on the door. Philip Marlowe, it says. Philip Marlowe, private investigator. That's a nice title for somebody you go to see when you don't want to see the law. I was tired out. I'd been out peeking under old Sunday sections for a barber named Dominic, whose wife wanted him back. I forget why. Anyway, I didn't find him, and the only reason I took the job was because my bank account was trying to crawl under a duck. I just found out all over again how big Los Angeles is. My brain felt like a plumber's handkerchief. I took out my little black book and decided to go grouse hunting. Nothing like soft shoulders to improve my morale. I'm dialing a number when the door opens and he walks in. The mountain that walks like a man. The biggest mug I ever saw outside of a sideshow.
You Marlowe?
Yeah?
I seen your name downstairs. They had the names who's in the building. You're a private eye, huh?
That's right.
I'd like you to look for somebody.
I'm closed up, pal.
I looked for her where she worked, but I've been out of touch.
Come around tomorrow, we'll talk about it.
I think maybe we should do it now.
Let go of me, you big ape.
I don't mean to do nothing. Here, I give you some dough. You come with me.
Okay, I come with you.
It ain't far. A cafe on Central Avenue. We can pick up a cab.
The place was called Florian's. It looked like trouble, but that didn't bother me. The 220s the big lug had dropped felt nice and snug against my appendix. I tried to figure out who he was looking for. I tried to picture him in love with somebody, but it didn't work.
They changed this place a lot. There used to be a stage and some booths. Lattice work and pink flowers. She was cute like a bug's ear. A redhead. 8 years since I seen her. 6 years she didn't write. But she'll have a reason.
Yeah, she'll have a reason. What did you do here, singer?
Yeah. Let's you and me nibble a couple. Hey, Jack.
Yeah?
Whiskey.
Hey, boss, he's here again.
He said you're here again.
Yeah. I come in before. I try to find her.
Now, look, big boy, I told you once I'm sorry about your girl, but she ain't here.
Her name is Velma. You never heard of Velma, Mr. Florian? She used to work here.
You better drink up, Joe.
That lady, at the end of the bar. Maybe she knows.
I'll have to request you don't bother the customers, see?
Lady, you remember a girl used to work here? Her name was Velma.
You talking to me?
I said leave the customers alone.
So far, you rate me polite, huh? I don't bother you none.
Swallow your drink and get out of here.
Get out of my way.
Come on, pal. 8 years is a lot of gin. They don't know anything about Velma here.
Some guys has the wrong idea when it gets fancy.
The boss was no lightweight, but Moose picked him up like a rag doll and dropped him in the corner pocket. Moose seemed a little dazed as he walked out, and I tagged after him down the street.
That guy in there, he shouldn't have talked to me like that.
Sure, pal. What's the next stop?
Who asked you to stick your face in?
Remember me? I'm the detective you hired, Chunky.
Oh, the name is Moose. Cut him on large. Moose Malloy. That place ain't like it used to be. There used to be a stage and some booths.
You said that.
Maybe I told you too much. Maybe I...
Let go of my arm.
Huh? We was to be married, me and Velma. Where you figure I've been them 8 years I said about?
Catching butterflies.
San Quentin I've been. Look, you find Velma for me, huh?
Has she got a last name?
Velma Valento. Now you beat it.
Sure. How do I get in touch with you?
I get in touch with you. Tomorrow, maybe.
So tomorrow comes, and I'm thinking about Moose Malloy and that bucket of mud look on the face of the boss in Florian's when I hear footsteps coming my way down the hall. Moose was coming back, except it wasn't Moose. It was another new customer. Good-looking guy, well-dressed, like a movie star.
Mr. Marlowe, my name is Marion.
Come in. Who put in the pitch for me, Mr. Marion?
Pitch? Oh, no one. I saw your name in the classified section of the phone book.
I'm in a clutch at the moment, Mr. Marion.
You're what?
I'm busy. I couldn't take on anything big. What have you got in mind?
I'd like your services tonight for just a few hours. I'm meeting some men. I'm paying them some money.
How much money and what for?
I can't go into that. I've simply agreed to serve as the bearer of the money.
Oh, You just want me to go along and hold your hand.
I'm afraid I don't like your manner.
Yeah, I've had complaints before, but it keeps getting worse. How much are you offering me for doing nothing?
I hadn't got around to thinking about it.
You suppose you could get around to thinking about it now?
How would you like a swift punch on the nose?
Oh, dear, I tremble at the thought of such violence.
I'll give you $100. If that isn't enough, say so.
It's enough. It's enough.
This is all I can tell you. Some jewels were taken from a friend of mine in a holdup. I'm buying them back tonight.
Where?
I'm to drive my car to a rather secluded canyon near Malibu.
Uh-huh. We drive out there to buy back some jewelry for a lady friend.
I didn't say that.
Chances are that these men, whoever they are, don't intend roughing you up if you play ball. But they wouldn't like you being twins. Now, one of us might get hurt. No, Mr. Marriott, I'm afraid I can't do anything for you.
I see.
But I'll take your $100 and tag along for the ride. One more thing.
Yes?
I carry the shopping money and I do the driving.
Very well.
We drove down that night. Somehow I knew we were being watched. I didn't see anything. The fog was a nice dish of puree Saint Germain. I felt it coming. I was a toad on a wet rock, and a snake was looking down my neck.
Slow down. We're getting near the spot.
Shh, quiet.
There should be some white posts along the road.
Pull in your head.
In back of the white post, there's the path. The path goes down into a hollow. That's where we're to wait.
Hey, look.
Huh?
White post.
All right, stop the car.
Now, you sit tight, and I'll go down and have a look-see.
Have you got a flashlight?
Yeah.
Don't be more than a couple of minutes.
There's nobody here, Marriott. This whole setup looks like a tryout, seeing if you obey orders. Let's pull around the corner and... I caught the blackjack right behind my ear, and a black pool opened up at my feet. I dived in. It had no bottom. I felt pretty good, just like an amputated leg. I don't know how much time went by. I forgot to look at my watch. But as I came to, I started to call for Marriott. Marriott! Marriott!
Are you all right? What happened?
Well, who are you?
Oh.
Hey, come back here. Come back here. Hello? Hello?
Police headquarters.
Let me talk to Randall, Inspector Randall.
One moment, please.
Inspector Randall.
Randall, this is Marlowe.
Marlowe? Oh, yeah?
Yeah, look. I'm at a gas station down near Malibu, the foot of Woodbridge.
So?
You better get on here. A guy named Marriott's just been knocked off, beaten to death with a blackjack. Look, Randall, I told you a dozen times what happened.
I'd like you to tell me again, here in my big, comfortable office. Who killed Marriott?
An amateur killed him, or somebody who wanted it to look like an amateur. Nobody else would hit a man that many times with a saddle.
The oftener you go over it, the sillier it sounds. I'd sooner dig eggshells out of a garbage can than information out of you.
Oh, I get it. You don't like me. Okay, I'll go home.
Right after you start talking sense.
For instance?
For instance, you don't know anything about Marriott. You don't know how much money you were carrying. You don't know what it was supposed to buy back. Trusting soul, wasn't he? Now, where's the dough?
Where? Well, right after I beat out Marriott's brains and just before I hit myself on the top of the head, I hid the money under a bush.
And that dame you claim you saw?
She must have thought I was somebody else. She took one look and got out fast.
Suppose a jewel outfit got the bright idea of using a private dick for contacts and payoff.
Oh, great, great. Now I'm a finger for a heist mob. Look, I'm trying to be helpful. I get up off the nice cold ground. I don't use the car because Marriott's still in it. I walk 5 miles just so you can be the first to hear the news. I wait for you at the beach and lead you straight to the body so you won't have to wait till next Christmas to find it. I tell you all I know. It sounds screwy. It is screwy, but it's all I know.
Sure.
Now I'm tired of your bum guesses. Either book me or let me go home.
Marlowe, you'd slit your own throat for 6 bits, plus federal tax.
Now look, Randall.
Go on home and keep your big yap shut. One phony move and you'll be locked up as a material witness. Whoever killed Marriott, I'll get him.
Yeah, you'll get him. About the time you get your 3rd set of teeth.
And stay away from Marriott's pals. I've been after those boys for a long time, and I'm getting close. So watch your step, or I may have to pick you up in the same basket with Jules Amthor.
Yeah? Hey, is Jules Amthor mixed up in this?
Oh, so you know Amthor.
I know lots of people in this town, but I never heard of Jules Amthor.
Bad guess, Inspector. Good night, Randall.
And keep away from the newspapers. I'll do the talking.
Well, I went back to my office the next day. I didn't want to be there because my head felt like a nest of rivets. One of my clients was dead, but the other one was still alive, Moose Malloy. And I figured he might be looking for me. Early in the afternoon, this kid walks in. Yeah, business is getting better and better. Prettier.
My name is Ann Ellison, Mr. Marlowe. I'm a reporter from the Post.
Oh, have a seat, Miss Elton.
Police haven't been very helpful on the Marriott murder. I was wondering...
There's a question I always ask. How did you know about me?
Oh, friends at City Hall. Tell me, did Marriott tell you who owned the jade he was buying back?
No. No, he didn't.
Had you known him long? Married?
A couple of weeks. Why?
Well, I just wondered if you had any theories about what happened or what was supposed to happen.
Oh, I've got a couple, yeah. Say, this is a nice-looking purse.
Just what do you mean by opening it?
I'd like to prove another theory, that you're not a reporter. Why do dames carry so much stuff in a pocketbook?
Give it to me.
I was looking for a driver's license, but your bank book will do. And the name on this bank book isn't Allison at all. It's Grail. Anne Grail.
Please.
Oh, you're a hot rock, baby. I could toss you to the cops. Last night, all I could tell them was that Marriott was buying back some jewelry. You could knock their hats off for that line about the jade. Tell me, Miss Grail, have you ever known a girl named Velma Valento, a singer?
I never heard of her in my life.
Oh, well, it's just a shot in the dark. Besides, it's another case. I was just hoping. Who does that jade belong to?
What's your interest in it?
My interest? Well, Marriott gave me $100 to take care of him, and I didn't. I'm just a small businessman in a very messy business, but I like to follow through on a sale.
The jade belongs to my father.
Oh, I gathered from Marriott that the jade belonged to a lady.
My father happens to be married.
Oh. Well, your mother was wearing it the night of the holdup.
She's not my mother. My mother's dead. My father married again.
Who sent you here to feel me out?
It was my own brilliant idea. I saw your name in the newspaper.
Well, before I talk to Inspector Randall, I think I'll have a talk with your father. And your father's wife.
My car's downstairs.
Except that I'm expecting to hear from somebody.
Well, in that case, Mr. Marlowe.
In that case, I'll go with you just the same. You're really a lot cuter than Moose Malloy. Come on, let's go.
Before Dick Powell and his co-stars return with the second act of Murder, My Sweet, we take you to where there's a local war bond rally going on. And Mrs. White is curious about one of her fellow workers.
Jean, stop here a minute, will you? Tell me, who is that attractive woman in charge of the next booth?
Oh, that's Mrs. Jennings. Lovely looking, isn't she? Her daughter's a classmate of my Susie at college.
Oh, now, Jean, don't tell me she's old enough to have a 20-year-old daughter. Why, she looks like a girl herself.
It's her skin, I think. I've never seen her when her complexion didn't look like that. So soft and really fresh.
Well, that's what a lovely Lux complexion does for a woman. Makes her look radiant, appealing. It's what you notice first about her appearance, that smooth, soft Lux complexion. Screen stars know how very important it is to have the charm of exquisite skin. That's why they're so careful never to take chances with complexion beauty. Here's what a famous star, Claudette Colbert, says.
I never neglect my daily active lather facials with Lux soap. They're so easy, and they work. Here's what I do. I cover my face generously with a creamy lather, work it in thoroughly. I rinse with warm water, then cold, and pat my face dry with a towel. Now my skin feels smoother, softer, and it is.
These facials the screen stars depend on really do make skin lovelier. Recent tests showed actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with daily Lux toilet soap care. Why don't you try it? You'll enjoy the extra creamy lather, the gentle, caressing way it touches your skin. 9 out of 10 famous screen stars use fine white Lux toilet soap. Why don't you begin your daily facials with Hollywood's beauty soap tomorrow? Irving Pitchell brings our stars back for the second act.
With Dick Powell as Philip, Claire Trevor as Helen, June Dupre as Anne, and Mike Mazurki as Moose Malloy, we raise the curtain on Act 2 of Murder, My Sweet. Philip Marlowe continues with his story.
This girl, this Anne Grail, she drove me to her father's place in Brentwood, a cozy 8 or 9 acres. Okay for the average family, only you'd need a compass to go to the mailbox. House was all right, too, but it wasn't as big as Buckingham Palace. I waited while she sold me to the old folks. It was like waiting to buy a crypt in a mausoleum. And then she called me in. Old man Grail looked like a college professor, and the old lady... what an old lady. Blonde, gorgeous, and I guess about 30, with a face and a shape that'd make most pinup girls look like Gravel Gertie. She had dimples on her knees, and I was admiring them when the old man started to talk.
Do you know anything about jade, Mr. Marlowe?
It's, green, isn't it?
The jade stolen from my wife was a necklace, 60 beads of about 6 carats each.
And very valuable, Mr. Marlowe. And there, why don't you sit down?
What? Oh, yes.
Now, how valuable?
A somewhat larger necklace recently brought $125,000.
Yes, I never should have worn it. It was stupid. Inexcusable.
Where was the stick-up?
If you'll excuse me, I'm going to lie down. Mrs. Grail will talk to you. I'm most anxious to locate my jade, Mr. Marlowe. I can only hope it can be managed without any publicity.
Wait a minute, Father. I'll go with you.
May I mix you a drink, Mr. Marlowe?
Oh, thanks.
I hadn't thought there were enough murders these days to make detecting very attractive to a young man.
Well, I stir up trouble on the side. Tell me, how much of your money was in Marriott's envelope?
$8,000. Water or soda?
Scotch.
We assumed they'd never guess its real value.
Who knew you were going to wear the necklace that night?
My maid, perhaps. But I trust her implicitly.
Why?
Because I trust some people. I trust you.
Did you trust Tom Marriott?
In some things. You're not drinking, Mr. Marlowe. I thought detectives were heavy drinkers.
Well, some detectives just encourage other people to drink.
Shall I tell you about the holdup?
It might help.
Well, I'd been out dancing, and Tom was bringing me home.
Where were you stopped?
Oh, near here. Does it matter a lot?
Oh, not too much at the moment, no. How many other guys take you out dancing?
I'm very fond of my husband.
Only his two-step's getting a little stiff. Miss Grail, do you know Jules Amthor?
I've heard Tom speak of him. Why?
Oh, I don't know. The cops told me to leave Amthor alone. Is he a bad boy?
A lot of Tom's friends are, I'm afraid. Tom was rather a heel himself, but a nice heel. You don't know how horrible I feel.
Why?
Why? Because I'm responsible. I asked Tom to try to buy the necklace back. Oh, I just can't understand the whole business. All they took was the necklace. I was wearing a ring, too, but they didn't want the ring.
About Jules Amthor, what's his racket?
Well, he's sort of a psychic consultant. I think he's a quack. Tom went to him because he was all mixed up. He couldn't get started for fear of failure.
I wonder if he'd take my case.
That sounded like the door closing.
It was. Anne's been standing there.
Oh, strange child. Mr. Marlowe, you will help me, won't you?
Why? Because you like me, or are you paying me something in money?
Well, I've never hired a detective before. What are the rates?
As much as the traffic will bear. How do I find Amthor?
Well, he's really quite inaccessible. Yes?
Mr. Amthor is here, Mrs. Gray.
Well, show him in. Well, don't look so smug. He really is inaccessible. I didn't have the faintest idea he'd be coming. Mr. Marlowe, how do you spend your evenings?
I'm in the phone book.
Mrs. Gray.
Oh, come in, Mr. Amthor. This is Mr. Marlowe.
Oh, how do you do?
Mr. Marlowe is a private detective. He was with Tom when it happened.
Oh?
I was hired as a bodyguard and bungled the job. Now it's myself I'm investigating.
Oh, these things are so difficult to believe. What could have happened?
I've got a couple of notions. Would you like to help me work them out?
Oh, I'm afraid I wouldn't make a good detective, Mr. Marlowe, and I'm...
Yeah, I know. You're inaccessible. The police told me to keep away from you. You look harmless to me.
I'll be very glad to arrange an interview. Just leave your number with Mrs. Gray.
Well, don't go to any special trouble. I'll bring my own crystal ball.
Hey, how do you get out of this fun house?
I was home that night trying to add things up. Moose Malloy, Marriott, Helen the beautiful blonde, and Jules Amthor. I put it all together and it just thumbed its nose at me. I decided to go down to Florian's Cafe and split an infinitive when the buzzer changed my plans. I had a visitor, Helen Grail.
I just dropped in because I thought you'd be interested in what Amthor had to say. Oh, and here. Shall we call this a retainer?
Yeah, let's call it a retainer.
Mr. Marlowe, do the police know about me?
Would that bother you?
Well, my husband has a morbid fear of publicity, and he's not at all well.
Oh, I'll manage it. Now, about Amthor.
Oh, please. I don't like being rushed. I was hoping we could go out somewhere. Do you like the Coconut Beach Club?
I've never been there. I'm the drive-in type.
The lights there are very flattering. They'd even mellow you a little, I think. But it's the sort of a place where you're expected to wear shoes and a tie.
I'll be right with you. We went to the Coconut Beach Club. We had a table in the corner. She gave me that dreamy smile and started asking questions.
You know, you've got a nice build for a private detective.
Oh, it gets me around.
How does one get to be a private detective? You don't mind my sizing you up a little?
Well, most of us are ex-cops. I worked for the district attorney. Got canned.
Surely not for incompetence.
For talking back. I had an interesting childhood, too, but you didn't drop in on me to get a biography.
You'd rather I talked about Amthor.
That's right, a good guess.
Well, then stay right here. I've got to powder my nose, and then I'll tell you all about it.
Well, just be back before I get stuck with a check.
Mr. Marlowe, I'd like to talk with you.
Well, hello, Miss Gale. I'd like to talk to you, too, but not now. Do the Grayles always hold their family reunions here?
It won't take long, what I have to say.
Look, honey, I've already got a date. She'll be right back, and I don't want you two slugging it out in public.
There's no danger of that. She won't be back.
How do you know?
Never mind. What did Helen ask you to do?
She wanted me to kiss her and find her jade necklace. I may have the order wrong, but that's the general idea.
Well, whatever she was willing to pay you, I'll pay you more. Just stay away from her. Why do you look at me like that?
I don't know. I seem to remember you from one of my better dreams. You know, if I...
Now what are you looking at?
I'll be right back. Hello, Mr. Malloy. Do you like this place better than Florian's?
Ditch the babe. I got something for you to do.
Look, I'm a big boy now. Don't you want me to have any fun at all?
I want you should meet a guy.
Will you let go of me? Another 10 seconds and gangrene will set in these fingers. Thanks. Okay, I'll ditch the babe. I couldn't ditch the babe. The babe had ditched me. First Helen had disappeared, and now Anne. Anne had left a card on the table. She'd written on it, "I'll keep the offer open. I don't live in Brentwood. My address is 962 North Hoover Street." Moose saw me put the card in my pocket. He came over and hustled me out to the curb. There was a car waiting, also a guy to drive the car. He took us to a very ritzy apartment house, showed us up to the penthouse, and then did something that made me rather unhappy.
You carry a gun, Pally?
Oh, I'm so used to packing one, I hardly notice it's on me.
I think maybe I better hold it, eh?
Stop the stalling. Let's get inside.
He was there, all right, Mr. Amthor. Me and Moose got him.
Thank you, Michael.
Mr. Amthor, I'd like you to ask him about Velma.
Don't be impatient. You and Michael wait in the other room.
Come on, big boy.
But you ask him quick. I want to know now.
Where did you pick up Moose Malloy?
We met at Mrs. Grayle's. You said you wanted an interview.
Yeah?
I must insist upon some sort of logical progression. We'll come to Moose Malloy later. As for my profession, my patients regard me highly as a psychic consultant, Mr. Marlowe. Years ahead of my time.
Which might be one way of saying that some folks have made some complaints to the cops.
It might be. Do you have another theory about me?
Yeah, I do, and it goes like this. Marriott blackmailed rich women, but somebody else found the women for him.
Oh. Well, if you're right, I would be that somebody, and I would have Mrs. Grayle's jade necklace, wouldn't I?
Unless something went wrong, like Marriott losing his nerve and ringing in a private dick, a sucker who'd risk his neck for a C note, but who might figure a jade necklace would be a nice thing to have in his bank.
And would this hypothetical detective be willing to part with it for a consideration?
Could be, if he had it. How much of a consideration?
Well, it's difficult to say until he produces the jade. He might be bluffing, trying to gain information.
In which case, a great psychic, years ahead of his time, might try to beat the truth out of him.
You wouldn't suggest that?
Only if you wanted to wear your face backwards for a while.
No. There's no need for us to be at each other's throats, Mr. Marlowe. And there's really no need for subterfuge. Putting it on the simplest and friendliest terms, I want that jade.
I suppose I don't have it. I suppose I don't want to sell.
You got him to tell you yet?
No, Malloy. I asked him where Velma is. He refuses to tell me.
Now, wait a minute.
I don't like you not telling me where you got Velma.
Well, if Amthor told you I know where Velma Valento is, he's nuts. He just picked you up to do his dirty work.
I gave you some dough to find her.
Well, keep your shirt on and stop dancing me around.
He's lying, Malloy. He knows.
Where you got her?
I haven't got her, you dimwit.
You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have hit me.
All right, now, the two of you. Stay just where you are.
What do you got to pull a gun for?
Where's that necklace, Marlowe? If you tell me, I can stop Moose.
I don't know.
Very well, Moose. He's yours. Make him talk.
So Moose went to work. Those fingers went around my throat tighter and tighter. That black pool opened up at my feet again, and I dived in. The rest of it was a crazy, cold-cut dream. I was going somewhere. I'd never been there before. I was drugged. Somebody had filled me full of juice. I was in the land of poppies, and I met a lot of interesting people.
Necklace, Mr. Marlowe. Where is the necklace?
I'm all right. What happened? I'm all right.
You shouldn't have hit me like that. You should have hit me.
Because I trust some people. I trust you. Because I trust some people.
Help! Somebody, please help!
Hey, what's eating you?
It's smoke. Smoke. Room's full of smoke.
I don't see no smoke. You want I should blow it away?
No. Where am I?
Anything else you'd like to know?
Yeah. The doors are too small. Stairs are made of dough.
I don't see no stairs. I think the guy is nuts. Do you think he's nuts?
Oh, skip it. Get out. I want to go to sleep. I want to sleep again.
Better make it just that, Harry.
Then I knew I couldn't go to sleep. Not if I wanted to stay alive. I could still feel those fingers on my throat. I even saw them. Just a bunch of bananas that looked like fingers. I wondered what I was full of. Something to keep me quiet, or was I doped to make me talk? Maybe both. Okay, Marlowe, I said to myself, you're a tough guy. You've been sapped, choked, and shot in the arm till you're crazy as a couple of waltzing mice. But you got to get up and start moving. Let's see you do something really tough, like putting on your pants. Well, I made it. Okay, you cuckoo. Your pants are on, now walk. And talk. What about? Anything, everything. Just talk and keep walking. You're getting out of here. Walk! I walked, I don't know how long. That kind of time they don't make in a watch, and then the smoke went away. The room turned into a room, and I knew I was ready to talk to somebody. I tore the bed apart and got a hunk of bed spring, and then I started to shout again. Help! Help! Mike walked in again, and I let him have it. Oh, that was a nice feeling. I crept down the stairs. There was a man in an office. The doctor's office, it looked like. I was in front of him before he saw me, but his hand went for the buzzer right away. That buzzer won't buy anything tonight, Doc. I just gave Nursey a sleeping tablet.
For 3 days, sir, you have been a very sick man.
3 days?
You're swaying right now. Don't you realize that?
I'm all cured, Doc. Now, what were you saying?
I made no remark.
I thought I heard you saying that you had a gun in that desk, and that if you were very careful, you could sneak it out.
A very stupid thing to do, Mr. Marlowe.
The gun. It's better. Now, talk some more.
You've been suffering from narcotic poisoning.
On account of you pumped me full of it. Speak up, Dr. Jekyll. I'm in a wild mood tonight. I haven't shot a man in a week.
You very nearly died, sir. I had to give you digitalis.
Also a little something to make me talk. What was I supposed to talk about? Maybe a jade necklace I haven't got? Mr. Amthor will be disappointed in you again. Never disappoint Mr. Amthor, Doc. It depresses him.
I'm warning you, Mr. Marlowe. At any moment, you'll collapse. I must insist on your going back to bed.
Get away from me.
The gun, please. I want that gun. You're going to faint, Mr. Marlowe.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, but not on this carpet. I'll do my folding on a nice hard street.
You'll never reach that door.
Well, before I try, I'm going to rip something off. No, not your head. Just the telephone. So long, Doc. I'll look you up when I get insomnia again. I staggered out to the street and down to the corner. Then I thought I was seeing things again. Yep, there he was, Moose Malloy. I couldn't have knocked the ashes off a cigarette when I tried to swing on him. He just held me up and started talking.
You shouldn't want to fight with me. You ain't in such good shape.
I'll murder you.
I don't like to fight with nobody. I want for you to keep looking for Velma.
Who planted you here? Amthor?
Amthor tells me about you. But he was kidding all the time.
He was kidding the pants off you, Buster. He doesn't want you to find your girl. Nobody's supposed to find Velma. He's got other plans.
You ain't in such good shape. I better help you.
Then get me a cab, you dopey gorilla.
Where do you want to go? What's that card you got?
It says 962 North Hoover Street on the card. You saw me pick up this card in the Coconut Beach Club.
That's where the babe lives, huh?
Yeah, I think I'll find out why she's living alone and if she really likes it. Now get me a cab.
What are you doing here? What do you want?
Black coffee, Miss Grayle. Eggs and a scotch and soda.
You're drunk. You better get out before...
Hey, this is a nice place here. Is there room for you in the Brentwood Palace, or don't you like it out there?
Why did you come here?
Because the cops may be looking for me, and I'm not ready to talk.
If you're not drunk, why do you look the way you do?
Yeah, ask the second Mrs. Grayle. She fixed up a blind date for me with Jules Amthor and a couple of his whipping boys.
What happened? Are you all right?
Oh, I don't think I'm supposed to be alive. Say that again.
Say what again?
The last thing you said.
I said, what happened? Are you all right?
Miss Grayle, what were you doing out there in the canyon the night Marriott was killed? I was lying on my face when somebody threw a flashlight and asked me if I was all right, and then she said, what happened? Yeah, a girl with red hair and a crooked nose and a nice figure. Yes, a girl named Anne Grayle.
I didn't kill Marriott.
You weren't out there just taking a hike.
I didn't kill him.
I'd say you overheard Marriott and your stepmother making some sort of arrangements about the jade.
What if I did?
You knew Marriott had been holding hands with her, and you didn't like that.
I hate her.
And you hated him, too. You hated anybody that had anything to do with Helen, so you bumped him off. You killed Tom Marriott.
I didn't. I didn't do it. I didn't.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. A brief intermission before our stars return in the third act of Murder, My Sweet. Meanwhile, it's 2:45 of a bright afternoon, just the day for Mary to be hard at work in her victory garden.
There, that'll hold those pesky weeds for a while. Hello, Johnny. Telegram for me? What in the world? Have 48-hour pass, arriving 5:15. See you soon, darling. Signed, Jim. Oh, heavens to Betsy. He'll be here in a few hours. I'd die if he saw me like this. The house has got to be slicked up, too, and I've just got to fix something special for dinner. Well, here goes. Got to work fast.
Now it's 3:45. Mary has accomplished wonders, is giving the furniture one last polish.
There, that looks something like it. And now to press my dress. The blue and green print Jim loves so.
Now it's 4:45. The dress is ready, the dinner started, and there's still a half an hour to go.
Oh, goodness, I feel all in. Glad there's time for my Lux Soap beauty bath. That'll do the trick. This lather's wonderful. So rich and creamy. I feel like a different person already. And I love this nice perfume Lux Soap leaves on my skin. Makes me forget all the work I've done and feel like Jim's girl again.
And now it's 5:30, and Jim is here.
Gosh, you're lovely, Mary. What makes you so sweet?
So many clever girls depend on their Lux Toilet Soap Beauty Bath for a quick, refreshing beauty pickup. But most important of all, they know this secret.
When I step from my Lux Soap bath, I know my skin is fresh and really sweet. Screen stars say a daily Lux Soap bath makes you sure of daintiness. And I found they're right.
Screen stars, lovely women everywhere, discovered long ago their fine white complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, makes an exquisite bath soap, too. The extra creamy lather, rich and abundant even in hard water, leaves skin flower fresh. And screen stars tell you they love Lux Toilet Soap's delicate clinging perfume, too. Why not get some of Hollywood's fragrant Lux Toilet Soap for your beauty bath tomorrow? It's thrifty to use. You'll find each satin-smooth cake lasts and lasts. Back now to Irving Pitchell and our stars.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Murder, My Sweet, starring Dick Powell as Philip Marlowe, Claire Trevor as Helen, June Dupre as Anne, and Mike Mazurki as Moose Malloy. Philip Marlowe is in the apartment of Anne Grail, whom he has just accused of murder.
I stood there in Anne Grail's apartment and accused her of killing Marriott. I was sure she hadn't done it, but I had to find out what she knew.
I know just what you're thinking. If I didn't kill him, my father did.
And if he did, you'd do anything to protect him.
No, he couldn't do such a thing.
I don't buy it either yet. I was just trying it on for size.
Won't you please go home? I'm expecting a date.
I can't go home. There's a very stubborn character named Inspector Randall. And if he isn't on my doorstep right now waiting to pick me up, then two of his stooges are. So relax it. Hey, your date?
Probably. Wait here.
Tell him you've decided to have a quiet little supper with me.
Yes?
My name's Randall. I'd like a word with your boyfriend.
Oh, I was just talking about you, Inspector.
I've been looking for you for 3 days.
Pull up a chair. Miss Grail was about to fix some soft-boiled eggs and scotch. You wouldn't join us.
Last time I saw you, I gave you some good advice. I guess it didn't take, huh?
I didn't bother Amthor. I was going to, but I didn't get around to it. He got to me. Yeah, he gave me quite a party.
How'd it go?
What'll it buy me? This is straight, Randall. You'd like to get Amthor, and I'd like to help you. He annoyed me a little.
I'm listening.
Well, Amthor's a tough turkey. Works some kind of blackmail routine on dames who come to him with problems. I think Marriott was his contact man.
Let's get to the new part, huh?
The jewelry Marriott was after was a jade necklace that belonged to one of Amthor's patients. Well, Marriott fumbled the ball.
Yeah?
So Amthor figured I had it. He sent me to a little rest home where they teach you to talk. There's a guy there who's a whiz with a hypo. The address is 23rd and Descanso.
Okay. Who owns the jade?
I told you, one of Amthor's patients.
By the name of,
I don't know.
Oh, Miss Grail.
Yes?
When were you last at your father's place in Brentwood?
Not for several days. Is something wrong?
Skip it. Marlowe, I figure what you told me is on the level. But don't make a habit of trying to help me. I might get grateful and lock you up. Give me a call tomorrow.
How could he know about me?
I don't know. That's what happens when you let a cop go to school. He gets smart. Now, fix up your face. We got to get out of the marble quarry.
Where?
Brentwood. Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, it's a funny thing. About every third day I get hungry.
I can fix eggs and coffee if you want to wait. You know, you're crazy. Everybody takes a poke at you. They fill you full of drugs, but you bounce right back and hit between tackle and end all over again. And I don't think you even know which team you're on.
I don't know which team anybody's on. I don't even know who's playing today. At Brentwood, we saw Mr. Grail, and I've seen healthier-looking gents in the county morgue. His face was gray with worry. Something was eating him. More important than a missing jade necklace. A missing wife.
Helen left yesterday. I haven't heard from her since. And have you seen her? Have you?
No, dear, but maybe she went to the beach house.
Beach house?
It had been rented to Marriott indirectly through the bank.
I think I'd better have a look at it.
This whole thing has gone too far.
Oh? Or maybe it's coming too close to home. Mr. Grail, I don't say you killed Marriott, but you could have. For a good old-fashioned motive.
I did not kill him, Mr. Marlowe, but I say it is better that he is dead. I'm not concerned if the police suspect me. I'm concerned about my wife. I'm losing her.
Father.
And that is why I say all this has got to stop. You'll drop the case, Mr. Marlowe. I'll pay you well.
Oh, fine. I get dragged in, get money shoved at me. I get pushed out, get money shoved at me. Everybody pushes me in, everybody pushes me out. Nobody wants me to do anything. Okay, skip it.
I'll put a check in the mail.
Yeah, well, I cost a lot to do nothing. I get restless. Throw in a trip to Mexico.
Father, where are you?
Stay here.
Why?
Because I want a key to that beach house.
But you just told him.
I can't stop now. Did the cops stop? Does Helen stop? Do you stop?
What do you mean, does Helen stop?
Oh, I don't know. If I always knew what I meant, I'd be a genius.
You're vicious. You get some horrible satisfaction seeing people torn apart.
Sister, you're hanging on to something that's going to smack you hard. If I stick, it smacks you sooner and cleaner. Maybe that's why I'm sticking. Oh, but I'd stick anyway, because a guy who hired me got killed.
I'll get you the key.
We went to the beach house. Things happened there. Some of them I can explain. One thing I can't. After we took a look around, Anne and I were standing there in the dark, looking out that big front window toward the ocean, and before I knew it, we were in a clinch. Oh, it's nice to kiss a girl like Anne Grail. I told her she had a cute little face, even if her nose was slightly crooked.
It isn't crooked. Just has a bump on it where I got hit with a baseball. Used to play shortstop. Philip.
Yes?
What about my father? If we don't find
I'm going to
Helen...
make you mad now, baby. But here goes. Your father really loves Helen. When I came along, you were afraid she might turn me into another Marriott. So you tried to buy me off. That didn't work, and I began to suspect your father. A real tough guesser might say that when he couldn't buy me off either, you decided to be nice to me. Like just now.
There's nothing decent about you, is there? Nothing at all.
Well, I don't always guess right. I may be wrong. I think I am wrong.
Sometimes I hate all men. Young men, handsome men who don't work for a living, and almost heels who are private detectives. Helen.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. But you should know by now that men play rough. They soften you up and then they belt you one.
Hello, Mr. Marlowe.
Hi.
I didn't finish, Helen. I hate a lot of women, too. Especially beautiful, expensive blondes. All bubble bath and moonlight. And inside, cold and hard like blue steel. Only not that clean.
Your slip is showing, darling.
I'm leaving. I'll tell Father you're here.
Well, how long have you been here, Mrs. Grail?
Since yesterday.
You just happened to leave the Brentwood place before the cops dropped in on your husband?
Oh, please.
Look, you hired me to get your necklace, so you stand me up at a corny rum joint and tell Amthor.
I'm sorry. I thought you might have had the jade. Please don't blame me. You could have had it. What Amthor did, was it bad?
It almost made me mad.
No.
Now, just what goes between you two?
Well, he's blackmailing me.
Well, that much even I can figure out.
My husband is in love with me. I'm fond of him, and I'm grateful, but I find other men very attractive.
I imagine they meet you halfway.
I met Amthor through Tom Marriott. He's smart. He does know psychology. He got me talking, and of course I talked too much. He uncovered something, and the blackmailing started. I think if my husband had found out, it would have killed him.
So you agreed to give Amthor the necklace?
But before I could, it was stolen.
By Marriott?
Must have been. Amthor probably came to the same conclusion. He decided to kill him, and that's why Marriott wanted you for protection.
All right, I'll buy it up to there. What happens now?
I want you to help me kill Jules Amthor. Don't you see? You're the only one I can turn to. It's the only way I'll ever have peace. He'll never be satisfied, even if he does get the jade.
Why me? Because I have a gun or just because I wear pants?
Oh, please, I need you so. I need help and peace desperately. I need you.
Have you got anything worked out?
Yes, but Amthor's disappeared.
Maybe I can find him.
Well, then tell him you've got the jade and you're ready to sell.
Then what?
Well, that's my part.
All right, I'll dig him up.
Oh, you're wonderful. How would you like not having to earn a living?
Wouldn't bother me a bit.
When will you be back?
I may have a time finding him. Maybe not till tomorrow night.
Oh, would you mind kissing me goodbye?
No,
Please.
I wouldn't mind at all. I went straight to Amthor's apartment. I had a couple of keys, and one of them fitted the back door. I wanted to surprise Amthor. I thought it would give him a bang. I thought it would kill him. Amthor was on the living room floor. He wasn't mussed, just snapped, the way a pretty girl would snap a stalk of celery. Only for this job, you'd have to be a big man with a big pair of hands. I hustled downtown, bought a late edition. I wanted to see how the police were doing on the Marriott murder. And while I was looking at the paper, somebody was looking at me.
I've been trying to find you all over. I got to go away.
Yeah, Amthor's dead. I know, you didn't mean to kill him. You just shook him too hard because he wouldn't tell you where Velma is.
You find her?
Yeah, Moose. I find her.
Where is she? You tipped the Johns off on her. I wouldn't want little Velma to do no stretch.
Turn me loose, and stop waltzing me around.
If the Johns got Velma...
Nobody's got her. She's got herself. Yeah, You can see her tomorrow.
Okay.
Now go hide yourself and be here tomorrow night as soon as it gets dark. Moose showed up tonight like I told him. I sold him on waiting outside the beach house until I called him. That was like lighting a stick of dynamite and telling it not to go off. But I had a plan. Helen was waiting for me.
Philip, did you find him? Did you find Amthor?
He'll be here around 12.
12. Would you like to look at this?
Hmm?
This is it, Philip. The necklace.
Where'd you get it?
I went to Brentwood today. Got it out of my dressing table drawer. Surprised.
In a flabbergasted sort of way, yes.
It was never stolen.
You faked the whole thing?
I simply wasn't going to let Amthor get it. When he comes, he can take a look at it.
Well, he may have a gun.
He'll never get that far. So have I.
You went to Brentwood. Then where's Ann and your father?
I can't say. They were out. And now I'm going to be very grateful. Here, the necklace. It's yours. You're much too nice to be a grubby detective all your life.
You told Marriott this thing had been stolen. Why?
Well, he was close to Amthor. They both had to think it was stolen.
Marriott fell for that?
Of course.
And you still think Amthor killed him?
Who else?
You.
Oh, no. No, you can't mean that.
Yes, I think Marriott was scared because he'd agreed to help you kill a nosy detective. The same detective Moose took to Florian's joint, the one Florian told Marriott about. Marriott had to help you protect his interest. You knew that. You were a living to him and to Amthor and in his modest way to Florian. You supported them. They knew you wouldn't be worth blackmailing if I found you for Moose Malloy.
Oh, no,
So I
please.
was nifty thinking, darling. At the canyon, one of us would get out of the car. Didn't matter who. Either way, you had Marriott and me separated, and you would tag us one at a time and get your $8,000 and knock off Amthor later. Yeah, it might have worked, too, if it hadn't been for Ann chasing down there after you. Of course, my head's pretty hard.
It's true. It's all true. Everybody was closing in on me. I didn't know which way to turn.
And it almost worked, sister. I was almost as dead as Marriott. But killing a man with a blackjack, oh, that's no work for a lady.
Well, after it happened, I didn't know what you would do. But now I'm so close to peace. So close. Just Amthor. But I can't face it alone. Don't desert me now.
Sure. Amthor blackmailed you. He's got something on you, only it isn't what you told me. It isn't just men. Your husband could understand the men. No, it's the clink looming up. And it's no good understanding the clink. Moose is looking for you, Velma.
Where is he? Where is Moose?
Waiting for me to call him in. 8 years ago, when you were his girl, what did you talk Moose into doing? He went to jail for you. Was it murder or something serious?
Where are you going?
To tell him that his red head has turned blonde.
Come back.
Huh? Oh, a gun. Well, it fits your personality better than a blackjack. And the pearl handle goes swell with your fingernail polish.
You know, it's too bad it has to be like this. Don't move. Who is it? Well, come in.
Darling, that gun. What are you...
Close that door, Anne. Your timing, dear, gets worse and worse.
We've been listening. Why didn't you tell me you were in such trouble?
I wanted to spare you.
I might have been able to prevent all this. Now, of course, it's too late, Mr. Marlowe.
I see your point.
Helen, if Mr. Amthor is coming, I think perhaps you'd better do it quickly.
Father.
Get inside, dear. Keep your hands up, Mr. Marlowe. I'll have to take your gun. I'll be with Anne, Helen.
Oh, all by ourselves again.
Yes. You know, this will be the first time I ever killed anyone I knew so little about and liked so much. You and I. Just a couple of mugs. But we could have got along.
What's stopping us now? I can handle Moose. He broke Amthor's neck yesterday.
What did you say?
Something I shouldn't have.
Amthor is dead.
Yeah?
Then that leaves only you. I'm sorry, but you know too... Too much.
I had to do it, Mr. Marlowe. I had to kill her.
Hello. Let's have the police.
Give me that phone. Give it to me. Don't you realize he saved your life? Why must he suffer for that?
The cops always like to solve murders done with my gun.
She's dead, isn't that enough? She was evil, all evil.
I think I hear a shot, Mr. Marlowe. I think I better come in.
Moose, it didn't work out the way I planned.
Never mind. I'd like to talk to Velma now.
Moose,
Don't touch her. She ain't hardly changed. Just like always. Cute as a bug's ear. I wasn't going to bother her none. She done all right. Who done this?
I did.
You shouldn't have killed her.
Moose.
You shouldn't have killed Velma.
Moose.
Get out of my way.
Don't come any closer, please.
Moose, will you listen to me? Moose! That old black pit opened up again right on schedule. Blacker than the others and deeper. Well, that's the works. That's all I know on account I didn't see so well with my eyeballs scorched. They didn't keep me long at the hospital. 2 hours ago, Randall came and picked me up. And everything I've been telling you, I've been telling him. He's sitting right here in front of me now. I wish I could see Randall. Wish the bandage wasn't on my face. I want to look at his ugly kisser and figure what he's thinking.
Marlowe?
Huh?
There's a piece of paper here on my desk, a warrant for your arrest. I'm tearing it up.
Oh, thanks. Tonight, when it happened, I heard the shots. I still don't know who got hit. It wasn't the kid, was it, Randall?
No. No, you can get out of here now if you want to.
You mean I'm sprung? Who backed me up? Who got shot? I heard 3.
Moose Malloy.
Dead?
Yes, and Grail. Well, they were fighting for the gun.
Ann's okay, then. Huh. She thought it over while I was in the hospital and came around and backed me up, right?
I didn't say. McNulty, see that he gets home.
Yeah. I'll buy you a ride in a cab, Marlowe.
Hey, what are you putting in my pocket?
The necklace. She gave it to you, didn't she?
Yeah, I tried it on. It's wrong for my complexion.
Then give it to your girlfriend. Strangle yourself with it. No, just go on, beat it.
Let's go, Marlowe.
Well, you can come in now, Miss Grail.
Why didn't you tell him? Why did you have to keep him guessing?
About your backing him up? Why don't you tell him? You can catch him outside. Just give Nutty the high sign.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Nutley.
Yeah?
What do you know about that redhead pitching for me?
Yeah.
Hey, are we alone or am I hearing things?
What things?
Like someone else is walking with us.
Oh, you're on the street? Lots of people walk on the street.
Oh. She had a cute figure, huh?
I didn't notice.
You must be low on vitamins. She had more than a figure, too. Not a beautiful face, but a good face.
I didn't notice.
Face like a Sunday school picnic.
Oh, there's a cab down the block.
Say, are you sure we're alone?
Hey, cab! Yes, sir.
Oh, well, I guess she thought I liked the blonde chewing on my face. Wish I could tell her. I wish I could...
Duck your head, Marlowe. This here's the cab. Where to, mister?
800 South Kingsley.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Nulty, Hey, what goes? If I didn't have these bandages over my
You
eye...
go to the same address, too, lady?
Nulty, I haven't kissed anybody in a long time. Would it be all right if I kissed you, Nulty?
I think it would be just fine.
I said, are you going to the same... Oh. Oh, yeah, I guess you are.
Now that we've cleared Dick Powell of murder, the rest of our cast can get back on their feet and join him at the footlights for a curtain call.
You should have been in tonight's cast, Irving. You used to play in pictures.
Well, thanks, Dick. But I'm too old to go through what you went through in tonight's play. Tell me, Claire, how does it happen that a nice girl like you always gets to play the bad girl roles?
I don't know, Irving. I guess they've got me typed.
They had Dick Powell typed for a while, but look what he's doing now.
That's right, June. Next week, he starts a whole new radio series as a tough detective.
You mean I might yet get a chance to play a sweet young housewife?
And how about me, Mr. Pitchell? You think I could play Hansel and Gretel with Margaret O'Brien?
Maybe if you took a course in compression, Mike.
You mean expression?
No, I mean compression. Or else learn to walk on your knees and keep your hands behind your back.
Well, what do we do with June Dupre, Irving?
Well, we just pat her on both cheeks and tell her to stay as sweet as she is.
Oh, now here, you aren't falling for that Lux complexion pitch.
Why not? Other men have.
That's right, Irving. That's why so many of us use Lux toilet soap.
Look, Pitch, while we're getting everybody out of acting ruts, what sort of a role would you give yourself if you went back to acting?
Well, you were mostly heavy in pictures, weren't you?
Yes, and I rather fancy myself in a light musical comedy part. You know, the kind of bright young chap who sings, "Smile the while, let a smile be your style."
Look, Irving, I think you'd better stick to making pictures. Incidentally, I understand from Paramount that you did great things with the medal for Benny.
Well, I had a good story there to work with, Dick. A homeboy whose rival in love is an overseas hero.
And a good cast. I'm looking forward to it, Irving. But tell me, what do you have on Lux next week?
Well, for next week, we have an altogether charming story with a most delightful cast. The Canterville Ghost, starring Margaret O'Brien, Charles Lawton, and Tom Drake. Take a group of high-spirited American commandos, billet them in an ancient British castle where their hostess is Lady Margaret O'Brien, and then haunt that castle by the most notorious ghost in England, and you have the elements of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's entertaining and extraordinary comedy.
The Canterville Ghost can haunt my house next Monday, Pitch. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and all our thanks. This week, America salutes the Army's famous Quartermaster Corps on its 107th anniversary. The oldest supply branch of the armed forces, the Fighting Quartermasters, are seeing to it that American soldiers are the best fed, best clothed, best cared for fighting men in history. Theirs has been a gallant contribution to the cause of freedom. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Charles Lawton, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake in The Canterville Ghost. This is Irving Pitchell saying good night from Hollywood.
Every day, as the war against Japan increases in intensity, the need for waste fats and greases grows more critical. Here's one department where the enemy may be superior unless you help make up the difference from your kitchens. Save all waste fats and greases, no matter how discolored. Keep a clean can in which to strain them and take them regularly to your butcher. Remember, for every pound, he'll give you 4 cents plus 2 extra meat points. Murder, My Sweet was presented through the cooperation of RKO Studios, producers of Enchanted Cottage. Dick Powell appeared through the courtesy of the Fitch Bandwagon and will shortly be seen in the RKO picture Cornered. Claire Trevor will soon appear in RKO's Johnny Angel. Mike Mazurki is currently working on the RKO version of Dick Tracy. Heard in tonight's cast were Cy Kendall, Gerald Moore, Robert Regent, Norman Field, Eddie Marr, Dora Singleton, Charles Seal, Ed Emerson, and Leo Sharon. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear The Canterville Ghost with Margaret O'Brien, Charles Lawton, and Tom Drake.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. For nearly 100 years, the strange case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde has been thought of as a tale of horror, which of course it is, but it is also an intriguing mystery. For example, take the matter of Dr. Jekyll's curious will and the scene that took place one foggy London afternoon in the office of Jekyll's attorney, Geoffrey Utterson.
No, Jekyll. I will not be a party to the making of such a will.
You are my solicitor, yes, and my friend. Now, if you will not do it as my lawyer, do it. I beg of you as my friend.
Everything you possess to go to this Edward Hyde in the event of your death or even your disappearance?
Yes.
Well, then you must tell me. I demand that you tell me. Who is Edward Hyde? Well, Jekyll, who is he?
Utterson, I wish to heaven I knew.
Our mystery drama, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, was especially adapted from the classic by Robert Louis Stevenson for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule, and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Oh, somebody's been drinking my sugar-free diet 7-Up, and it's all gone.
Oh, actually, I saved a little.
Oh, a bear!
Hiya, Goldie. What's brewing?
That's Miss Goldilocks to you.
Oh, come on, kid. You mean you don't remember me? The cottage, the 3 chairs, the porridge?
Baby bear!
In the fur. Been a long time, Goldie.
But Baby bear...
Just call me BB.
You drank all the sugar-free diet 7-Up, and I have to conduct another diet drink taste test today.
Well, yeah, I saw the sign on the door, a professional taste tester, huh?
But how can I conduct my taste test now?
Why bother? I tried those other diet drinks, too. You'll notice there's still plenty of them around. Why not ask me?
Well, okay, BB. Tell me, why did you drink all the sugar-free diet 7-Up?
I like the taste. Light, fresh, natural. Sugar-free diet 7-Up is definitely unbearably delicious.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought I'd admit it. I'm Susan X, and I used to be a deodorant switcher. I kept switching from one underarm spray to another, looking for one that gives me everything I want. And I found it. It's called Body Oil. Body Oil is different. It says so right on the label. Its deodorant is micro-encapsulated, so I get a fresh surge of deodorant every time I perspire. Now that I switched to Body Oil, I promise I'll never switch again.
Gotcha.
Now that you got rid of the mosquito,
Darn mosquito really bit me.
here's how to get rid of the stinging pain and itch.
How?
With Camphofenique. That awful itch is caused by fluid mosquitoes inject under your skin. The penetrating action of Camphofenique gets to the cause to stop the itch. Protects against infection from scratching, too.
That Camphofenique really works.
Camphofenique relieves the sting and stops the itch instantly. Camphofenique.
Come with me now, back through the years to London, England, in 1896. It is late of a pleasant spring evening, and we find ourselves strolling in Cavendish Square, along with Geoffrey Utterson and his friend, Dr. Mortimer Lanyon.
I must say I've enjoyed our walk, Utterson. We'll soon be at my place. Will you come in?
Oh, thanks, Lanyon, but I think not. I've got a good deal of work to get through before I go to bed. I needed a break, though, a breath of air, which is why I came for this walk with you. And good heavens. That man coming toward us.
Oh, strange-looking fellow, isn't he? Oh, his face in the light of the street lamp.
That's the most evil face I've ever... Lanyon, he's coming straight at us. He's going to knock one of us down if we don't... You fool, you knocked my friend down. You, hold on there. Hold on there, I say. Let go. No, not on your life. Go. You not only knocked my friend down, you walked straight over him. Sorry. Let me go. Who are you? Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? You walked on my friend as if he were part of the paper. I've said I'm sorry. That's not enough. By no means enough.
Who is this man?
Lanyon, are you all right?
I'm not sure. You walked on me. Stomped right over me. Who the devil are you?
I warn you, the two of you. Let me go.
Otis!
Let me go, I say, or I'll kill you both. Look out, he's swinging that heavy walking stick, and he...
Kill you! Oh, no, don't!
You struck me. No one strikes Edward Hyde and lives.
No! He'll kill us both with that walking stick! Run, Utterson, run!
Come back! Come back here and I'll kill you!
Stop! Stop, I can't go on. My heart...
Oh, mine too. It's pounding like a trip hammer.
Oh, good Lord, Utterson. I've never had such an experience of this kind in my life. Are you all right? You took a blow from that walking stick. Utterson, what is it?
The name. The name he used. Did you hear it?
Yes, but...
What was it? Oh, I think I know, but I want to be sure.
Hyde, he said. Edward Hyde.
That's what I thought.
Well, what of it? Well, the way you looked at... Do you know the man? Does the man mean something to you?
No. I don't know the man. But the name. Oh, yes, the name means something to me.
What? Well, what?
And I'm not sure I can tell you, Lanyon. I'm not sure I have the right as a lawyer to do so. On the other hand,
Yes?
Well, you are my oldest friend, and your daughter Beatrice is engaged to Dr. Jekyll, isn't she?
Yes, they're to be married in September.
Then perhaps I should tell you that... No, it would serve no purpose.
Why, Mr. Utterson?
Oh, good evening, Poole. I know it's late, but is Dr. Jekyll at home?
Oh, to you, sir, at any hour, I'm sure. Come in, sir. The doctor is at work in his laboratory. If you'll wait here a moment, sir.
Thank you, Poole.
Excuse me, Dr. Jekyll.
What? Damn it, Poole, I told you I was not to be disturbed.
Well, I know, sir, but...
But what?
Mr. Utterson is calling, sir.
Utterson? At this hour? Well, all right. Show him in.
This way, Mr. Atchison, please.
Thank you. Well, Utterson, this is a late-hour visit. Jekyll, I'll come straight to the point. Dr. Lanyon and I were out walking in Cavendish Square less than an hour ago when we noticed a strange man, a sort of, I don't know, dwarf-like creature with, I assure you, a face that, well, it was so vile, so evil, it brought the sweat out on my brow. Well, this man, he walked straight into Lanyon, knocked him down, and then walked right over him. I ran after him, an argument ensued, and then, well, he threatened to kill both Lanyon and me with his walking stick. He went into a rage I can only describe as bestial, swinging the walking stick at us, and what? Well, I don't think he meant to give his name. In fact, he refused to give it when I asked for it. But in his rage, he forgot himself, and he used his name. Edward Hyde. And what of that? 6 months ago, you insisted that I destroy your old will and make out a new one, leaving everything to a certain Edward Hyde, right? Oh, I see. Now, I told you then, as I tell you now, I considered the terms of the will most curious, indeed decidedly strange. And as I told you then, and I tell you now, I see nothing strange in wanting to leave my money to a certain beneficiary in the event of my death. Or your disappearance. That's what I find strange. That's what worries me. Even more now in the light of what happened tonight. Jekyll, I ask you once again, who is Edward Hyde? Do you mean the Edward Hyde I've bequeathed my estate to, or the Edward Hyde you ran into tonight? They are one and the same. There's certainly more than one Edward Hyde in all of London. Oh, yes, I'm quite sure. But only one Edward Hyde who might have been carrying this. My walking stick? The walking stick I gave you several years ago on your birthday. I'd know it anywhere. Jekyll, are you in trouble? Huh? What do you mean, trouble? Well, with this Hyde, does he have something on you? Is he blackmailing you? That's a ridiculous thought. Then what is it? How can you, Dr. Henry Jekyll, one of the most honorable and respected physicians in London, have any association whatever with a terrible person like this Hyde? Why have you made over your estate to him, especially when you're to marry Beatrice Lanyon? And why that stipulation in the event of your disappearance? Jekyll, I beg you, tell me what it means. I cannot. I I cannot. But as your friend,
You are the friend you say you are. Oh, and you are, Utterson. You are. And then do me the favor of never mentioning Edward Hyde again.
Well, if this is your last word on the subject, Jekyll.
It is.
Very well, then. Good night. Oh, Poole.
Yes, Mr. Utterson, sir.
I'd like to ask you something.
Oh, anything, sir?
Who is Edward Hyde?
Oh, God help me, sir. I wish I knew. We all of us in this house, everyone of Dr. Jekyll's servants, wish we knew.
All right, tell me about him, this Hyde.
Dr. Jekyll was away on a house call, I think. The front door bell rang, and I answered it, and there stood the... Oh, a frightful creature, Mr. Utterson, frightful.
I've met Mr. Hyde. I know.
He said he wanted to see Dr. Jekyll. I started to say that Dr. Jekyll was not at home, but he pushed right past me in the rudest way, sir, and went straight into Dr. Jekyll's laboratory.
Yes, I quite understand. Go on.
Well, later on, I was in the kitchen when the bell rang from the laboratory. I went into the laboratory, and there, to my complete surprise, was Dr. Jekyll.
To your surprise?
Why, yes. You see, sir, he'd forgotten his keys, and I was so surprised that he'd somehow got back into the house.
Well, did you ask him how?
Oh, I did, sir, yes. But he ignored the question. Never mind that, he said. I want to give you certain instructions concerning Mr. Edward Hyde. He then said that Mr. Hyde was to be admitted any time he called.
I see. Tell me, Poole, what is Mr. Hyde's manner toward Dr. Jekyll? I mean, when they're together, how does Mr. Hyde act toward Dr. Jekyll? Or Dr. Jekyll toward this Mr. Hyde?
Well, they're never together, sir.
That's puzzling, very puzzling, to say the least.
Oh, Mr. Utterson, sir, all of us here are convinced that our master is in dire trouble. If you could help the good doctor...
Yes, Poole. Yes, I certainly shall, if I can. Enchanting.
Well, I had no idea you'd come into the music room. How long have you been there?
Only a few moments. When you become Mrs. Henry Jekyll, I shall insist that you play for me every night after dinner.
It shall be my wifely pleasure and duty, kind sir. Henry,
I'm sorry, but... Oh, Beatrice, I want you so.
And I want you, but until we're married, Henry,
Must we wait until September? It's such a long time.
Oh, Father.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were here, Henry. How are you?
How are you, Dr. Lanyon? Utterson tells me you had a rather bad experience tonight.
Yes. But I'm quite recovered, thank you. Still a few bruises where that fearsome creature stomped on me, but otherwise all right. Something I've been meaning to ask you, Henry.
Yes?
But later. I don't want to interrupt you two lovebirds.
Oh, Father.
Well, I shall be at my study. Drop in before you go.
Of course.
Well, now, Henry. Where were we? Oh, yes, the wedding. No, now, look, dearest, we can't possibly change the date now.
What if I insist?
I don't think I understand.
I say, what if I insist?
But, Henry, you wouldn't. It would be so unlike you. It is so unlike you even to be talking this way. You've always gone along with my wishes.
I have wishes, too. And rights, Beatrice. I have rights.
Well, really, Henry, really, you have no rights, as you say, until we marry. It troubles me you should even say such a thing. In fact, Henry...
Yes? In fact, what?
Henry, I've been meaning to talk to you about this, and I keep putting it off because I feel a bit awkward, but... Well, to be honest with you, my darling, you're not the same man that I became engaged to.
No, that's a silly remark.
Well, the way you've acted the last few times we've been together, there's something different about you, Henry. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it, but you've changed somehow, in some subtle way. Changed.
Huh?
Why, even your face.
What about my face?
Well, Henry, you don't have to snarl.
What about it? My face.
You're hurting me, Henry. Please don't. Really?
Sorry.
Sorry isn't enough. More and more you keep manhandling me, and then you say you're sorry. What's come over you? What's changed you in the past few weeks?
What did you mean about my face?
Oh, darling. Oh, it's only that... I suppose you're working too hard or something of the sort, but there are lines in your face that I've never seen before. Lines of tiredness, I guess.
Yes, that would be it.
Shadows under your eyes. Why, even now they look darker, deeper. Oh, darling, I didn't notice before, but I do now. I think that you neglected to shave today.
I must go.
Go? You've only been here a few minutes.
A patient. Remember, a patient promised to visit. I'll drop in again tomorrow.
Was that Henry who just left?
Yes, Father.
But he said he dropped by the study to see me before he went.
Yes, I know he did, but...
Well, Beatrice, what's happened?
I don't know. For a moment, I'd have sworn that Henry was changing before my eyes.
A tale of horror, yes, but also, as I said, a mystery. At least it was to Mr. Utterson, Dr. Lanyon, and his lovely daughter, Beatrice. A mystery that was to turn to tragic horror before they learned the truth about Dr. Henry Jekyll. I shall return shortly with Act Two.
Great taste in the morning. Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. We've been having some fun in our television and radio commercials by using a ball and chain to symbolize the slight overweight problem common to so many of us. We point out that being a few pounds overweight is just a little more difficult for you. Climbing stairs, just walking around, even sitting down can feel, well, like you're wearing a ball and chain. In case you missed the message, it's this. If you really want to get rid of that extra weight, you really have to work at it by exercising and with sensible meals like the Special K breakfast. A 1-ounce bowl of Special K, America's favorite high-protein cereal, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. Less than 240 calories. Nutritious and, by the way, delicious. So why not begin each day with a Special K breakfast and then keep up the good work? Special K can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Louise.
What?
Is this your handiwork in the family album? What is this? There's a caption, Junior wins the diving championship.
I know.
There's no picture here.
I know there's
I
no
didn't
picture.
take a picture.
I'm well aware of that.
I ran out of film.
It's just my way of telling you that, you run out of film or you forget to bring the camera an awful lot.
I know.
I mean, we have no baby picture of Alice at all.
We don't have a baby named Alice. What are you doing to me?
I know that. I'm
blame
just trying to remind you that we should go out and buy some Kodak film and have it on hand.
I know.
Just in case we have a baby named Alice.
Don't run out of Kodak film. You can never tell when that great picture will come along. Remember to keep enough film on hand. Kodak film, for the times of your life.
Louise, here's a picture with no caption, right?
Yeah.
I mean, who are these people?
I don't know. I never saw them before.
I don't either. You know what you should do?
What?
You should go out and get some captions and keep them on hand in case you run out of captions.
It almost goes without saying that to tamper with natural law will lead to an unnatural end. Mr. Utterson, Dr. Lanyon, Poole, and the servants in Dr. Jekyll's household have begun to suspect that Jekyll is hiding some awful secret from them. A secret that involves the man known as Edward Hyde. Even Beatrice Lanyon, Dr. Jekyll's fiancée, has begun to wonder at the change she senses in him. It may even be that the London police are beginning to wonder.
Come in. Inspector Wolfe of Scotland Yard to see you, Dr. Jekyll.
Oh? Show him in, Poole.
Yes. This way, Inspector.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Jekyll? Yes? Leave us, Poole. Inspector Wolfe of Scotland Yard, is it?
Yes.
Please take a chair, Inspector.
Thank you.
Well, now, Inspector, what can I do for you?
Hey, well, I'm not sure you can do anything at all, Doctor, but, are you aware that in the past 6 weeks there's been a rash of murders in London? Extremely brutal murders, Doctor. Each victim has been bludgeoned to death.
Why do you come to me?
Well, on more than one occasion, the murderer has been seen while committing these terrible attacks of violence. Not clearly seen, since the murderers have always been done at night and in dark streets, you know. But there have been glimpses of him, and putting them together, the Yard has come up with what you might call a composite picture of the man.
I still don't see. I just don't understand why you've come to me about this.
Well, you will in a moment, Doctor. The man, the murderer, appears to be a short, malformed, dwarfish creature who, even though his face has never been clearly seen, gives a strong impression of evil. Doctor, a particularly brutal murder took place last night in Montague Street. Dr. Danvers Carew was bludgeoned to death.
Carew? Member of Parliament?
Aye, the same. He was beaten to death with a walking stick. And the murderer was the dwarf-like creature that I mentioned. The person who saw the murder take place followed the murderer afterwards, you see, keeping at a safe distance, you may be sure. And, well, that's why I'm here.
Why precisely?
The murderer was seen to enter this house.
You must be... Well, I was about to say you must be joking, but of course you're serious.
You don't happen to be acquainted with a Mr. Hyde, do you? A Mr. Edward Hyde?
Well, yes, but he's not an occupant of this house.
He doesn't live here?
No.
Does he visit?
Well, on occasion, yes, but I haven't seen him now in, months, I should say.
Friend of yours, is he?
No. Patient. He suffers from a nervous disorder, comes to see me whenever he's in need of medication.
Well, thank you for your time. Good day.
Good day, Inspector. Damn.
Sorry to have kept you waiting, Poole.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Utterson.
What can I do for you?
Mr. Utterson, I'm worried, fearfully worried, about Dr. Jekyll.
Oh?
You remember, sir, we were talking a long time back, near 2 months, I should think, about Mr. Hyde. And you asked me if I'd ever seen Dr. Jekyll and him, Hyde, together.
Yes, just something like that, yes. And you said you never had.
Well, they are together now, sir. Not that they mightn't have been together before, but I know for certain that they are now. There are fights... Yes, fights going on in that laboratory between the doctor and, that terrible man, Mr. Hyde.
What, you mean fist fight?
No, sir. Arguments. I hear Dr. Jekyll moan and groan and cry out, No, leave me be. Oh, Mr. Utterson, sir, I'm so afraid for Dr. Jekyll, so afraid.
Yes, well, you're saying that comes as no surprise, Poole. The truth is, I've known he was in some kind of trouble since he changed his will months ago in favor of Edward Hyde.
In favor of Edward Hyde?
Oh, yes. He's left him everything in the event of his death. But most puzzling, in the event of his disappearance as well.
Oh, sir, I don't understand it.
Nor do I. And to be honest with you, I've given up trying to understand it.
Then I must do what must be done.
What do you mean?
For the first time in my life, Mr. Utterson, I shall disobey Dr. Jekyll's orders For his sake, I shall see to it that Mr. Hyde never enters Dr. Jekyll's house again.
Let me in. You hear me, Poole? Let me in.
Never, Mr. Hyde. Never. Go away and stay away.
You stole my keys, so it was you. It must have been you, and now you bar me from the house.
And you'll stay barred as long as I'm here.
Fool. I warn you.
Warn away. You'll not enter this house.
You. Poole. Poole. Listen to me, Poole.
I'm listening.
I'm in trouble, Poole. I need Dr. Jekyll's help.
He's not at home.
Let me come in and wait for him, Poole. I am in desperate trouble.
Then stay in it and be damned to you.
Father, what is it? I've never seen you so upset.
Well, read this.
My dear Dr. Lanyon, as you value my friendship and my life, please go to this very night to my home. Father, this is a note from Henry. What?
Yes, and you needn't read any further. He begs me to go to his home, enter his laboratory, and procure certain chemicals and powders, giving very explicit directions as to where I should find them. When the message was delivered an hour or so ago, I have just returned from following Henry's instructions. As you see, the message directs that I am to give these materials to whoever calls for them.
But what does it all mean?
Well, you are Henry's fiancée. You are close to him, closer than anyone else. He's obviously in some sort of difficulty. And if you know what it is, I charge you for his sake as well as your own. Tell me what it is.
But if I knew, I'd tell you. But yes, he is in grave difficulty. But whatever it may be, he keeps to himself. And what would it have to do with chemicals and powders and elixirs? Oh, Father, I don't know.
No. Lamb is retired. I'll answer the door. You retire as well, my dear.
No, Father, I want to stand...
Do as I say, my child. Go to your room. I have a feeling that I'd best tend to this alone. Go now.
Very well, Father.
How damnably long does it take you to answer the door? Let me in. Let me in quickly. You took your own sweet time, man. Where are the materials you were told to get?
In my study.
Come. Let us get them. Come. Where are they? Where are they?
Right there, on my desk.
Yes, you did well. All seems to be here. Believe me. You misunderstood. I didn't say shut the door. I said leave me.
I didn't misunderstand, Mr. Hyde.
You know me.
From the newspaper reports of your murders and the general description of you, all of London knows you now, I should think.
Leave me. Go out and close the door, and don't return until I'm gone.
Not until you tell me what connection you have with my friend and my daughter's betrothed, Dr. Henry Jekyll.
I tell you, if you value your sanity, leave me.
I will know the answer to who you are and what connection you have with Jekyll, or you will not leave this room.
Hyde! You fool. The police are hot on my trail. I killed the man.
No, I'm not surprised.
I went to Jekyll's house, but his blithering servant refused to let me in. That's why I sent that message to you.
You? Well, it was signed by Dr. Jekyll.
You don't understand.
And I intend to understand, or you will not leave this room, this house. Back off, I say. Yes, as you see, I'm prepared for you. This gun is loaded, Mr. Hyde, and I shall use it if need be.
You leave me no choice. If the police find me here, well, they will not find me. The potion is quickly prepared.
The potion?
Once again, leave me.
No.
Then, damn you, witness what you shall witness. You're as big a fool as Jekyll. You're given the chance to leave well enough alone, but no. You must know the answer. Well, you shall know it. Your friend Dr. Jekyll had a theory.
A theory he talked about so endlessly, so compulsively, that he bored everyone within the sound of his voice. You know the theory, do you not?
Yes, I was one of the bored listeners. Yes, I know. But each of us contains within himself not one spirit, but two. A good spirit, an evil spirit.
What else? There was more.
Jekyll also believed that a way might be found, yes, via a potion that would release that other spirit, the evil side of us, the side we all try to keep under control.
Exactly, and you all laughed. The mercury. Where's the mercury? You didn't bring... Oh, you did, yes. Here it is. Thank God. Yes, you all laughed. You said it couldn't be done. And even if it could be done, you all said it would be madness to try it. You were right in one respect. It was indeed madness.
You, if I follow you, you are saying that Jekyll carried out the experiment?
He did.
And it was successful?
Successful? For me, yes, for me. For him, tragic. For you see, Dr. Lanyon, I am in control now, whereas before Dr. Jekyll controlled me, I now control Dr. Jekyll.
What in God's name are you saying?
You shall see. Yes, in a moment. You shall see. There. Potion is ready. Before I drink it, I offer you one more chance to leave.
No.
Well, in that case, Lanyon, God help you.
You drank that?
Why do you think I mixed it?
But it contained mercury, quicksilver, and other... Mr. Hyde, what... Oh, my God, what's happening? You're changing before my eyes. You're getting taller. The hair on your head changing color. Good Lord. What are you going through? You're becoming a different man. A different being. Heaven help you. You've become, before my eyes, you've become Henry Jekyll.
Yes. Yes. And just in time. Please shut your door, Dr. Lanyon. Let them in. I have nothing to fear. For the moment.
And so, before the shocked eyes of Dr. Lanyon, Dr. Jekyll's secret is revealed. Edward Hyde and Dr. Jekyll are one and the same man. Questions arise. What did Hyde mean by saying he is now in control of Jekyll? What did Jekyll mean when he said he has nothing to fear for the moment? We shall see when I return shortly with Act 3.
You've seen the Budweiser commercials on television, and maybe you've wondered how long people have been putting that famous Bud label on things. Well, not as long as the brewers of Bud have been putting things on the label. Things like a list of Bud's most important ingredients. Quote, brewed by our original process from the choicest hops, rice, and best barley malt. And things like the following statement. This is the famous Budweiser beer. We know of no brand produced by any other brewer which costs so much to brew and age. Our exclusive Beechwood aging produces a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Unquote. Yes, brewing beer right does make a difference. Read the Bud label. Taste the king of beers, and you'll agree, when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
It's a real hot day. I'm soaking up the sun, and suddenly I say antifreeze right out loud. My wife says, huh? And I say, haven't you heard that song?
You can never buy Prestone too early. Do it now, don't you wait. You can never buy Prestone too early. You can only buy it too late.
It's It's a fact. A 50-50 mix of Prestone 2 Winter Summer Formula and water, about 2 gallons for most cars, fights boil-over because it helps your cooling system handle heat better than water. Fresh boil-over protection and fresh corrosion protection, too, because only Prestone 2 has a patented silicone silicate inhibitor system. Nothing beats it for corrosion protection. Summer, winter, spring, or fall, you can never buy Prestone too early. You can only buy it too late.
If you can't trust Prestone,
who can you trust?
The Scotland Yard police, in pursuit of the murderous Mr. Hyde, arrive at Dr. Lanyon's house in Cavendish Square, just as Hyde is transformed into the noted and respected physician, Dr. Jekyll. Now, as the police urgently ring the bell of the front door...
Dr. Lanyon, you must answer the door.
I can't get up from this chair, Jekyll. My heart, I feel weak, faint.
Then I suppose I must let them in. Beatrice, how long have you been outside this door?
Long enough, Henry.
You know.
Oh, heaven help you, Henry. Yes, I know.
That's the police at the door. You'll not give me away.
Dr. Jekyll.
Inspector Wolf, isn't it?
Yes, but what... one moment. Sergeant, place your men so every entrance and exit is guarded. Now, if I may come in, Dr. Jekyll?
Certainly. My dear, this is Inspector Wolf of Scotland Yard. My fiancée, Miss Beatrice Lanyon, Inspector.
How do you do? Oh, now, 1,000 apologies, ma'am, but we're looking for a murderer. A certain Edward Hyde.
And what makes you think you'll find him here?
A description of him was given to every hansom cab driver in London. One of them saw him enter this house little more than half an hour ago and notified the yard.
Well, you've obviously made a mistake. This is the home of Dr. Lanyon. I am his daughter. We are not acquainted with anyone named Hyde.
I beg your pardon, Dr. Jekyll. You said something?
No.
Miss Lanyon, I should like your permission to search the premises.
Well, I'm afraid that's impossible,
I don't think you quite understand. If our information is correct, Edward Hyde is in this house, and he's a dangerous man, Miss Lanyon. A murderer.
I'm sorry. No. Good night, Inspector. Inspector, I said good night.
Is your father at home?
Yes.
Then I must ask to see him. If you'll not give us permission to search the house, perhaps he will.
I'm sorry, Inspector, but my father...
I insist, madam.
Inspector, there is no Edward Hyde in this house any more than there was an Edward Hyde in mine when you called there.
Very well. I won't pursue this matter further tonight, Miss Lanyon. But, Dr. Jekyll, I think we should have another talk, you and I, about your Mr. Hyde.
He's not my Mr. Hyde, Inspector. He's a patient I haven't seen in a long time. Should he pay me another professional visit, I shall certainly notify you. And now, sir, good night.
Good night.
Henry. Oh, Henry, what terrible thing have you done?
My darling. Oh, my dearest, I'm trapped by my own folly. Your father warned me a long time ago to give up my experiments. If only I had heeded his advice.
Well, heed it now.
Yeah, it's impossible. It's too late.
Why too late?
I've lost control over Hyde. He controls me. Over these past months, he's grown stronger and I weaker. I never know how or when the transformation... horrible transformation will take place. Heaven help me, Beatrice. I have become Hyde's slave.
But it's not too late. We can't let it be. Father could help you, Henry. I'm sure he can. Come. We'll ask his advice. He'll know what to do.
Perhaps you're right. Yes. Let's see what he has to say.
Father, the police have gone and Henry's in fearful trouble, as you know, and he wants to... Father?
Dr. Lanyon.
Father, what is it? Why do you just sit there staring? Oh, my God. Oh, Henry.
Yes. He's dead. What he saw tonight was too much for his weak heart. Edward Hyde murdered him. Heaven forgive me. I murdered him.
All right, Beatrice. Jekyll, we can leave now, I think.
No, I would like to stay a little longer, Mr. Utterson.
No, child. They'll start to fill in the grave shortly. There's no need to put yourself through that. Come along now, I insist.
Oh, very well.
Beatrice, if you would care to dismiss your carriage and let me take you home in mine.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Utterson, but I'd like to be alone. You understand.
Yes, sir.
I'll go with Beatrice.
Oh, no, thank you, Henry. No, I really do wish to be by myself for a time.
I see. I'll call on you then tomorrow, if I am able.
No, I shall be busy tomorrow. There's so much to do winding up Father's affairs.
Perhaps if
I'll get in touch with you, Henry. Good day. Good day, Mr. Utterson.
Good day, Beatrice. Jekyll, join me in my carriage. I want to talk to you.
My own carriage is waiting.
Send it along. I must talk with you.
As you wish. You may go along, Johnson. I'm riding with Mr. Utterson.
After you, Jekyll.
Well, what is it?
I want to talk to you about your will.
Oh, what now, Utterson?
Oh, need
now?
you ask? You read the newspapers. You know this man, Edward Hyde, is a monster, a murderer sought by the police. God knows what your connection with him may be, what hold he has on you, and you needn't say he hasn't. He must have. Why else would a man of your reputation, a celebrated and respected physician, leave all his worldly possessions to such a human horror?
They're my possessions. I have the right to do with them as I wish.
And I, the right as your solicitor, to refuse to let you do
You
it.
can't stop me.
Well, perhaps I can.
How? In what way?
Not sure. I'll have to seek advice on this. But it may very well be, Jekyll, on grounds of protecting you from yourself, that I can have you declared incompetent to handle your affairs.
Incompetent? I incompetent? How dare you say such a thing to me? How dare you even think such a thing?
Jekyll, let go, my arm. You're hurting
My will
me.
is my will. Edward Hyde is to inherit everything in the event of my death or my disappearance.
What is the matter with you? Take your hand out. Good Lord, your hand. Jekyll, your hand. It's covered with long hair. The fingernails are becoming
Hey, you
claws.
meddling little pipsqueak.
Face, it's changing.
Of course it's changing, you interfering muddlehead. Do me out of my inheritance, would you? Prevent me from inheriting Jekyll's wealth?
You, oh my God, you're Hyde. You are Edward Hyde.
Yes, Edward Hyde. Edward Hyde. Murderer, Edward Hyde. Monster, according to you?
Yes, but how could you? No, you're strangling me. You're
Die!
Henry, it's Beatrice. Let me in. Henry, do you hear me? Open this door.
Go away.
Henry,
Go away.
I've come to help you.
No.
Let me in.
Oh, Beatrice. Oh, Beatrice.
Henry.
It's the end.
Where?
It's the end, Beatrice. The end. The potion doesn't work anymore. It's useless. Hyde takes over whenever he pleases.
Oh, dear Lord. There must be something we could... What is this gun?
I meant to take my life and this horror once and for all. But he won't let me. I have only to pick up the gun and he returns. I no longer have any will of my own. He possesses me, owns me, like a demon.
What is it?
Oh, get out of here, Beatrice. Leave me at once.
You're changing. You're becoming Hyde. Let go of me, Henry.
Let go of you? When I've wanted you, yearned for you, lusted for you, my lovely creature, all these months, huh?
Don't kiss me, please.
Oh, yes. Kiss you and fondle you and caress you and... You
you're stronger than I thought. My beautiful Beatrice. Good, very good. That makes the sport worthwhile. Come away from you. Stay away from you who were made for love. Would you deny a man the pleasure? I'll say you're very, very quick. Strong, too. Strong and quick. And desirable. Stop trying to elude me. You can't. You know you can't. You are strong, but I am stronger. You are quick, but I am quicker. And you are a beauty. And I a beast, eh? Beauty and the Beast, eh? Beauty and the Beast. Put that down.
No. You could stop Henry Jekyll from using this gun, but you can't stop me. Get away from that door. Let me out of here.
Oh, no.
Stay back or I'll shoot.
Go ahead, shoot. I didn't think you could. It isn't in you to kill. Even such a thing as me.
No. Oh, dear God, help me.
Just give me the gun right here, and then once you're in my arms... No. Don't struggle. It'll do you no good. Give me the gun.
Miss Lanyon! Oh, good heavens! Miss Lanyon! Miss Lanyon!
The gun went off and killed Mr. Hyde.
Hyde? But on the floor, that's Dr. Jekyll.
What?
See for yourself.
Oh, yes. I see.
But if the gun killed Mr. Hyde, how?
Don't ask any questions now, Poole. Not now. Just go and fetch the police.
As a baffled and distraught Poole rushes out into the storm to find a policeman, Beatrice Lanyon gazes down at the body of Dr. Henry Jekyll. Or is it Edward Hyde? I'll be back shortly.
It took me 20 years to get what I've got today. A nice house, a couple of comfortable, good-looking cars. Then along came all the concern about miles per gallon. They say one of my cars ought to be a small car. I say, okay, show me a small car that's good enough to make a big car guy like me happy. They say, look at a Buick. I say, go on, Buick doesn't even make small cars. Look at the Apollo, they say. So I looked. Buick does make a small car. But this one's got some room and comfort. And something else. A 6-cylinder engine and a standard 21-gallon gas tank. Put those together and you've got range. Well, that's just important to me as miles per gallon. So I consider everything about the car, the economy naturally, but also how nice it was inside and how smooth it was. And I bought the Apollo. There's nothing wrong with a small car, as long as it's a Buick. Apollo, the Buick of small cars.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your allergy to contact.
Now listen carefully, because this message may surprise you. There is an ingredient that can effectively help block pollen's bad effect on your system. Sneezing, sniffling, drips, itchy, red, watery eyes. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists, and it's an ingredient in Contact. Surprising, yes, but the true wonder of Contact is how our tiny time pills keep this antihistamine working, helping up to 12 hours per capsule, all day, all night. Allergy is our business, too.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love.
But give your allergy to Contact. Take Contact only when needed, only as directed. You may like to know that the adaptation of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde I've just brought you comes closer to Stevenson's original than any other I know. I think you'll agree it was as much a mystery as a tale of horror.
Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Marion Seldes, Ian Martin, and Kurt Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division, the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and new sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Professor Harold Hill is the Music Man.
76 strong.
Three Days of Frost by R.D. Wingfield, starring Leslie Sands as Detective Inspector Frost, with Steve Hodson as Detective Constable Barnard. 3 Days of Frost.
Prepare him for immediate surgery, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh, and warn the others. Are you Mr. Barnard?
Detective Constable Barnard. How is he?
Well, he's got a bullet in his brain. How do you expect him to be? Oh, well, I'm sorry, but I've been working all night. He really needs a specialist, but it's 2 o'clock Christmas morning. I can't even scrape together a full operating team. Now, are there any relatives?
I don't know. Oh. I don't think so. I've only known him a few days, you see.
Oh. Well, he's got very little chance. You realize that, don't you? I mean, we'll do our best, but, well, it couldn't have happened at a worse time.
But that was typical of you, Detective Inspector Jack Frost, wasn't it? Typical. Getting yourself shot on Christmas Day, a second-best surgeon, and half the theater staff missing. But why the hell did I worry? We were almost total strangers. When I stepped off the London train at Denton Station on that Sunday night before Christmas, I didn't even know you existed. The promised police car was waiting to take me to my digs. Doors open, engine running, impatient to get away.
Detective Constable Clive Barnard.
That's right.
Get in quick as you can. I'm PC Jordan. That's PC Sims.
Hello there.
We've got to make a detour. A woman's phoned the station. Her 8-year-old kid hasn't returned from Sunday school.
That's the sort of crime we get in Denton, Mr. Barnard. None of your big London bullion robberies. How long you been in CID?
3 months.
Oh, 3 months, eh? And now you come down from London to show us how it's done. Left here.
I know.
I'm not down here to show anyone anything. I'm here to learn. It's a 3-month exchange scheme that training have thought of.
Oh,
Other forces have sent people to London.
What the hell?
We just missed hitting a mud-splattered car which shot right across our path. The driver, a shabbily dressed individual in his mid-40s, gave a careless wave of apology as he disappeared into the darkness.
A silly damn fool. He'll get himself killed one of these days.
Who is he?
One of your new colleagues, young Barnard. That was Detective Inspector Jack Frost.
What? Him? He looks like an old tramp.
No, he's not the world's snappiest dresser.
Well, thank goodness I'm not working with him. I'm with Detective Inspector Cull.
Ah, this is Vicarage Terrace. What number?
29. There. That must be it.
Yeah.
We stopped outside a detached house where a young teenage girl waved frantically to flag us down. I imagined her to be the missing child's sister.
Mrs. Uphill?
Yes.
Mrs. Uphill? This kid? But in the light, I could see she was about 24 years old and worried sick.
Have you found her?
Give us a chance, Mrs. Uphill. We've only just got your message.
Yes.
Yes, of course.
It didn't take them long to get the details. Her 8-year-old daughter, Tracy, had attended the Sunday school at the end of the road. The Sunday school finished at 4:30. It was now a little after 7, and the child still hadn't returned home.
Try not to worry, Mrs. Uphill. She's probably just wandered off somewhere. Kids do.
I suppose so.
Stay by your phone. We'll ring you as soon as we have some news.
And you'll ring us if she turns up in the meantime.
Yes, of course.
Good. We'll show ourselves out. Come on, Barnard.
Here, Mike, this Sunday school. Wasn't it the one where we had those complaints about the man trying to lure kids into his car?
Yes, but that was months ago. Still, mention it when you radio the kid's description through to control. And tell them we are now taking our supercargo to his digs. It's tomorrow you report in, isn't it, Barnard?
Where's the meeting, Sergeant? Down that corridor, second door on your left, sir. Denton, please. Right. I'll cut in. Yes, sir?
I'm not a sir, Sergeant. I'm Detective Constable Barnard.
Oh, yes, the whiz kid from London.
I was told to report to Detective Inspector Cull at 8 o'clock.
Were you? Well, it's now 5 past.
The meeting, Sergeant?
Down the corridor, second door on your left. Anyway, Barnard, Inspector Cull won't be able to see you for a while. We've got a bit of a panic on. And, let me give you a little tip. We don't go in for flashy gear down here.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you mean.
That suit. Change it.
I see nothing wrong with it, Sergeant.
Don't be told, then. Look out, here's the divisional commander.
Good morning, Sergeant Wells.
Good morning, sir.
Everyone here for the meeting?
As far as I know, sir.
Good.
By the way, sir, this is Detective Constable Barnard.
Barnard, welcome to Denton.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Superintendent Mullet, the divisional commander. Did you have a good trip? Digs all right?
Yes, thank you, sir.
You're waiting for Inspector Cull, aren't you? I tell you what, come along with me and sit in on this briefing meeting. You'll find it informative. We've got this problem with a missing girl. There's a seat there you can have, Barnard.
Thank you, sir.
No sign of Inspector Frost.
He doesn't seem to be honoring us with his presence.
Was he told?
Oh, yes, sir, he was told.
Typical. Your attention, please. Firstly, thank you all for coming. This child has now been missing for over 16 hours. 16 hours of sub-zero temperature. There's snow on the way. So if we're going to find her alive, we've got to be speedy and we've got to be thorough. For that reason, I have put Detective Inspector Cull in charge of this operation. And as he is in charge, it behoves me to shut up and let him take over.
When you're ready. Thank you. Tracy Uphill, 8 years old, fair hair, wearing a thick blue coat and a woolen scarf over the waist. That's clear. Good. Any questions? Right, yes, Constable Stringer.
I was wondering if it might not be a good idea to check on known child molesters, sir.
Oh, that's an excellent suggestion, Stringer. So you won't be surprised to learn that it occurred to your superiors over 12 hours ago. A separate team is now out checking on every known and suspected sexual offender in the division.
But a good point, Constable.
Oh, yes. Very good point. Right, now, anything else? Right, then. Off you go. And good luck.
Inspector.
Yes, sir?
What about the new chap, Barnard?
Well, I can't cope with him and the search party as well as all my other work.
Well, there's no one else.
There's Frost.
Frost? I couldn't. I couldn't possibly.
Only until we find the girl. I'm sorry, sir, but it's got to be. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir.
All right. Barnard.
Yes, sir.
Slight change of plan. By the way, I suppose the rest of your luggage hasn't arrived yet.
My luggage, sir?
I mean with your proper suit.
Oh. Yes, sir. It's on the way.
Excellent. Right. Well, then, instead of Inspector Cull, you'll be working under Detective Inspector Frost.
Frost, sir?
Yes. He wasn't at the meeting. But he's a very experienced officer, very experienced. But the thing is, Barnard, and I am taking you into my confidence here, you'll You'll have to make allowances for him.
Allowances, sir?
Yes. He's very experienced, as I've said, but he had a personal tragedy last year. His wife. Very sad, inoperable, absolutely nothing they could do.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
He took it badly, I'm afraid. You can't expect these tragedies not to leave their mark, so we make allowances.
I see, sir.
Good, I knew you would understand. Now, let's go down to Inspector Frost's office and try and find out where he's got to.
Don't you knock when you come into someone's office. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Oh, God, the briefing meeting.
Yes, Frost. The briefing meeting. Would you mind waiting outside for a moment, Barnard?
Sir.
So, where were you?
I'm sorry, Super. I forgot.
Forgot? Don't you keep a desk diary?
There's one here somewhere.
This office is a disgrace. It's a pigsty, an absolute pigsty. Unemptied ashtrays, paper everywhere. That should have gone off weeks ago. And there's that file. When I asked you for it, you said you didn't have it.
I've only just found it. I was going to bring it in to you. It was under these papers.
How could anyone possibly work in a mess like this? Oh, get it tidied up, Frost, please. While we're on distasteful subjects, your standard of dress. You look as if you're wearing your gardening clothes. Your trousers want pressing, and I'm sure those shoes haven't seen a blacking brush for months.
We can't all be tailors' dummies.
Don't be impertinent, Frost. Now, listen. I'm putting this new man, Detective Constable Barnard, under your care. Only for a couple of days, until Inspector Cull can take over. Watch your tongue. Mind what you say to him, especially when referring to superior officers. And no bending of the rules. Do I make myself clear?
Perfectly, sir.
Good. Come in, Barnard. Inspector Frost, this is Detective Constable Barnard.
Sir? God almighty.
His proper suit is coming down with the rest of his luggage.
Oh, I see.
Well, I'll leave you to it. Remember what I said, Inspector.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, come in, son. Sit down.
Thank you.
If you clear those files away, you might find there's a chair underneath. How much do they charge for suits like that?
£57, sir.
Blimey. A proper shop, was it?
Yes, sir.
Bit of gratuitous advice from an old hand, son. Never wear anything on duty you wouldn't be happy letting a drunk be sick all over. Come in. Ah, Inspector Cole.
Oh, hello, Jack. This place is a mess.
Yeah, our divisional commander was graciously pleased to bring that to my attention.
I got a job for you.
Oh?
Yes, this missing girl. I'd like a thorough search of the house.
You reckon the mother's done her in?
It's possible. Now, would you see to it, Jack, and let me know how you get on?
Any excuse to get out. Come on, son, we'll do it now. Give your suit an airing.
Barnard.
Yes, sir.
Inspector Frost is not a typical officer. For certain reasons, he's tolerated. As soon as we find the girl, you'll be back with me, all right?
Barnard!
All right, sir. I'm coming.
That's all this job seems to be, son. Pushing doorbells. Good morning, Mrs. Uphill. I'm Detective Inspector Frost, Denton CID.
Have you found her?
Not yet, Mrs. Uphill, but we should have some news soon. We've got half the county out looking for her. Can we come in, do you think?
In here. Please sit down. Can I get you anything? Tea? Coffee?
That'd be lovely. But if I could just get a few details first. We were wondering if you had any further thoughts as to where your daughter might have gone. We've tried all the obvious places.
Well, if I'd thought of anything, I'd have phoned.
Did you quarrel with her? Or can you think of any reason why she might have wanted to run away from home?
No. We went through all that last night.
You've had a thorough look all over the house, I suppose?
The house? How can she possibly be in the house?
She could be hiding.
Since 4:30 yesterday afternoon.
Doesn't seem very possible, does it? But I tell you what, just for our peace of mind, we'll give the house a quick going over while you make us a cup of tea. Give us a hand to get this back, would you, sir?
Inspector, where's her husband?
Husband, son? That's got it. There isn't one. She's not married. The Mrs. is purely a courtesy title. like calling mullets. We'll try the next room. The kids' room. Ooh, it's cold.
Radiator's on.
It still feels cold and empty.
Where does Mrs. Uphill get her money from, sir? There seems to be no shortage.
You don't know?
No.
You're old enough, I suppose. She's a prostitute, son. Sells her body to men at 10 quid a time. That's where she gets her money from. Damn. I found the toy cupboard. And I bet Mummy had to work hard to provide this little lot. What's left on this floor?
Only the bathroom, sir.
Right. Go and give it one of your thorough London searches while I shove this little lot back. All finished, son?
Yes, sir.
No B-day, eh? I suppose she chucks her fag ends down the toilet. Did you have much trouble getting the bath panel off?
The bath panel, sir? The bath was boxed in by plastic panels screwed into internal wooden battens. So obvious a hiding place, I'd missed it completely. With an infuriating grin, Frost produced a screwdriver from the depths of his scruffy raincoat and sat on the toilet seat to watch me work. There's nothing here, sir.
Are you sure? Poke around, son. A £57 suit should stand up to a bit of dirt.
No, there's nothing.
No, I didn't think there would be. But it pays to be thorough, especially at the start of your career. Now then, let's see how quickly you can put it back on. Damn, she's coming up.
I've brought the tea and some... Why have you got the bath panel off? How do you think she could have got... You think she's dead, don't you?
Grab the tray, son. Take it easy, Mrs. Uphill.
Am I supposed to have killed my own daughter? Why aren't you out there looking for her?
That's put us in our place. I wonder if she's hidden the body in the airing cupboard.
I've already looked, sir. And is it necessary to be quite so callous?
You must make allowances for me, son. I'm sure you've been told that. What do you reckon to this? I found it tucked inside Tracy's Beano Annual.
It was an unretouched enlargement of a nude girl, sitting on a draped box, leaning back to show the camera a well-developed body. The model could not be identified, as from the neck up, the top half had been torn off, but traces of long, dark hair could be seen resting on the shoulders.
Processed by an amateur, son. You can still smell the acid fixer. What do you make of that crescent-shaped mark on the right arm?
I don't know. Could it be a birthmark?
Yeah, that's what I reckon. Wonder who she is, and how did Tracy get hold of it? We've finished, Mrs. Uphill. We didn't find anything.
Am I supposed to look surprised or relieved?
You want to know something that puzzles me?
What?
Why didn't you meet Tracy from Sunday school yesterday? Light the lady's cigarettes, huh?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Why didn't you meet her, Mrs. Uphill?
I just didn't.
We've had a word with the Sunday school superintendent. He says you always met her. Winter, summer, rain or shine. Yesterday was the one and only time you didn't show up. Why?
I just didn't. There was no reason. I thought she'd be all right.
I don't believe you, Mrs. Uphill. Last summer, a man tried to lure some kids into his car as they came out of that Sunday school. And ever since then, even though it's just at the end of the street, you've met Tracy every damn week without fail. When the sun was blazing down, you met her, but yesterday, when it was pitch dark, you gave it a miss. Why, Mrs. Uphill? Why?
Inspector!
Come on, Mrs. Uphill. Why?
Oh, leave me alone, you bastard!
I don't care about your feelings, Mrs. Uphill. All I care about is getting help, not you going into bloody hysterics. So why didn't you meet her?
I had a man here.
A regular?
Yes. Every Sunday. He was always away by 3:30. Plenty of time for me to get down to the Sunday school. But yesterday he was an hour late in arriving. He didn't leave until just before 4:30. There wasn't time.
No time? It would only take you a couple of minutes to get there.
I wasn't dressed.
Yes, of course.
By the time I had dressed and tidied up, it was nearly 4:45. Oh, if only he'd been on time.
Did he say why he was late?
Something about a cancelled train. He had to wait for the next.
You know his name or where he came from?
No. He said his name was Bob, but they don't always tell the truth.
When he left, which direction did he go?
Towards the Sunday school.
And he left here just as the kids were coming out. He could have seen her. We'll want a description, Mrs. Uphill. That, at least, should present no difficulty.
He's about 34, 35. He has a beard, light brown hair.
It was a very detailed description, right down to his appendix scar. When she had finished, Frost produced the photograph.
Would this be anyone you know, Mrs. Uphill?
No.
We found it in Tracy's room, hidden in a book.
Tracy's room?
Where would she have got it from? You keep anything like that in the house?
No,
Oh, well, she probably just found it somewhere. It'd mean nothing to kids of her age. Well, don't lose hope, Mrs. Uphill. We'll let you know as soon as we have any news. Go on, son.
Where to, sir?
We'll find somewhere to have lunch, and then I want you to nip down to the railway station. If he visits her every Sunday, the staff should remember him. Now, there's the Sunday school. Used to be the old vicarage at one time. The actual church is further back.
Looks a proper dump.
Yeah. My wife's buried in the churchyard.
Oh, sorry.
Will you be staying here for Christmas?
As far as I know.
Good. I'm on duty Christmas and Boxing Day. You can come on with me if you like. Now, let's see what the lunches are like at that place.
When I returned from the railway station, Frost was sprawled on the back seat of the car, fast asleep. Inspector.
Oh, it's you, son. Oh, that lunch was diabolical. And that tapioca. Cool. Reminds me about the bloke who drank the spittoon for a bet. Do you know that?
Yes, sir. I've been to the railway station. I do know our man. He travels up every Sunday from Leffington. And his usual train was cancelled, just as he said.
Leffington? We could be in luck, son. What train did he catch back?
Usually the 4:33. But yesterday it was the 6:57.
6:57. And he left Mrs. Uphill's just on 4:30. It's only half an hour's walk to the station, even for a man with no appendix, which makes him 2.5 hours adrift. And what could he have been doing? There isn't a damn thing to do in Denton on a Sunday evening. Even the public toilets shut at 5 o'clock.
It was just after 4 when we got back to the station to find Sergeant Wells deep in argument with one of the scruffiest, dirtiest, foulest-smelling old tramps I had ever seen.
Not leaving here until I get it. Fine thing, isn't it, when the stinking cop spits your bloody money?
Go on, Sam. Hop it. Get out or I'll run you in.
I'm not going without my quid.
Hello, Sam. What's this, then? Come to make your usual donation to the Police Benevolent Fund?
You don't have to make a donation to take it from you.
I'm not being personal, Sam, but you don't half stink. Like a hot dustbin with its lid off. No, don't get any nearer. Just stay there. I'm getting itchy just looking at you.
Never mind the bleeding insults. Where's my quid?
Gentleman wants to know where his quid is, Sergeant.
You came in here with 6pence and you were given back 6pence when we turned you out. We didn't charge anything for our hospitality, nor for the fact that you were sick all over our nice clean floor. You had that on the rates with our compliments.
What was he in for?
Sleeping rough, drinking meths, and urinating on the gravestones in the churchyard.
These young Conservatives?
I wasn't so drunk I didn't know how much I had. But I had £1.06. Now, that young copper put it in an envelope, and when he gave it back for me, the quid was gone.
It was never there, Sam. You were full of myths. You didn't know what you had.
I brought the myths up.
All right, Sam. Now, if you had a quid, where'd you get it from? You hadn't been selling your body, I hope.
I found it.
And now you've lost it. Easy come, easy go.
That young copper nicked it.
Right. You've made a very serious allegation about a member of this force. Take it you're going to prefer charges. Name?
That lot of good to do me if I did. You'd all lie your heads off.
Then get out.
I'm going, but I'll be back.
Got anywhere to sleep tonight, Sam?
Mind your own business.
What young copper was he talking about?
Facey Stringer, you know. He's as straight as a die. The search parties are all back in, by the way. No trace of the girl.
She's in the open. She won't last through the night. It's getting bitter out there.
Yes. Oh, another thing, Jack. County have been on. They're screaming for your crime statistics return. It must go off tonight.
We'll do it now. You any good at figures, son?
Station, Sergeant. Oh, Jack, it's for you. Leffington, please.
Oh, tough. Frost? You have? Well, bless your little cotton socks. No, we'll do it. We're on our way now. They've traced Mrs. Uphill's bearded Sunday regular. He's a school teacher. Come on, son, let's pay him a visit.
Hey, what about the crime statistics?
Bags of time. We'll do them when we get back.
Yes?
Mr. Stanley Farnham?
Yes.
We're police officers, sir. Can we come in?
Police officers?
Show the gentleman your warrant card, son.
Oh, yes. There we are, sir. What's it about?
Something I think you'd prefer was not discussed on your doorstep, sir. May we come in?
In here.
Very nice. Very compact.
I'm sorry it's so untidy. I've just got in from school.
Yes, we heard you were a teacher. Biology, sir?
No, English.
Ah. Is it all right if my colleague takes a look round?
No, it's not all right. What the hell is this about?
Do you know a woman called Joan Uphill, Mr. Farnham?
Uphill? No, I don't recall.
29 Vicarage Terrace, Denton. 10 quid a time and a cup of tea after.
I'm sorry, I don't know her.
She must be lying, then, because she says she knows you. Would you object to taking part in an identity parade?
Wait a minute. Uphill, you say?
Allow me, sir. You're shaking.
All right. I do know her. What has happened to her?
Why should anything have happened to her, sir?
Well, you know, these women, they do get attacked, but she was all right when I left her.
What time was that?
Oh, about 4:30.
Our inquiry is regarding her daughter, Mr. Farnham.
Tracy?
Why so surprised? You must know about it. It was on the news. It's in all the papers.
Isn't this your morning paper on the coffee table, sir?
Yes, but I haven't read it yet. It isn't delivered till after I've left for school.
Oh. There it is, sir.
Police search for missing child.
Oh, good Lord. How terrible. Well, you don't think she's here, do you? Is that why you want to search? Because you think she's here? Well, go ahead, look where you like. I've nothing to hide.
Off you go then, son.
Righto, sir.
And be thorough.
Yes, sir.
So you left Mrs. Uphill's about 4:30 then, sir?
Yes.
That would be about the time Tracy was coming out of Sunday school.
Yes, I know. I saw her.
Where was this?
She was walking away from the Sunday school.
Towards her home?
No, they were walking in the opposite direction.
They?
She was with a woman.
What woman?
I don't know.
Describe her.
I didn't take an awful lot of notice. It was dark, and I was in a hurry. Medium height, wearing a whitish fur coat.
Was she old, young?
I didn't notice.
You see where they went?
No, I soon outpaced them. I didn't particularly want Tracy to see me, and I was in a hurry.
Why were you in a hurry, sir?
Well, I had a train to catch.
What train was that?
Look, I'm a bit confused. I caught the late train. I was hurrying because I had to visit my aunt. I was due there for tea.
Your Sundays are one long round of pleasure, aren't they, sir? Any luck, son?
No, sir.
Now get your notebook out, Mr. Farnham. He's going to give us the name and address of his aunt.
Yes, you won't go round there, will you? I mean, she's an old lady. Her heart's none too good, and...
Don't worry, sir. I specialise in old ladies with weak hearts. Well, that damn form must be somewhere, son. Are you sure it's not on your desk?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Jack. Heard the news?
They found her?
Not the girl. Inspector Cull. He's had an accident.
Accident? When? Where? What happened?
A lorry smashed into his car.
Is he badly hurt?
Couple of broken ribs, at least. He'll be out of action for a while.
Poor old Cull. I wouldn't even have wished that on Mullet. So who's he going to put in charge of the Tracy Uphill case? Some big head from county, I suppose. Answer that, son, will you?
Sir? Inspector Frost's office? Yes, sir. Mr. Mullet wants to see you right away, sir.
Me? Oh, no. No, even he couldn't be that stupid.
Mr. Mullet wouldn't be that stupid. Would he, Sergeant?
I take it you haven't got a very high opinion of our Mr. Frost, young Barnard.
Not for me to say, is it, Sergeant?
Oh, come now. I've only known him for 15 years. You've known him for 10 whole hours.
It doesn't take 10 hours to find out that a man's uncouth, untidy, and a mess. You know yourself he's only tolerated here.
Who told you that?
Inspector Cull.
Inspector Cull. That's just the sort of thing he would say. And do you know why Jack Frost is tolerated?
No.
He's tolerated, Barnard, because he's achieved something that Mullet and Cull would give their bloody eye teeth for. Keeps it stuck away in the back here somewhere. Ah. Have a look at that. Go on. Open it.
A medal?
Not just a medal, Barnard. Ever seen a George Cross before? Because that's what it is. The civilian equivalent of the VC. And it's his, Jack Frost's. That mess you mentioned.
Mess? Someone talking about me? What's that doing out?
I was just showing it to the lad, Jack.
Oh. Give it here, son.
How did you win it, sir?
Oh, it's a long and boring story. Well, one of our local yobbos popped to the eyeballs on drugs, gets himself a gun and tries to pull off the crime of the century at Bennington's bank. We turned up, and I marched over to get the gun from him. He nearly shot my head off. Not a bad little medal. They prefer you to get killed before they give it to you, but they make an exception if their stocks are building up.
What did he want to see you about, Jack?
As headquarters haven't got any suitable officers to spare, I am now in full charge of the Tracy Uphill investigation.
Congratulations.
Mind you, I've been given my orders. I'm to stay well away from the press, buy a new suit, and report to Mullet every 5 minutes. Apart from that, I've got a completely free hand. Well, come on, son. Stop messing about with those figures. Let's see how my subordinates are managing without us in search control. How's it going, Arthur?
Hello, Jack. I'm told you're our new boss.
Thank God you know. I was afraid I'd have to break the bad news. Oh, have you met Clive Barnard, alias Joseph, and his Technicolor dreamcoat? Clive, this is Detective Sergeant Arthur Hanlon.
How do you do?
Any news on the woman in the white fur, Arthur?
Nothing. Your bloke Farnham seems to be the only person who saw her. If he did see her.
First thing tomorrow, son, we must check up on Auntie. Don't let me forget.
Right, sir.
A couple of other things, Jack. You know we've been checking up on known child molesters. Foxtrot Tango came up with something interesting.
Oh, what?
Mickey Hoskins didn't turn up for work today.
Did they check his digs?
He hasn't been there since Sunday.
Ah, I want him found and brought in, Arthur. Put an all patrols message out.
Right.
Who's Mickey Hoskins, sir?
He's got more form than your suit's got red stripes, son. Indecent exposure, indecent assault, the lot. He's got a special liking for young girls. So he's still with Ma Bowsy, then, Arthur? God, I wouldn't eat a meal she'd cooked or coughed over if you paid me £1 million. Which reminds me, did I ever tell you the joke about the bloke who drank the spittoon for a bet?
Yes, in the canteen over dinner.
Oh, so I did. Do you know it, son? There was this bloke.
I've heard it, sir.
Oh. Anything else then, Arthur?
Oh, usual crank calls. Oh, Martha Wendell's been on again. She says the spirits have got an important message for us. About a body.
Oh, I'll follow it through, Arthur, the way we've followed all our other spirit messages through. Well, I'm afraid you'll have to try and manage without us for a while, Arthur. We've got the crime statistics to do. Right, son. Bring your chair over to my desk.
Sir?
Shouldn't take us more than a couple of hours. Where's me pen? Hello? You haven't borrowed any of my money, have you, sir?
No, sir.
Well, that's odd. There was about 45 pence in small change here. Frost? Oh, blimey, Arthur, we've only just left you. You'll have to learn to manage on your own, you know. What? No, I'll handle it. I'm on my way now with Flash Harry. Forget the crime statistics, son. We're going out.
Yes, sir.
The headmaster of Tracy's school just phoned. He doesn't know if it's important, but a girl called Audrey Harding, 12 years old, never turned up for school today. And Audrey is a close friend of Tracy Uphill.
It took us 15 minutes to get to the girls' house, and as a schoolgirl was involved, we'd collected a woman police constable on the way. The door was opened by a loin-stirring blockbuster in tight denim jeans and a cotton T-shirt that stretched to bursting point across a mouth-watering, unrestricted, jiggling bosom.
Sorry to bother you, miss. We're police officers.
Who is it? Carol singers?
No, police.
Police? What is it? What's the matter?
Mrs. Harding,
Yes?
do you have a little girl called Audrey?
I'm Audrey.
You? How old are you?
12, nearly 13.
She's big for her age.
Yes. Can we come in?
We were ushered into a tiny hothouse of a kitchen. Frost nodded for the woman police constable to start the questions.
You weren't at school today, Audrey?
She's got a bad chest.
Camphorated oil's very good. About 2 gallons.
They haven't sent the police down just because I kept her away from school, surely?
No, it's about Tracy Uphill. I believe you know her, Audrey.
I know her. Her mother's a tart.
Maybe she is, but you shouldn't say so. Not in company. There's some things you don't talk about. My uncle was an undertaker, but we never mentioned it to anyone.
Well, some things are best left unsaid. You don't go to Sunday school, do you, Audrey?
Only to ballet classes and tap dancing. We believe in religion and that sort of thing, but we don't want it rammed down our throat, especially on a Sunday.
Tracy's been missing from her home since 4:30 yesterday afternoon, Mrs. Harding. Didn't you know?
Tracy? Is that the girl they've been talking about on the wireless? Well, I'd never connected her with...
She's a friend of yours, Audrey?
I knew her a bit, but I haven't seen her outside school for a couple of weeks.
Are you sure?
My girl's not a liar.
Can you think of anywhere she might have gone?
No.
Oh, she was seen going off with a woman in a white fur coat. Any idea who that woman might be?
No idea at all.
Do you play bingo, Mrs. Harding?
Twice a week down the old Grand Cinema. Yeah, how did you know?
Well, we had these reports about a beautiful woman seen playing down there, and I happened to notice your bingo card on the mantelpiece.
Oh, aren't you observant? Eyes everywhere. Oh, I've had 1 or 2 very good wins.
I thought I was onto a winner the minute I spotted you. And I bet you'll make a lovely cup of tea.
Would you like one? It won't take a minute.
Lovely.
I'll put the kettle on. It only wants topping up.
There's no rush. Oi. Fanny.
You talking to me?
Yeah. Does your mother know you borrow her coat?
What coat?
The white fur hanging behind the door.
She bought it with her bingo money. She'll murder me if she finds out.
You wore it yesterday, didn't you? When you met Tracy from Sunday school.
Oh, I just wanted to show off the coat. I didn't want her to come with me.
Didn't want her to, but she did.
I said she'd have to go the minute me fella turned up.
Your fella?
My boyfriend. I was meeting him at the gates to the field by Meadow Lane.
What happened when he arrived? Did she go?
Well, she pretended to, but she followed us, hoping for an eyeful, I expect. We ended up in the wood.
Why'd you go there?
To try and shake her off, but she kept following. In the end, we ran and hid behind that big tree, the one by the lake. She went racing past, so me and my boyfriend backtracked to the main road.
You left a kid of 8 to find her own way home from those woods in the pitch dark?
We never asked her to follow us. Anyway, she knew the way back, and she wasn't going home. She said she was going to play in the old vicarish grounds.
So you left her. Where did you go after that?
To me boy's house. His parents were out.
What did you do there?
What do you think? You won't tell me Mum, will you?
Not unless I have to. Ah, the old brown juice.
Now, help yourself.
So we sipped hot, sweet tea and chatted. My eyes were drawn to our policewoman who had slipped off her greatcoat. She was lovely. A sharp dig from Frost's elbow brought me painfully back to earth.
The girl, son. Look at the girl.
12-year-old Audrey was examining the perfection of her right shoulder. She had pulled back the sleeve of her T-shirt, and there it was, a crescent-shaped birthmark, the birthmark we had last seen in black and white on the headless, nude photograph found in Tracy's bedroom. As soon as we were back in the car, Frost radioed through to control for the woods to be searched thoroughly. At the market square, the WPC asked to be dropped off.
You on standby then, Hazel?
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you what, I'll walk to the station from here. Young Clive can run you home in the car. All right, son?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Try and be good.
He's sweet, isn't he?
Is he? Where do you live?
Oh, Martin Road. It's about 5 minutes from here.
You'll have to pass my digs. How about dropping off for a cup of coffee? Coffee's nearly ready.
Good.
I'm sorry there's only the bed to sit on.
Oh, it's very comfortable. Isn't it hot in here? Mind if I take my tunic off?
No, of course not.
Oh, now I'm cold. Come and warm me.
Oh, there you are, son. Damn! Lucky I spotted your light.
Oh.
They found a scarf in the woods. Could be the girls. Oh, hello, Hazel. Didn't see you under there. You weren't talking about anything important, were you?
We found the scarf here, sir, caught on this bush.
What's down there?
Willow Lake. I reckon that's where we're going to find her.
Perhaps. First light tomorrow, we'll have it dragged. Of course, it might not be her scarf. Come on, son, we'll see if old Mother Uphill can identify it.
You want us to carry on searching, Inspector?
Oh, give it another couple of hours. There's the slimmest chance she's still alive, and a few more hours out in this would finish her off.
An expensive car passed us as we turned into Vicarage Terrace, and the rich smell of cigar smoke in Mrs. Uphill's lounge betrayed a recently departed visitor. Frost murmured something to me about business as usual. Then he showed her the scarf. At first, I thought she was going to faint, but she pulled herself together.
Yes, it's hers.
We found it in the woods, Mrs. Uphill. We'll have men searching there all night. What's up, son?
She shouldn't be on her own. Someone should stay the night with her.
Thinking of volunteering? I'll lend you the 10 quid if you're short.
Where to, sir?
Back to the station. We'll lay on the dragging of the lake tomorrow, and then off home. Your yawning's getting on my nerves.
So, back again to the station, through the lobby doors and the arranging of the dragging of the lake. We were actually leaving when Frost remembered the crime statistics.
Did you get those figures out, sir?
You told me to leave them, sir.
Well, bang goes out early night.
Oh.
Bring a chair over here. We should do it in half an hour.
Even with Frost's hair-raising shortcuts, which grossly abuse the laws of arithmetic, it took us over 90 minutes. But at last, the job was done, and the return chucked into the out tray.
How goes the time, son?
Nearly 1:30 in the morning, sir.
Oh, well, just one more job to do, then we can all go home.
As we passed through the lobby, he called out to the sergeant on duty.
Just going to the woods with the new chap?
The new chap. I felt as if I'd been trotting along behind Frost for 20 years. 20 long years.
Found anything else, lads?
No, sir.
All right. What with him yawning and you coughing. Pack it in. Hello. Did you feel that?
Snow.
All we need. It's going to be a bitch dragging that lake tomorrow. Trust me to get weather like this. Inspector Cowell would have had sunshine and bluebirds. Hello, who the hell's this? Oh, no. Not him.
Hello, Inspector. So, this is where you're hiding, eh? Any luck yet?
Son, this is Sandy Lane, chief reporter of the Denton Echo. Sandy, Detective Constable Barnard.
Oh, she ought to be popping up to the surface soon if she's in there, shouldn't she, Jack?
If she's in there?
Oh, she's got to be. Well, if I haven't dragged myself here at the crack of dawn for nothing. I've already written the headlines. Local clairvoyance prediction fulfilled. Body found in woods.
Yeah, and you could have a photograph of the girl's house with the caption, Santa won't be calling here this year.
You know that's not bad. Hello. I think they found something. Excuse me.
It's only a log, but let him find out for himself, and I hope he falls in. Oi, Constable!
Sir?
What's that hut over there?
The Model Boat Club use it in the summer, sir. It's all locked and empty now.
You sure?
Yes, sir. We got the key from the club secretary and searched it last night.
Well, let's take another look at it. I've got one of my nasty feelings. This door's been forced.
Only since yesterday, then, sir?
There's something wedged behind it. Give us a hand.
Right, sir. Oh, my God.
You found her? Oh.
Prediction fulfilled. Body found in woods.
But it was the wrong body. It wasn't the child. It was an old man. Sam, the tramp who had marched into the station demanding the return of his pound. He had frozen to death.
He must have broken in last night for somewhere to sleep.
Poor old devil. So what chance does the girl stand?
Oh, I wasn't here when you found him, Constable.
Sir?
I've got enough paperwork on my desk to keep me going without filling in forms for him. What's up, Barnard? Never seen a dead un before?
Not like that, sir.
Oh, this one's caviar compared with the first body I saw. He was a tramp, too.
Oh, no, Jack, not that story.
The boy hasn't heard it, Sandy.
Years ago, this was, son, when I was new to the force. They'd found the remains of this old tramp in a derelict house in the middle of a glorious heat wave. Well, they scraped him up and delivered him to the morgue. Hello. They finished dragging.
She's not... She's not in the lake, sir.
Then where is she? Come on, son, let's try the Sunday school. Sorry we couldn't oblige, Sandy.
Anyone at home?
Rambling sort of place, sir?
Yeah. This used to be the old vicarage years ago, son, but it was miles too big. Now it's just used for Sunday school, scouts, the odd mothers' meeting.
Uh-huh.
There should be a resident caretaker somewhere.
Anyone at home?
Who's that? What do you want?
You, Mr. Barrow, the caretaker?
Yeah?
Police. It's about young Tracy Uphill.
Well, terrible business, that. Terrible.
We want to look around, Mr. Barrow.
Well, she's not here.
How do you know?
Why, no, she was here. Besides, I've looked around myself.
This is a rabbit warren of a place. Too much for one man to do properly.
Look, it's not convenient now. I've got other things to do. Can't you come back later?
No need. You carry on with your work. We'll do it on our own. And don't worry, we won't pinch anything. I've got all the Bibles I can read back home. Come on, son, we'll start at the top. Last one, son. We'll do this, and we'll go home. Somebody's been in here recently. Smell that cigarette smoke. Try the light switch. It's pitch dark.
None of the others have worked, sir.
Wow! Blimey, it's bright.
I think it's a photoflat, sir.
I don't like the look of that, son.
It was an ominously large, battered Edwardian cabin trunk. It was fitted with a new, strong brass padlock.
One of my keys might conceivably fit. No. Yes. Ah. Old hymn books. Hardly worth the effort.
And hardly worth such a strong lock either, sir.
Like me, son, you compensate for your lack of dress sense with brains. Let's dig a little deeper.
At the bottom of the trunk, we found a camera and an envelope. The envelope contained gems from Barrow's photographic collection, including black and white enlargements of Mrs. Uphill in full, unretouched nudity, and photographs of an undressed, nubile, 12-year-old Audrey Harding, sitting on this same cabin trunk, sprawling provocatively against the wall. Only this time, the head was not torn off.
So now we know why Barrow didn't want us to search the place. I was afraid of this. I'd heard the odd rumour.
And what do we do now, sir?
Stick everything back, say nothing. None of our business.
None of our business? The girl's underage, sir.
Well, she certainly doesn't look it. I'll tell you something, my son. If she stuck those monsters under my nose, I certainly wouldn't waste time asking to see her birth certificate.
Yeah.
We're looking for a missing child. We're not interested in this muck. This is trivia. I'll have a quiet word with Barrow when I get round to it. He's fairly harmless. Just bung everything back as it was. We haven't seen it. And hurry. We should be back at the station.
A silly bitch! Do you see that red Mini? Shot straight out in front of us. Women, drivers.
And I thought she could do no wrong in your eyes. Or don't you recognise her with her clothes on?
Eh?
It was your girlfriend, Mrs. Uphill. I wonder why she's in such a hurry. Some poor devil in urgent need of her services, I suppose.
We spotted her again as we drove through the market square. She was leaving Bennington's bank, clutching a large plastic bag.
Stop the car, son. I'm feeling nosy.
He disappeared into the bank, returning a few moments later, grinning from ear to ear.
Guess what, son? She's just drawn out 500 quid in used onces.
£500?
She could be buying Christmas presents for her regulars, of course. But my guess is she's received a ransom demand.
Inspector Frost.
What's the trouble, Bill? It's snowing like mad out there.
It's been pretty stormy in here as well. Mr. Mullet wants you.
Oh? What have I done now?
The briefing meeting.
Oh, God.
You were supposed to be running it in Inspector Cull's absence.
Now you come to mention it, Mullet did tell me last night. I suppose he's upset.
Upset? He's spitting blood. And to make matters worse, the chief constable turned up for a surprise visit. It was a shambles.
Oh, God.
Sergeant Wills? Yes, sir. He's just come in. Yes, sir. Mr. Mullet wonders if you could spare a few moments of your valuable time.
I'll wear me medal. He's too much of a coward to sack a gallant hero.
Now, come on, Mickey. This way.
Hello. What have we here, then?
Mickey Hoskins, our friendly neighbourhood child molester, sir, missing from his dig since Sunday. He's been hiding from us.
What's all this about? I've got nothing to say. You can't hold me here. I know the judge's rules.
You must tell me what they are, Mickey. I always forget them. Interview room, lads. Get the implements seated up.
Sir.
I've just got to go and have a rollicking from the divisional commander, then I'll be right back.
How much longer are you going to keep me?
Inspector will be along in a minute.
About time. I was just going.
Sorry, Mick. I've got so many adventures on the boil at the moment, I forgot all about you.
First, I must have a fag. I'd offer you one, Mick, but I've only got 16 left. Now, what did I want to talk to you about? Oh, I know. Tracy Uphill.
Who's she?
Got a photograph somewhere. There. You taking all this down, Sims?
Yes, sir.
Good. Well, Mickey?
Well, what? It's a young kid.
A nice-looking young kid. She anything like her photograph?
When am I supposed to have seen her?
How about Sunday afternoon?
No.
Did you ever go at her on Sunday, Mick? Did she like it? Did you like it?
Stop it! I never saw her on Sunday.
You don't have to shout, Mick.
You can lie just as well in a quiet voice. Now, come on, tell us what happened. What'd you do to her? Come on, give us a cheap thrill.
I didn't think she'd mind. Some of them don't. They love it. She was sitting all on her own, inviting like, so I moved over and sat next to her.
Where was this?
Century Cinema, next. That's what you're on about, isn't it?
Yes, of course.
She let me get my hand right up her leg before she screamed. If she didn't want it, why didn't she complain earlier?
Perhaps she didn't want to miss a good bit of the film.
Inspector.
Excuse me, Mick. Yeah, what is it?
We've had a report of this incident, sir. Century Cinema man tried to molest this woman about 30. She screamed, so he hit her in the face, breaking her nose. It was a chase, but he got away. He's not talking about Tracy.
Oh. Sorry about that, Mick. He just wanted to know how to spell dirty bastard. But the old dear was pushing 30, Mick. A bit ancient for you, surely.
It was an X program. They don't let kids in.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll send someone else in to take a statement, Mick. I get too excited when I hear about thighs and knickers and things. I can't hold my pencil steady.
Here, wait a minute. I just remembered. Tracy Uphill. That's that missing kid. 8 years old. You didn't think I had anything to do with her, did you?
Of course not, Mick. Had to ask, though. Well, you'd have been offended if I hadn't.
You wanted to see me, Jack?
Yes, Arthur. And shut that flipping door. It's perishing. We haven't all got your fat to protect us. There's been a development. Young Clive's just got back from Mrs. Uphill. She's had a ransom demand.
What?
Read the note to Arthur, son.
I have got your daughter, Tracy. If you want to see her alive, get £500 in used ones and wait by phone for instructions. Tell police and I kill her.
Local postmark. Caught the 6:15 collection yesterday evening.
Can she raise that sort of money?
She drew it out of the bank this morning and wasn't going to tell us. You did well, son.
Thank you, sir.
You'd better rush it over to forensic. Not that it'll do us any damn good. Come in. Oh, hello, sir.
I hear through the grapevine that there's been a ransom demand, Inspector.
Quite right, sir. I was just about to bring it in to you. Here.
Better get this over to forensic.
What a good idea. Remember to do that, will you, sir?
Sir? I've brought these files from Inspector Cull's office. This is the electronic calculator theft job I'm anxious to see cleared up.
Oh, thank you, sir. I can't wait to get my teeth into this little dot.
What will you do about the ransom demand?
I doubt if it's genuine, but I'll have her phone tapped just in case. So if you're one of her regulars, sir, I'd lay off phoning for a while.
I don't think that's very funny, Inspector.
I'm sorry, sir.
Now, what do you know about a woman called Martha Wendell?
Cranky old cow. Lives in a broken-down cottage in the woods. Dabbles in the occult and sends us a lot of worthless spirit messages.
But are they worthless? She predicted we'd find a body in the woods, and this morning one of our constables discovered the corpse of a tramp. The chief constable suggests we might see if she can help in locating Tracy Uphill.
You don't believe in that rubbish, do you?
As always, I have an open mind. So let me know how you get on.
Pompous git. What do you think he's running, a psychic research laboratory?
Not in front of the children, Jack.
Eh? Oh, forgive my little outburst, son.
Sir?
I hold all my superiors in the highest possible esteem.
Sir?
Right, Arthur, send somebody over to bug Mrs. Upphill's phone and make certain they haven't got 10 quid on them. I want a quick and thorough job.
OK, Jack.
Come on, son. We'll grab something to eat and then go and visit old Mother Wendell in the witch's cottage. I hate attending seances on an empty stomach. Always like to have something to bring up.
Oh, is it?
Police, Mrs. Wendell. Open up.
Come in. I've been expecting you.
The smell clouted us as soon as we stepped inside. An overpowering, acrid stench that rammed itself up our noses and stuck its filthy fingers right down our throats.
Blimey, Mrs. Wendell. How many cats have you got in here?
There were dozens of them. Dirty, mangy, sore-ridden, incontinent strays. The untouchables of the cat underworld.
All cats are welcome here. Sit down.
Oh, Tom. Get off, you cow son. Charming.
Cats are my friends, Inspector. Please be more careful.
I will. I expect the spirits have told you why we're here, Mrs. Wendell.
Miss Wendell.
Oh, Miss Wendell. It's about the missing girl.
I haven't seen her. I told your men yesterday.
It's been suggested you might be able to help us. I understand you claim special powers.
You've had proof. You found a tramp.
How did you know we'd found him?
The reporter told me. Yes, but there's more death in the woods. More death. I see an unmarked grave.
Where?
What's up with her? I think she's in a trance, sir.
Miss Wendell?
But don't touch her. It's supposed to be dangerous, sir.
Earth. So cold under the snow. So cold. Bones. Old bones. Buried.
Where is she buried?
The woods. Hollow. Dead man's hollow.
What'd she say?
It sounded like Dead Man's Hollow, sir. Is there such a place?
Yeah. I don't know its proper name. We've always called it that. But trance or no trance, Miss Wendell, I hope for your sake we don't find Tracy buried there.
What do you think, sir?
I don't believe in ghosts, son. If we find Tracy buried in Dead Man's Hollow, then she put her there. She's mad enough to kill a kid if she caught one chucking stones at her lousy cat.
But if she killed her, why tell us where she buried her?
To divert suspicion from herself.
Control to Inspector Frost. Control to Inspector Frost. Come in, please.
Control. Frost here.
Can you come in at once, please, Inspector? The kidnapper has phoned Mrs. Uphill.
Denton 2346? Denton 2346?
Mrs. Uphill,
Yes?
did you get my letter?
Where's Tracy?
All in good time. You got the money?
Yes. Exactly as you said.
And you've told no one?
No one. I swear.
Very sensible. Now listen carefully.
Is she all right?
Well, all things considered, yes. But it's up to you that she stays that way.
What do you want me to do?
I want...
Hello? Hello?
That's all there is.
So what happened? Was he cut off or what?
I'll turn the volume up and replay the last few seconds. I think you'll spot it.
Stays that way.
What do you want me to do?
I want...
Hello? Hello?
Did you hear the siren? One of our cars must have passed the kiosk. He thought we were onto him and bolted.
Blasted uniform branch, always in the wrong place at the wrong time. Oh, hello, sir.
Hello, Frost.
Did the GPL trace the call?
Yes, Jack. Inspector. The call box on the main Eastern Avenue. Charlie Alpha was in the vicinity, so I've sent them to investigate. No one there, though.
Charlie Alpha. It was probably them that frightened him off in the first place. Are they keeping the kiosk under observation?
For a while. But I can't see him using the same phone box.
Never know your luck. We've had so much vandalism lately, you'll have a job finding another one that works. Oh, I am sorry, sir. I'm neglecting you.
No, not at all. I just wanted to know how you got on with the Wendell woman.
Ah, it was quite interesting, actually. A cat peed all over us, and then we had a séance. According to her spiritual snouts, Tracy is buried in Dead Man's Hollow.
Dead Man's Hollow? Did you take a look?
Well, we looked at the 4 foot of snow covering it, and it looked pretty much like the snow covering everywhere else. I don't think she's there, sir.
We've got to check. Organise a digging party. I'm going to phone the Chief Constable.
Stupid twit. All right, Arthur, you heard the man. Organise a digging party, evening dress, spades and gumboots. I'll join them in the car park in 10 minutes. Job for you too, sir.
Yes, sir.
Something we forgot. Farnham, Mrs. Uphill's Sunday regular. We haven't checked his story with his aunt.
Oh, damn.
Now, don't forget she's got a weak heart, so don't show her your suit, and go easy with the rubber hose. I'll be in my office if anyone wants me. Yeah?
Cup of tea, Inspector.
Oh, Tom. Hold on a minute, will you? Push the door shut.
Sir?
Sit down. You smoke?
No, sir.
Stringer, is he? Police Constable Derek Stringer?
That's right, sir.
Tell me, son. Well, to within a couple of quid, how much money have you pinched in total?
I don't know what you mean, sir.
Now, look, son, you might think me useless and decrepit, but I'd be a real right twit if I couldn't solve a simple case of somebody nicking money from my own desk drawer. Money that's always missing after you've been in with the tea. And you took that tramp's quid as well, didn't you?
I'm not staying here. I'm reporting this to the Police Federation representative. If you've got anything further to say...
Sit down. You want it official, son? All right. I'll call the divisional commander in and tell him I want your pockets searched. You see, I marked the money.
What happens now?
Entirely up to you, son. I've got enough on my plate with missing kids, ransom demands, and piddling cats. Come on, Jordan, put a bit of beef into it. If there is a body there, it won't bite you.
I just don't like the idea, sir.
You don't know how lucky you are. My first corpse was nearly liquid. Oh,
Jack? Jack Frost?
Who the hell's that? I can see a torch. Oh, no. Hello, Sandy. What are you doing here?
I hear you're hoping to dig up another body.
Then you hear wrong. This is a police allotment and we're putting in cabbages. Who told you?
I have my sources. By the way, Jack, drop into the office tomorrow. I've got a little seasonal bottle for you, with our compliments.
You'd have better not be too little.
Inspector, signs of recent digging here. There's something buried.
The girl?
No, just some bones.
Show me. Here. Give me that trowel. Well, not just bones. I'd say we've got a complete human skeleton. Damn. Just what we needed.
It is a skeleton.
There seems to be something chained to its wrist. If I could pull... Ooh! Ah. It's a metal case of some kind.
A case?
Ah.
Show me. Yeah. Wait a minute. I thought so. See what it says, Jack?
Just about. Bennington's Bank.
Yes. Ooh, the spirits have come up with a goodie this time. I reckon we have here the mortal remains of Rupert Fawkes.
Who the hell's he, then?
Well, it would have been before your time, Jack. Fawkes was chief cashier at Bennington's Bank. Back in 1951, he was sent to another branch with £25,000 chained to his wrist and was never seen again. We all thought he'd absconded. Ooh, this'll make the London dailies.
1951? If you weren't here, I'd cover it up and swear we never found him. Work this is going to cause. Here. You reckon that money's still in the case?
Oh, it's well rusted, sir. Shall I fetch your axle?
No. Leave everything. No. It's too complicated for the likes of us. Get control to send a full forensic team down here and a pathologist.
Right.
And tell them there's no great hurry. He's been waiting for us for over 25 years.
So that's the way I've organised it, Jack. I start searching the outlying eastern sections tomorrow.
Good. Must try and remember to turn up at the briefing meeting. Oh, damn, I meant to buy myself a new suit. Mullet's made a couple of pointed remarks about this one, and Ma Wendell's cats haven't improved it either. Unless it's you, Arthur.
Thank you very much.
Ah, here's young Barnard. Heard about my skeleton, son?
Yes, sir.
Everywhere I go, I find bodies. Only I could find one about 19 years old with a big chest.
Yes, sir.
Here, when you get a chance, son, nip up the storeroom and dig out the Bennington's Bank file, 1951.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try and solve that before tea, together with that electronics theft thing that Mullet keeps rabbiting about. So what happened with Auntie?
She hasn't seen Farnham for nearly 3 months.
Ah, he was lying. I knew it. You can never trust randy rascals. Oh, present company accepted, of course not.
Jack, Mrs. Uphill's phone's ringing.
Switch it through the loudspeaker. Son, get control to ask Charlie Alpha if they can see anyone in the kiosk.
Sir. Control, right. Charlie Alpha, anyone in the kiosk?
Denton 2346.
Quiet!
Remember me?
Yes. How's Tracy?
Do what you're told and you'll be able to see for yourself.
Charlie Alpha reports kiosk empty, sir.
Damn.
Then tell me what to do.
Put the money in a carrier bag. Walk with it down the Bath Road towards Exham.
I'll go by car.
No, Walk. You understand? You walk on the left-hand side. Now, just past the antique shop is a public call box. Wait there. I'll ring you with further instructions.
Hello, search control. Just a minute. GPO engineer, sir. Can't trace the call.
No matter. Get him to monitor all calls from the phone box outside the antique shop.
Sir?
You, Sims.
Sir?
Get Mrs. Uphill on the phone for me.
Sir?
Arthur, tell Control to send Charlie Alpha to the antique shop kiosk. No sirens, no flashing lights. They've just got to wait for Mrs. Uphill to arrive, right?
Mrs. Uphill's not answering, sir.
Don't tell me she's left already. Damn the woman. Keep trying.
Right, sir.
Charlie Alpha's in position, Jack.
Good. There to report the minute Mrs. Uphill comes into sight.
We should have someone following her, sir.
Should we, son? Bath Road's as straight as a die. Anyone following will be spotted a mile off. No, nothing to do now but to wait. How long should it take her, Arthur? 10 minutes? Quarter of an hour?
Yes. Just a minute. Charlie Alpha, sir.
What?
Nothing to report.
Tell him not to be so efficient. I am not interested in nothing.
Thank you, Control.
Something's gone wrong. She should be there by now.
It's the weather, Jack. She won't be able to walk fast in the snow, not in high heels.
She wouldn't give a damn about high heels. She'd run barefoot to get her kid back. She's had time to walk all the way to Bath and back by now. Are you sure those two bright Herberts are waiting at the right phone box?
Shall I check?
No. They're not that stupid. Phone Mrs. Uphill's house again, Arthur. She might have popped back for something.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes, Bill.
Sorry to butt in, Jack, but you've got Charlie Alpha standing by on the Bath Road, haven't you?
That's right. Why?
Reckon I could borrow them? We've just had a motorist phone in. He's found a woman unconscious at the side of the road. We've sent for an ambulance, but Charlie Alpha could be there in seconds, and I'd like details.
They were just loading the stretcher onto the ambulance as we arrived. It was Joan Uphill. Her face grey and crumpled, her breathing almost non-existent.
Jordan? How is she? What happened?
We don't know what happened, sir. She's not regained consciousness. She's had a nasty crack on the head, but the ambulance man doesn't think the skull is fractured. It's lucky that motorist spotted her. She could have frozen to death.
Yeah. Did she have anything with her?
Only this handbag.
Show me.
Here.
Purse is missing. She should have been carrying a plastic carrier bag.
Well, that's all there was, sir.
Look for it. Held a large sum of money. Give him a hand, son.
Yes, sir.
Is this the gentleman who found her?
Yes, sir.
Well, he's got all my details. Can I go now?
A couple of questions, sir. I'm Detective Inspector Frost, Denton CID. Did you see what happened to her?
Oh, I've already been through all this. I spotted her in my headlights. I thought she'd been knocked down by a hit and run. I didn't expect to have to stand in the cold and answer the same questions twice over. I've got an urgent appointment and I'm late now.
Always the way when you try and help, isn't it, sir? You got the gentleman's particulars, Constable?
Yes, sir.
Well, then, I don't think...
Sir?
Yes, sir?
There's no sign of it, sir.
You didn't spot a plastic carrier bag, sir, by any chance?
I've already told you everything I saw. I can't help you anymore.
You don't mind if we have a look in your boot?
My boot? What the hell is this? I mean, I just stopped to report an accident.
Won't take a second, sir. There's some money missing, you see. And you naturally want us to eliminate you from our inquiries. Seems to be locked, sir. Oh, thank you. Just a formality, you understand. I mean, Well.
Electronic calculators. Hundreds of them.
I think we've just solved one of Inspector Cowell's outstanding cases, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, I believe this to be stolen property, sir. Would you care to explain how it happens to be in your possession?
Oh, what rotten, lousy, stinking luck. I could have driven straight past, left her to die.
I don't think you could, sir. You're not that sort. Escort the gentleman to the station, Jordan.
Sir.
If anyone wants me, I'll be at the hospital.
I can't tell you anything. I heard a sort of rustling in the hedge, then something hit me. Next thing I knew, I was in here.
You're not too badly hurt, Mrs. Uphill. They'll be letting you go home tomorrow.
Tracy. Any news of Tracy?
No. No, not yet.
That man who phoned. It was a trick, wasn't it?
We think so, but we'll carry on monitoring your phone just in case. By the way, he took your purse. What was in it?
About £20, my house and car keys. They don't matter. I just want Tracy.
This hospital gives me the shudders. My wife was in here, you know. They were very nice. Unrestricted visiting, so there was no excuse for not going. And not a blind thing to talk about. People think I miss her terribly. Between you and me, she made my life a hell. I hated her. But she didn't deserve such a rotten death. No one deserves that. Ah, that's better. This con man's only a small-time crook, you know.
Why do you say that, sir?
500 quid. She'd have given him 10 times that much to... Hold on. Here he's got her keys, and the house is empty.
Yes, sir.
Feel like taking a little drive down to Vicarage Terrace, my son?
We caught the man leaving the back of the house, staggering under the weight of 2 large suitcases packed solid with loot. The plastic carrier bag with the £500 in used notes was on the back seat of his car, lying alongside a purse containing around £20.
We'll need more cells if you go on like this, Jack. By the way, did you know young Derek Stringer has resigned?
Has he? I didn't know. Pity. He was a good chap. Could have been another Jack Frost if he'd worked at it. One tramp, 1 skeleton, and 2 crooks. Yeah, not bad. I think we'll call it a day, son.
Oh, yes, please, sir.
Now, don't let me forget the briefing meeting tomorrow. Tomorrow? Blimey. Do you realise it'll be Christmas Eve?
He made the briefing meeting and tried to inject some enthusiasm into the dispirited searchers. No one said anything as they walked out into the snow, but they all knew they were no longer looking for a girl. They were looking for a body.
Inspector Frost.
What the hell does he want? Wait for me in the office, would you, son?
Righto, sir.
You want me, sir?
We'll shut the door.
Sir?
The same suit, I see.
Yes, sir.
The chief constable's breathing down my neck. Do you think we'll find the girl today? It's Christmas tomorrow. I'd like to get it all tied up by then. Our chaps deserve a break. So do I.
We'll do our best for you, sir.
Who's on duty tomorrow?
I am, sir. And Boxing Day.
Oh, well. It ought to be quiet. Give you a chance to catch up on your paperwork.
Where do I file this, sir?
There? Oh, blimey, son, give that here. I've been looking for it everywhere. And what's this you've dumped on my desk?
The Bennington's bank file, sir. You asked for it last night.
Must have been mad. Haven't got time to read that. Frost? Forensic? Hello, how's our skeleton? He was dead, I suppose. What? You sure? Right, I'll be down there as soon as I can. Yeah, well, don't we all want to pack up early for Christmas? Never rains, but it pours. That was forensic, our skeleton. First, there was no 25,000 quid in the metal case, and it hadn't been forced. It had been unlocked with a key.
What?
But here's the best bit, son. When they cleaned up the skull, they found a bullet hole right through the back of its head. So we got a 25-year-old murder mystery.
Oh, God.
I think I'll punish myself and go up to the canteen to have the special Christmas lunch.
We returned from lunch to find Detective Sergeant Hanlon waiting for us.
Well, if it isn't the fat owl of the remove. Clear out, Arthur. There's no tuck for you here.
Cheek. I've missed the Christmas lunch because of you.
You missed nothing. It was diabolical.
You asked me to see that chap Farnham, Jack.
Farnham? In which of my many current cases does he appear?
The schoolmaster.
Oh, Mrs. Uphill's bearded regular. And what did he have to say for himself?
He admits he lied about having tea with his aunt. The truth is, on his way back to the railway station, he was accosted by a platinum blonde in a leopard skin coat.
Cynthia Richmond. Don't tell me she's back on the game.
Yes, I've seen her. He was with her until after 6. So there's another suspect we can eliminate from our inquiries.
Are you all right, sir?
I'm all right, sir. I've been having a few drinks with Sandy Lane. He's been pumping me about our skeleton and the bullet hole. I met a couple of the search parties coming back. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. She's been missing since Sunday, and what have I achieved? Damn all. I've sold a couple of tuppence-halfpenny little crimes on the side, but I've no more hopes of finding her than I have of finding out who killed that skeleton 25 years ago.
Sir?
25 years. Now, how did Martha Wendell know the skeleton was buried there?
She's a clairvoyant.
If it's been buried for 25 years, how come her clairvoyant powers hadn't worked before? We were told about the tramp in 24 hours. No, son. There were signs of recent digging. She had dug and she'd uncovered it, and that is how she knew.
But why should she go digging in Dead Man's Hollow?
To bury a body, son. A child's body.
Dear God.
But the very place she picked because it was hidden and out of the way had already been picked by somebody else. For the very same reason 25 years ago. You know why we're here, Miss Wendell?
Yes. I've been expecting you. She came here on Sunday. She threw stones at my cats. And one of them... She killed one of them.
Go on.
Well, I was so angry, I don't know what I did. I must have banged her head. I don't know. I didn't mean to kill her. Just to punish her. Well, I had to hide the body. I thought a Dead Man's Hollow. But when I dug...
You uncovered an older grave. We know. Then what?
Well, I waited until night, but your men were still in the woods, and next day it snowed. Well, I'd have left footprints.
So what did you do with her?
She's in there.
Son?
Sir.
What will happen to my cats?
I don't know.
Inspector!
What is it? Good God. Get an ambulance, quick.
Sir.
You can thank your lucky stars you did uncover that skeleton, Miss Wendell. Otherwise, you would have buried her alive.
She was alive, but only just. The doctors at the intensive care unit of Denton Hospital were non-committal as to her chances, but we were all keeping our fingers crossed. Back at the station, there were congratulations all round, and Frost's whiskey bottle was much in evidence. I seemed to have been given the evening off, so I took my policewoman out for a meal, and later returned with her to my digs. And there was Frost waiting for us.
I'll show you when we get inside.
Hello, son.
Oh, damn.
Hello, Hazel.
Inspector.
What do you want, sir?
Well, I've been browsing through that Bennington's bank file, son, and I think I know who shot our skeleton. I thought it might be nice to get it all tied up before Christmas. Or, are you busy? Turn left at the top here. I appreciate this, son. You must hate my guts.
Sir?
But since I'm on one of my rare winning streaks, I might as well play it for all it's worth. That's the house.
Who lives here?
Bloke called Powell. Been retired for years, but in 1951 he was Bennington's bank manager. Something of a heavy gambler by all accounts. And he held one of the 2 keys that would open the money case. Now, if Powell did kill Fawkes, he must be a bag of nerves now he knows we found the skeleton. Big house, Must have cost a packet.
Who is it?
Police!
Go away.
I'm Detective Inspector Frost, Denton CID. Mr. Powell, I'd like to question you about the murder of a Mr. Rupert Forcus on or about the 25th of August, 1951.
I said go away.
Was that the gun you used? Nip back to the car, son. Radio for help. Right, sir. Now, look, sir. This is silly. Put the gun down and we can talk. I just want to talk to you.
I'd just reached the car when the man, appalled at what he had done, stared down in disbelief at Frost, a crumpled heap on the snow, looking untidier than ever.
Barnard!
Hey? Oh, Mr. Mullet.
Any news?
They're operating now, but they're not holding out much hope.
What a shocking business. Today of all days.
Yes, sir.
His wife died in this hospital, you know. Devoted couple. Absolutely devoted. You hardly knew him, did you, Barnard?
No, sir. I hardly knew him. 3 days ago, I didn't even know he existed.
Leslie Sands starred as Detective Inspector Frost, with Steve Hodson as Detective Constable Barnard, in 3 Days of Frost by R.D. Wingfield. Superintendent Mullet was Jack May. Detective Inspector Cowell, Walter Hall. Sergeant Wells, Jonathan Scott. Detective Sergeant Hanlon, Cameron Miller. P.C. Stringer, John Gray. P.C. Jordan, Henry Davis. P.C. Sims, Geoffrey Collins. W.P.C. Valerie Murray. Joan Uphill, Shirley Dixon. Old Sam, Godfrey Kenton. Farnham, Leslie Heritage. Mrs. Harding, Anne Rosenfeld. Audrey Harding, Anne Wensack. Sandy Lane, Crawford Logan. Mickey Hoskins, Harold Rees. Martha Wendell, Kathleen Helm. And the driver, Michael Tudor Barnes. 3 Days of Frost was produced and directed by Graham Gold.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Oops. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, waiting to explore with you what is often puzzling and always slightly beyond rational understanding. This story is real, and what happened goes back almost 100 years when Joseph Conrad recorded it. Then, even more so than now, the word Congo had acquired sobering connotation. Sobering indeed, as a commercial trader was to discover.
Chaos. Wake up. Wake up, man. What is it? Listen. What do the drums mean? How should I know? Go back to bed, Collier. I can't sleep. I'll ask McCall. You stay inside the house. That's an order, Collier. I don't want to lose you.
Our Our mystery story, The Warriors from Luanda, is adapted from a story by Joseph Conrad and was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor. It stars Bob Dryden and William Griffiths. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Man is gregarious. He likes the company of others. When men are deprived of human companionship, they undergo subtle changes. They hold conversations only with themselves. Solitary confinement is brutal punishment. It requires strong nerves to endure it. Mental change causes physical change, and a man released from isolation looks different and sounds different. Keep that in mind as we meet the director of the Dutch Great Trading Company. He is saying goodbye to Caertz and Collier aboard his steamer.
Have you any questions, Caertz? No, Herr Director. You are in charge. Collier takes his orders from you. Is that understood, Collier?
Yes, Herr Director.
This is not Amsterdam. It is the Congo. The jungle is dangerous and enveloping. I have left you with 10 men, all employed by the company, but responsible to you. They will keep the trading post clear. Mikola and his wife have survived here for years. He keeps the storehouse with its cloth and trinkets for barter. I will rely on him. The responsibility of the post is yours. We expect you to collect ivory. The company is generous with rewards for agents who are industrious. I am proceeding upriver. I will not return for 6 months.
By then, Herr Director, I will have filled the storehouse with tusks.
Good. You have ample food, and if you treat Gabila's tribe with decency and consideration, his hunters will bring you game and produce. Is there anything more?
No, Herr Director, we understand perfectly.
Then I will say goodbye.
We will step ashore.
Goodbye, Herr Director.
Well, Collier.
Oh, it's wonderful.
I feel like an overlord. A raised house with a veranda that overlooks the Congo. 10 men to do the work. Mikola and his wife to manage the storehouse. What more could we want?
And the ivory tusks everywhere in exchange for a piece of cloth or a trinket.
6 months, Collier. 6 months, and we will be rich.
You'll be rich.
Your turn will come. But after you've made your fortune, I will meet your boat in Amsterdam, and we'll celebrate our wonderful adventure in Africa.
Look how the sun casts a bar of gold across the river. Surface doesn't seem to move. I haven't seen Mikola since... he's coming down to us.
Well, Mikola, we have been admiring the view.
You must be careful, Tuan. It is a dangerous river.
Ah?
The crocodile is very swift. You see there? What looks like a branch. It does not move downstream. Crocodile. You turn your back and he is upon you. That is why our house is on stilts. We fear the crocodile more than any other animals in the jungle.
Just how do we go about the bartering, Mikola? I don't speak the native language. I suppose I could manage the sign language.
I speak the tongues. The natives come with tusks. I speak with them. You make the decision, Tuan.
The director says that Gibola, is that right, Gibola?
Yes, he is chief of a local tribe. Very friendly.
Does he supply tusks?
No, Tuan. His people hunt only for food and have a village. They do not wander through the jungle. It is the wandering tribes who hunt for ivory, and they bring the tusks to our trading post.
And they exchange ivory for cloth and trinkets?
Knives, bells, beads. We have many things.
That's extraordinary.
The director speaks to me about the 10 men, Tuan.
Oh, he did? And what did the director have to say?
Tuan, It is very hot here. Men must be made to work. If they plant seeds, you will have plenty of produce. Over there was a clearing for growing vegetable.
There? Good heavens, it's a thicket. So you say there was a garden there?
Agent before you had men clear the land.
He also had the house built, didn't he?
Yes, Tuan. He was, artist. He spent many hours painting on canvas.
Kurt, look up there on the hill behind our house, close to that huge banyan tree. A cross. A tilted cross. Is that where the first agent was buried, Makola?
Yes, Tuan.
Chewed up by a crocodile, Makola?
No, Tuan. Of fever.
Well?
They are no better than first agents I have to bury in ground.
Oh, do you like these men?
They seem nice men.
You should be the agent.
Perhaps one day. But the director pays me well. We will see.
The Congo is not good for these men who come from where it is cold and where heavy fog creeps over the shore and the land has no sun.
This is our land, and the land is their enemy.
Last, the sunset. Day after day after day after day. Like a cauldron of red-hot metal pouring over the black jungle. That silent, deadly river. Sometimes I think I shall go mad, Gaius. Only a month now, Galia. The steamer will be along in a month. If it weren't for my daughter, Mary, you wouldn't catch me here. If it hadn't been for that brother-in-law of mine, maybe I'd still be in the army. Or any place but here. He got me this appointment knowing I'd be miserable in the heart of this blasted continent. Did your brother-in-law persuade you that you'd make your fortune as a trader? Did he urge you to leave the army? No? That's neither here nor there. I see. What do you see? Were you discharged from the administration of telegraphs? Is that why you're here? No. I left to earn a dowry for my daughter. She's 17. She's all I have. Mary lives with my sister. My wife is dead. When I have saved enough for her dowry... you'll never have it. You were supposed to collect ivory. Supply is pitiful. The trading station looks abandoned and the men do nothing. That will do. Shall I remind you, Collier, that I am the agent and that you are my assistant? Oh, yes, sir. What will you tell the director when he asks to see the ivory? And asks about the garden and the fencing and the new landing stage, that the men wouldn't work? Hold your tongue, Collier. If you weren't in charge... Yeah, but I am, and don't you forget it. Now get down to Macola's hut and tell him to come here to the house. Well, look. Look down there, Kyle. Huh? I've never seen them before. In front of the storehouse with Makola and his wife. Fierce-looking devils, aren't they? I wonder where the tribe comes from. I'd better go down. No, wait. Makola's wife is coming up here. Makola seems to be quarreling with her leader, pacing back and forth and gesturing. They don't appear to be friendly.
Makola sends me, Tuan.
Oh? Well, speak up, woman. What is it?
Makola says you are not to leave house. They are dangerous men, Tuan.
Get your revolver, Kalia.
No, Tuan. They also have guns.
I will not have Makola threatened.
He will barter with them. Do not go down there.
They have brought tusks. Well?
Oh, they are fierce men, Tuan.
Well, who are they? Where do they come from?
From the coast, from Luanda. They are warriors. Makola will talk with them, but you stay here. The natives from Luanda are dangerous.
I won't be intimidated by ignorance.
I think you will be, Cats. I will. Against 10 men armed with spears and guns, they'd leave us dead. Our director wouldn't like that, would he?
Shut up. Now, when Makola has gotten rid of them, tell him to come up here.
He will come up here, Tuan.
I should thank you, Cats. Not that I would have obeyed you.
When I give an order...
But you didn't, because you're afraid to go down there. So am I. But I admit it.
The men are leaving.
And Makola has gone into his heart. Look, there's his wife coming up from the shore. She circled the clearing. She's afraid, too.
We should always carry our revolvers with us. I intend to.
You cannot, Makola. The director will be angry.
He will never know. I cannot stand up to the men from Luanda. They threaten all of us. They have guns.
But the trader and the assistant...
There will be no trouble.
Oh, they will know.
That may be. I am loyal to Great Trading Company, but also to you, to the children. The warriors threaten to kill us.
Oh, is it to be done?
I have arranged it in my head. It is better you do not know. Better for them, too.
100 years ago, the jungles of Africa were impenetrable. It truly was the dark continent. 2 men are isolated there. What happens to them will unfold when I return shortly with Act 2. From the beginning of recorded time, man has been driven to explore and to plunder for survival. And from England, Belgium, the Netherlands, explorers lay claim to the riches in undeveloped regions. And they were followed by traders, such as Cairds and Collier, who manned outposts on jungle rivers to barter for ivory. 2 isolated men who await Makola and his explanation about those unfamiliar warriors from Luanda.
Takes his own good time, doesn't he?
The sun's going down. That's a blessing. It's positively balmy. Can't be more than 95 degrees. Perhaps we should go for a swim.
You're a fool. Congo gives me the shivers.
For heaven's sake.
Huh? What is it?
Isn't that smoke?
Huh?
See there, off the right. Isn't that smoke rising above the trees?
Yes, it is. 3 columns of it. Makola?
Yes? Yes, one carrots, yes?
What's that over there?
Smoke?
Yeah, I can see that.
Fire. Village is burned.
Shouldn't we take our men and try to help?
No. It is too late.
Is that Gibola's village?
I do not know. It is close by.
And you don't care? Gibola's our friend.
Let's call out the men, Cairds.
Ring the gong.
No, Herr Cairds. When villages are burned, natives have been driven out. No one will be there.
Who drove them out?
Could be the Luanda.
The blighters who were here late this afternoon?
They are bad men.
Did they threaten you, Makola?
We argue about tusks.
Oh. They have ivory?
Very much. Do you get more ivory?
Yeah, certainly. We haven't collected very much in the past 5 months. Of course I want ivory, as much as they have.
Then I arrange for it. The director will be pleased.
I should hope so.
Director also asked about fencing and new landing stage.
The men he left with me simply won't work.
Well, maybe, Tuan, if you show them good time, tomorrow they will work. Give them party tonight.
What a wonderful idea. You to give them a party for doing nothing. Isn't that novel?
Palm wine has gone sour. I give it to them and they enjoy themselves. Tomorrow they will work.
Well, go ahead. Why not?
You stay in house, yes? It is dangerous.
You stay with me, Collier. One of them might go off his head. That's an order.
You and your orders. Ridiculous.
You have fever, Tuan. You stay quiet. Fever will burn away. I will take palm wine to men. You do not leave house, Tuan.
Why should we have anything to fear from our own men?
Let me point out something I have said before. I am the agent in charge here, and you are my assistant.
The person in charge is McCullough, and don't try to deny it.
You will not call me ridiculous in front of a servant. I won't stand for that kind of insubordination. If it happens once more...
Yes, what will you do?
I'll discharge you.
You mean throw me out of our castle on stilts? This vermin-infested hutch of a platform? You're welcome to the whole place. I'll head downstream to the coast.
Well, you may do what you please, but you won't survive a day in the jungle. I've warned you, Collier. Now go to bed. Take your quinine and go to bed.
You may go to hell.
It couldn't be worse than this.
Chaos, wake up. There's trouble in the camp.
Who? What is it? Well, go back to bed.
That's a yell for help. Go down there. Take your revolver.
No, it's just one of the men drunk on the palm wine.
Do you hear that? Go down there, Chaos. That's one of our men.
McCullough.
You're in charge here. That's what you tell me all the time. What kind of man are you?
Intelligent enough not to risk my life for a dead native.
And I'm dizzy.
Fever. Forget what you heard and go back to sleep. We will find out in the morning.
Oh, I have to go to the camp.
No, do what you please, but remember the cross on the hill.
He died of fever.
That's right. Do you prefer a bullet? You're up, Collier. You look better.
Where the men?
Well, they will straggle down shortly. I'll stroll again.
Oh, there's McCullough.
Come up here and McCullough.
He doesn't appear to be excited. Maybe he didn't hear the gunshot.
When did you wake me up?
It was almost 3 o'clock.
Yes, Tuan cares.
Where are the men?
They went last night with the coast people, the Luanda.
What? They deserted?
They go away, Tuan.
But they can't. They're company men, employed by great trading companies.
They were no good.
The director will be furious.
He will like the ivory.
Ivory?
Down there, Kayats. In front of the storehouse.
What? Good Lord. I never saw such a collection. The Luanda returned and...
You say barter with them, and they have many tusks. You wish to see it, Tuan?
Good work, McCullough. I will certainly mention this to the director. Wonderful. You coming, Collier?
Oh, yes, I'm all right.
You should stay in bed here, Tuan Collier. You have fever. The sun is
Oh, first, I must see the ivory. That's why we came to this desolate place.
Beautiful. I never saw such tusks, McCullough.
I will weigh and store for the director.
What did you have to give for it, McCullough?
No regular trade. They bring ivory. I tell them to take what they want. The Luanda need carriers very badly. Our men were no good here, Tuan. No trade, no entry in books, all correct.
You gave them our men? You exchanged the company men for these tusks? You sold them into slavery?
The men were no good to us.
Oh, you scoundrel. What a vile thing to do, sell our men for ivory. The director will hear about this, I swear it. I've never heard of a more despicable act. You have no more duties here, Mikola. You and your family are to leave at once.
You are very red, Herr Kurtz. If you are so irritable in the sun, you will get fever and die, like our first chief.
We will return to the coast, to my people, Makola.
No.
You heard Herr Kayat.
He spoke out of anger.
It was wrong to sell the men.
No. The chief of the Luanda would accept nothing else. If I do not agree, he and his men kill us, take everything. We have the ivory and we are alive. Do not worry about Herr Kayat. He will not drive us away.
Oh, what will the two men do now for food?
They have rice, things in tins. The steamer will be here soon.
Oh, let us travel with the director down to the coast, Makola. I no longer feel safe on this outpost.
Where have you been?
I went up to the camp.
You're mad. Have you no sense? You have fever. You're weak. Do you want to die?
I found one of Gibola's men lying dead in front of one of the workmen's huts.
What?
The way I see it, Makola carried the palm wine up to the workmen. They got drunk and fell asleep. That's when that tribe from Luanda pounced upon them and carried them off. One of the men from Gibola's village was there and stayed sober. He protested. I was shot and killed. What will you do now?
We can't touch the ivory, of course.
What a frightful thing to have done. Made slaves in exchange for animal tusks. It's very wrong, Chaos.
They were walking down from the house, Makola.
Of course. Now you will see.
Kalia found one of Gibola's men lying dead in front of a workman's hut. You tell Gibola to have him removed.
Yes, Tuan.
What do you intend to do with these tusks?
The sun is very strong here for tusks. I must weigh them, place them in storehouse. They are very heavy.
That really is a splendid collection.
The Luanda are great hunters, Tuan.
Yeah, and marauders.
No, when I have stored them, I will go to Gibola as you have ordered.
I will help you, Makola. Oh, one man could not carry so big a tusk.
I can't see a woman doing that work. It's all right if I give them a hand.
We'll do as you please.
You are not well, Tuan Kalia.
Oh, the fever will break. Can't leave these beautiful pieces of ivory in the sun.
You will kill yourself.
No matter. I've given up. I don't expect to leave this place alive.
6 months.
I remember when we first put ashore.
Well, perhaps tomorrow the steamer will come.
Oh, that's a great store of ivory cats. It's a shame. We should get credit for it.
I have been giving that a good deal of thought.
You need some credit. The clearing is overrun with rank grass, the fences...
That will do.
6 months, and you haven't accomplished a thing. The station's a disgrace. No ivory, you've lost the company of workmen, you've discharged McCullough, but he's still here. I'm sick and tired of listening to you talk about position. Where does your face it, Cayets? We're like two blind men in a dark room.
But I intend to emerge from that dark room. With credit. You will be dead.
Credit?
Yeah. Credit for the ivory.
You said you wouldn't touch it.
I've changed my mind. Selling the workmen into slavery was despicable. McCullough did that. I'm still horrified by it. But the men he sold to the Luanda were company men. They worked for the company. They were paid for their work. So the ivory is company ivory.
I see. And McCullough and his wife?
He, too, is a company man. If 10 workmen choose to desert...
Preferring to become carriers for the Luanda? Yes, I begin to see. Well, you're not an absolute fool after all, Cayets.
As compensation, the Luanda brought us a fortune in ivory.
The men were worthless to us and to themselves.
Yeah, we've done them a favor, and the Luanda have rewarded us.
The logic is peculiar.
Well, who will know the truth? The director has seen worse things done on the quiet, believe me.
I do, and I'm relieved.
Earlier, I mentioned the effect that solitary confinement can have on a man. We will soon discover the fate of Cayets and Collier when I return with Act 3. We're unfolding a story written by Joseph Conrad, who in the year 1890 commanded a small Belgian Congo steamboat. He contracted fever, dysentery, and in his words, everything became repellent to him. Men and things, but especially men. From that experience, he wrote this story about the disintegration of a trader and his assistant. 3 more weeks have passed, and McCullough's wife is concerned.
The 2 men quarrel and break things, McCullough. I have heard them.
Stay away from their house. They have revolvers. They are no longer responsible for what they do.
Oh, they are starving.
They have rice.
But nothing else. Gabola's people do not bring game or fruit. They are weak and they are starving.
I do not care. I have no respect for them. They do not belong here.
Have pity on them.
No. Leave them alone. Time will tell against them. The steamer is late. The director is busy with other stations. I do not know when he will arrive.
The men will be dead.
Then Gibola's wish will be granted.
We need food. We'll rot of fever and starvation. You sit there. You're in charge of this pest hole. Do something, Cayets.
The steamer
Oh, for all you know, the steamer's passed us by. We have to do something.
I have ivory for the director.
Ivory. Blast the ivory. And the jungle. Burn it down. Exterminate the natives. Set fire to the whole continent.
Oh, you are crazy.
You sit there moaning over that picture of your men.
I warn you, Collier.
Free me. Free me from this place. Free me. I'm so sick.
The solitude. It is absolute. Everything has gone out of me. Images of home. Gone. shadows I loved recede into the distance, become indistinct. The great silence of the wilderness, its hopelessness, envelops me. I've lost the will to resist. Death stalks us, and I have no will to resist. No will. Talia? You're alive.
Get away from me.
You slept all day.
Good.
Get up now. Don't lie there and rot. I fixed supper.
I can't choke down any more ice.
There's coffee.
Then bring out the sugar. What are you holding it for?
Only a few lumps left.
Well, bring it out.
It's for when we are sick.
Sick? I'm sick to death. Bring out the sugar or I'll strangle you to death.
I forbid you to speak to me that way.
You what?
I'm your chief.
Chief? Who's chief? There's no chief here. There's nothing here but you and me. Fetch the sugar, you blundering idiot.
Shut up, Kalia. I dismiss you. You miserable scoundrel.
You flabby, good-for-nothing civilian.
Put down that stool.
Make me.
Stop it.
Come back here. Open that door. Open it, you coward.
He's mad. Revolver. Where is my revolver? I have to control my nerves.
If you don't bring out that sugar, I'll break the doors down. I'll show you who's master.
I have to get out of here. The window. Drop to the ground and run for the river. Past McCullough's hut and the storehouse. Run. My legs. This morning I couldn't walk a yard without groaning. Run. Run for my life. He's mad.
I'm waiting for you, kids. You can't escape. Better jump in the river. You come near the house, I'll kill you. Come on now. You're out there someplace and I'm waiting for you.
What is this all about? This madness? What did we quarrel about? Sugar. A lump of sugar. How preposterous. I will remain hidden behind the house.
Where are you, kids? I'm coming for you.
I hear him. Which way do I run? To the left or to the right?
Yes, you are.
I'm hit. My shoulder. He'll fire again. I don't hear him. Kalia! McCullough! McCullough!
Yes, Tuan, yes.
Help! I can hardly walk. Help me to the front of the house.
Yes,
please.
Yes, Tuan. Here, hold my arm.
He tried to kill me. Get me back to the porch. A lump of sugar. Civilized men quarreling and killing over a lump of sugar. Thank you, McCullough. Yeah. What was that?
It's Herr Kalia. He's been shot and killed.
But my shoulder. The gunshot. Let me. He's dead, McCullough.
Yes, Tuan.
I don't understand. He came round, threatening to kill me. We collided in the dark, and there was a shot. And my shoulder...
You are not shot, Tuan.
Isn't that wonderful?
I will see to Herr Kalia, Tuan.
That miserable brute, that pompous, lazy, insolent misfit, he's dead. I'm well rid of him. threatening me. He didn't learn very much in the army about obedience. There was mutiny. The director will understand.
Tuan, is this your revolver?
Yes. Yes, that is mine.
There is only one revolver, Tuan. Where is his?
I don't know. He came after me to shoot me.
I will look.
Now what will I do? Bury him, I suppose. Order McCullough to build a cross. Place him next to the first agent. I killed him. Killed in self-defense.
Tuan, I did not find a revolver near Herr Collier. It was in his room. This is his revolver.
I shot an unarmed man.
Herr Collier died of fever, Tuan. Yes, I think he died of fever. Bury him tomorrow. For tonight we leave him on the porch.
I am dreaming. Collier is dead. What difference does that make? Thousands die every day. I am at peace with myself. What if I, and not Collier, was dead? But I'm not. I must wake up. The mist is all around me, penetrating, silent, white, deadly, carrying my guilt through the jungle, calling me to justice, calling me. Help! 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 Help!
He's gone mad.
He runs wildly to the shore.
The steamer. Kids! Kids!
He's gone. He runs into the jungle. Oh, how do we explain what happened to Herr Kerr?
He went mad from fever, ran into the forest. Both men are gone. That is all the director will need to know.
And we go downriver to the coast with the director?
Yes. The company sends stupid men to the station. I want no more of them. They offend the natives. We do not collect enough ivory.
You have a great store of ivory, McCullough.
Thanks to the Luanda.
And to the workmen who are now their slaves.
Come aboard, McCullough. Tie your canoe to the ladder. Well, I'm pleased to see you.
I am honored, Herr Director.
May I ask where Kayatz is? And that assistant whose name I've forgotten?
Collier.
Ah, yes, of course. Well?
They are dead, Herr Director.
Ah. The usual, McCullough?
Fever. Herr Collier died of fever. He is buried.
And the agent?
Herr Kayatz became wild in the head and ran into the jungle.
Madness. He cannot survive. And this station, has the work been done?
No, Sir Director.
I feared as much. Imbeciles.
The company men did not work. Last full moon, they leave station. They join Luandas. This unlucky station, Tuan.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the station. It's the fools the company sends me to mend them. Any ivory?
You come ashore to see.
McCullough, it's a marvelous collection. Heaven's name, how did you collect such superb tusks?
I barter for it, sir.
Yes, well, you bartered well. I see you still have half the supplies I left with you. What tribe brought you this wonderful collection?
Luanda.
Ah, I understand. And it was with the Luandas that the workmen went?
Yes, sir.
Amusing. We think alike, McCullough.
Yes, sir.
Both of us have a shrewd understanding of real values. I think that you could become an outstanding agent for a great trading company. I'll have my men load the ivory aboard. Then you and I will talk further?
Yes, sir.
Strangers in a foreign land, isolated and destitute. Cairds and Collier gave up respectable positions to become ivory traders in the middle of equatorial Africa. Unqualified, they degenerated so swiftly that in 6 months they died, both violently. Greed drove great trading company, and greed drove the two men. Only a heartless man, such as a director, or a shrewd man, like McCullough, can survive the challenges of exploitation. I shall be back shortly. Conrad wrote this tragic story in 1895. The days of colonial exploitation have ended. Those who hunt and sell ivory are no longer cheated with gifts of cheap cloths, glittering beads, and trinkets. Now they get value for what they sell. This is advancement of a sort, and the dignity we formerly accorded only to each other is now, we hope, accorded to all mankind. Our cast included Robert Dryden, William Griffiths, Joe Silver, and Joan Ollis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
At 2 minutes past 3, it's time for Afternoon Theatre.
All right, Ben. Come on, boy. Out here. Grub up. Hello. Harriet. How'd it go? Oh, tons better. Still on a liquid diet, but... yeah, well, I've got to have some consolation. Yes, Ben's having his supper right now. I didn't forget. Look, and don't worry. Of course I'll be at Gatwick tomorrow. I'm okay now. It's just a 24-hour bug. Yeah. Sure. Give my love to Gay Perry, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. Bye. Okay, belt up, Ben! Oh, hello there. Long time no see. You better come in. It's just me and the hound, I'm afraid. Oh, for God's sake, dog! Harriet insisted we had him. You're pretty isolated here. And, of course, all the bits we keep buying. Investments against the rainy day when the books stop selling. You never know in this game. Now then, what shall it be? Gin, whiskey, vodka, Campari? And if it's not too much to ask, what exactly are you... Huh? Ah.
Long Time No See by Joan Sadler, with Michael McStay as Inspector Burgess and Jean Trend as Harriet Bell. Long Time No See.
Excuse me, Mrs. Bell? Harriet Bell?
Yes?
I'm Inspector Burgess. I've a car.
Oh, thank you. I can't believe... I was only speaking to him a few hours ago.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bell. What, through here?
It wasn't raining in Paris.
Oh, I think it's only a shower. My car's just there. Shall we make a dash for it? What time did you speak to him?
Last night, soon after 10. The dog.
Oh, he's all right. He was shut in the kitchen. Did he say he was expecting anyone?
Alan? No. He should have been in Paris with me. If it hadn't been for a stupid tummy bug. How did you... Who found him?
The couple who worked for you, the Pollacks, when they came to the house this morning. He'd been dead some time, before midnight, certainly.
How?
We haven't found the weapon. We're searching. It was a knife. How long have you been living at Longfield?
6 months. We bought the house in March.
Oh, it's pretty isolated.
Ideal, it seemed, for us. We write thrillers in collaboration.
Yes. My wife and I are Harriet Allen fans. We've read them all.
Really? Thank you.
Who else knew you in Paris alone?
The Pollacks, of course, and our agent.
That's all?
To my knowledge. Unless Alan, of course.
Is there anyone who might have had a grievance against your husband?
You think it was planned?
How long had you been married?
10 years. And there was no one, I'd swear, in that time.
How about before?
He never said much about before, except it hadn't been easy.
When did his stomach upset start?
Wednesday evening.
Something he ate?
It's possible. He said a bug.
When you spoke to him?
Yes.
What else?
Oh, he was feeling better. Certain he'd be all right to pick me up at Gatwick this evening. Where are we going?
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to identify the mortuary at Barston.
No idea of the number, I suppose. Registration letter? No, of course not. Okay, I'll pass it on. Thanks, dear. Morning, Inspector.
Who was that?
Policewoman Dorothy Weeks. Lives in Longfield Village and off duty on Thursday night. Overtook a light-coloured Mini near the back gate to the Bells house around 9. Thought it might have been about to pull off on the verge or turn in. It didn't register much at the time. Thought we should know, just in case.
You'll follow it up?
Sure. Oh, and the checkout on Alan Bell has come through.
Already?
Positive, too, here. Manslaughter charge, 1967.
2 years suspended. 67, that's some years back. Still, you never know. I'll want the details.
Underway. I'm leaning on them.
Manslaughter. A rough boy, maybe, Mr. Bell. How's the search?
Nothing yet. The gardener chap went berserk when we went through his flower beds. My God, he's a funny one. Pollack. German, I'd say.
Mrs. Pollack?
That's right.
Inspector Burgess.
Oh. Or perhaps you'd better come in. Though my husband and I told the young policeman yesterday the little we know. Oh, do sit down. Poor Mr. Bell. It's a terrible thing. In the prime of life, really.
I understand it was you and your husband who found him.
Well, just me, actually. Ernest went straight to the garden like he always does. I can't get it out of my mind. The dog had been sick, and worse, all over my kitchen. The downstairs lights were still on. And when I looked in that lounge...
Did you call us immediately?
Well, I called my husband first. I mean, I was knocked all of a heap. It was horrible.
Yes. It must have been most unpleasant for you. Oh, this is a charming little place.
Oh, it used to be a forester's cottage. Of course, it goes with the job. Not too far from the house. Not too close.
How close? 5 minutes or so?
About that. By the path through the wood. We normally take the long way round through the village. You don't get the mud.
You go on foot?
Lord, no. We both got bikes.
Have you seen Mrs. Bell this morning?
No. I give her a ring. We don't work over there Saturdays, but of course if there'd been anything we could do,
You were with the previous owners?
The Lamberts. That's right. All of 28 years. They moved to Spain for the sunshine.
Ah.
Laura?
Yes?
Oh, there's so many beans out there. Will you be freezing today?
Oh, my husband, Inspector Burgess.
We said yesterday all we knew.
Yes, we appreciate that. Just a few odd points, Mr. Pollack.
Oh, shoes off then, Ernest.
How was Mr. Bell when you saw him on Thursday?
Well, like we've already said. Complained of stomach pains and didn't want to eat.
Did you see him that day, Mr. Pollack?
Just a few minutes. In the morning.
What about?
The tomatoes. He wanted them up.
Did he know much about gardening?
My husband worked that garden for 28 years, and the Lamberts never once had cause for complaint.
He complained?
He criticised sometimes.
Where do you keep your tools?
Back of the house.
Used to be a stable.
And I'll tell you something. I made all those tool racks myself.
You know, then, if anything was missing.
They asked yesterday. I showed them nothing is missing. Everything is in its place.
You're not from this part of the world, Mr. Pollack?
I was born in Vienna.
Ernest lost all his family at Auschwitz. There was an internment camp here at the end of the war.
But I am British now. I have my papers.
Mrs. Pollack, did you see Mr. Bell before you left?
Just briefly. About 5. He said he thought a good night's rest had put him right.
Did he say anything about expecting a visitor?
By rights, he should have been in Paris with her.
But he wasn't. He was at home. I'm wondering if he invited anyone over for a company.
Not to my knowledge.
Where were you both on Thursday evening?
Here at home.
All the evening?
Well...
Like we always are every evening.
Did you see or hear anything unusual?
No, nothing at all.
From what you've seen of the Bells, would you say the marriage was a happy one?
They work very hard. I couldn't really give an opinion.
Made any friends here in Longfield?
The Morgans went to dinner there once. Mr. Bell did the cooking, but not the washing up after.
Any guests to stay?
Colonel Ferguson come for a night. He's Mrs. Bell's uncle. At least she calls him uncle. He used to live round this way, knew the Lamberts quite well.
Well, how about people calling in, for drinks maybe?
No, they kept themselves to themselves.
And the Morgans who came to dinner, who are they?
Old Vicarage, that White House by the pond. He's a naval commander, retired.
Let me top you up, Inspector.
Oh, thank you.
An old salt doesn't like drinking alone. Yes, the wife and I had dinner up there with them once. When was it, Hilda?
July the 9th, a Wednesday.
He cooked. Goulash or something.
Very good it was, too.
We invited them back, of course, but there was always some excuse. Too busy, I suppose, all those books.
Oh, what made him invite you?
Wanted to pick my brains, eh, Hilda?
He was quite frank about it.
New thriller was to be about a drug smuggling ring, run by an old naval type like myself. We'll dedicate it to you, he said.
Why, are you au fait with drug smuggling?
Well, my father could have told him a few tales about the Yangtze run years ago. Opium, of course, those days. Not quite what they were after.
How long have you been living here in Longfield?
15 years. Smashing place. Lovely country, not too far from the sea.
Well, do you know Colonel Ferguson? The Lamberts used to live round this way, friend of theirs.
Charles Ferguson? Oh, of course, splendid chap. DSO. Moved away, when was it, Hilda?
78, dear. Late October.
You seen him since?
No, alas. It was through him, I believe, the Bells bought the house.
She's his niece, or something.
Serving officer?
Retired, like yours truly. Making the most of a pension, what?
And where's he living now?
No idea. Dare say Harriet could tell you. Don't suppose we'll ever get that dedication, no.
Charles Ferguson, 2 S's, was a friend of my mother's. All right, then. I just call him Uncle, perhaps because I've no other relatives. It was through him, in fact, we heard of the house.
Has he been down?
Just for a night, back in June. He and Alan didn't hit it off very well.
Oh, how was that?
Oh, Fergie's very much the old soldier. His flat's full of war trophies, guns, medals, and so on.
Knives?
Possibly. Yes, why?
Not your husband's seen?
Alan was a pacifist. Quite aggressively so when it came to an argument.
Oh, where's he living now?
Fergie? Tufnell Park. As a matter of fact, he's coming to stay for a bit, till I get adjusted.
How did you meet your husband?
Through our agent. We'd both been clients of hers for some time without much success. She suggested collaboration, thought we might spark off something.
And you certainly did.
Death by Arrangement, our first, really made us. Heaven knows how many reprints. The film.
Must be 10 years now.
10 years next March. We were married on publication day.
A successful partnership.
Yes.
In every way?
Well, marriage-wise, it was second time for us both. You'd think he'd have learnt the snags, but we'd quarrel, quite violently sometimes.
Oh, what about?
Oh, petty things. Alan's grammar, his spelling, the fact the books were published under a woman's name, although the plots were mainly all his.
Your agent, can I get in touch?
Oh, she was off to New York when I spoke to her on Wednesday.
Ah. How well do you know the Morgans?
Hardly at all. They came here to dinner once. Alan had a hunch the commander knew a thing or two about smuggling.
Any reason?
Nothing really specific.
What does that mean?
Alan was a writer. Over-imaginative, exaggerating things, everyone a potential criminal.
That's possibly so. Where was he from?
Oh, didn't you know? Boston, only 8 miles away, where his brothers and sisters still live. All 5 of them and their offspring.
Have you met him?
He preferred not, so I didn't insist. I just know there's a sister, Beatty, who lives on the Hillcrest estate. Beatty Fuller, I think.
Ever speak about his first wife?
He told me her name was Elaine.
Did you have set working hours?
We worked separate rooms every morning till 1. Often I'd go on in the afternoon, but since we've been living here, Alan's preferred to garden.
Well, you've certainly got a superb garden here.
No credit to him. Ernest even designed it, I'm told. But Alan found it therapeutic to mess about with plants and things. Sometimes talked about doing a gardening book.
By Alan Bell?
Oh, of course. I'm no gardener.
Would you know what this is?
Well, I've seen Ernest use one. A pruning knife.
We found it in your drinks cupboard here. It's a strange place for a pruning knife.
Well, perhaps Alan brought it in from the garden. He could be quite absent-minded.
Oh, there's nothing missing from your tool shed.
But where else could it come from?
I don't know. Would he need it for, protection, perhaps?
A knife? Oh, surely not. He had Ben.
Had your husband any other interests?
He liked to cook, when he was in the mood. He worked in a hotel kitchen at one time.
Oh, when was this?
Oh, before we met, when we were both writing solo.
I'd like to have a look at his room while I'm here.
Of course. All right, Ben. Stay there.
You've checked, I suppose, to see if anything's missing.
Well, nothing, I'm sure.
Do you know anyone with a Mini, white, or maybe light grey or fawn?
Ernest has got a Mini. Light grey. Why?
He might have popped over here on Thursday evening.
I wouldn't have thought so. This is his room. As you see, tidiness wasn't one of his virtues, and I haven't the heart yet. All right, Ben. Excuse me.
Louis, pack it in, can't you? Oh, Sharon, get his blanket and shove it over the cage. And turn that damn noise off. It's not proper. Hello? Harriet Bell? Oh, this is Beatty here. Beatty Fuller. That's right. Oh, shattered. Well, Alan was my big brother. I worshipped him as a kid. Wild he was in those days. Never dreamt he'd hit the big time. Not that we've seen much of him since he did. It's about the funeral. I see. Well, when you do, perhaps you'd let me know. Fuller. That's right. We're in the book. OK, Harriet. Of course. Well, as you wish. Well, goodbye, then. Ice cold, she sounded. No flowers, he wouldn't have wanted it. What'd she know about him? He used to grow flowers as a boy, buy the packets out of his own pocket money. Alan's the one with green fingers, Dad always said. Pity he turned out such a sod.
Mrs. Bell?
Ben, all right.
I'm off now. If you'd leave everything as it is in his room.
Yes, of course. His sister Beatty just rang about the funeral.
Oh, we'll let you know as soon as possible. Oh, and Donald Stoner. A friend of your husband's?
Stoner. Means nothing to me.
23 Harbourview Road, Barston. I found this letter addressed to him on his desk.
Not much of a letter.
But to the point.
Nothing doing A.B. Donald Stoner. Sorry, can't help you at all.
Mrs. Stoner?
Yes?
Inspector Burgess.
I see. Perhaps you'd better come in.
Thank you. Is your husband home?
No. He's linesman for Barston Reserves. They're playing an away match today.
What time will he be back?
Oh, late. After 10, I expect.
What does your husband do for a living?
Donald's manager of Flynn's Carpets in Broad Street.
Saturdays off.
Every other one. Excuse me for a moment. Martin! Turn it down a bit, love. I've got a visitor. My younger boy. He starts at Kent University soon. The older one's working in London. Do sit down.
Mrs. Stoner, I think you know why I'm here.
I assume it's to do with him. His death, Alan Bell.
What was the relationship between him and your husband?
Him and Don? None.
But your husband knew him?
Not to my knowledge.
You're sure?
Well, he's never mentioned his name.
Is he local?
Don. He was born in this house.
How long have you been married?
12 years.
So your sons
are by my first marriage.
Mrs. Stoner, if your husband didn't know Alan Bell, why weren't you surprised to see me?
I thought you'd come to see me. Not that there's much I could tell you about him after all these years.
You're Elaine.
That's right. They're Alan's boys.
How long since the marriage broke up?
17 years.
You knew he'd come to live at Longfield.
News gets around.
You ever feel the urge to go and see him?
Why? He's nothing to me anymore.
He was successful and rich. You might feel he owed you something, you and the boys. After all, he's their father.
Some father.
Mrs. Stoner, would you know of anyone who might have had a grudge against Alan Bell? Someone back in his past, here in Barston?
Only me.
Or your husband, perhaps?
I've said he didn't know Alan.
To the best of your knowledge. 1967. Were you in touch with Alan Bell at that time?
I never heard a word since the day he left me in May 1965.
Will your husband be home tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Sunday.
In the morning.
We usually gardens till opening time, weather permitting.
I'll be calling round. Before opening time.
Ice?
Please. It's good to have you here, Fergie.
It's what uncles are for, sweetie. Now, how'd it go in Paris?
Rather well. Thanks for your good wishes. Someone called Henri Benoit has translated our first 3 in one volume. La Rive seemed delighted.
Ah.
And to end like this.
There.
Thanks.
Harriet, as a friend, wasn't it ending anyway?
The writing. Perhaps. We'd started to live on our earlier reputation, though Alan refused to accept.
And not just the books.
He wasn't easy, but this has been quite shattering.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Garden looks in good nick. Pollack still with you?
Of course.
How'd he get on with Alan?
Oh, all right. They argued a lot. Poor Ernest, he gets so worked up about his garden. And I'll tell you something. I planted those euchers, tended them like children. You don't water euchers.
Who else round here knew he was in the house alone?
Only Ernest and Dora, I'm sure. You're not suggesting... Oh, no, it's Ludicrous.
I'll tell you something. 5 years ago, Ernest Pollack nearly killed Clive Lambert.
Ernest, can't you give it a rest?
Oh, I thought you wanted a shelf put up here.
I've been asking 2 years for a shelf put up there, but not now. I'm sorry. I'm not myself.
Nor am I myself. Police trampling over my garden, coming here with their cold eyes, their questions.
I just wish you hadn't lied. Ernest, where were you that evening? Where did you go?
For a ride on my bike, that's all.
You know, 2 nights running now you've got up in the night.
So I drink too much.
And left the bathroom light on. What's on your mind? Has he been needling you again?
Oh, he always needles me, cocky so-and-so, telling me my job. His greenhouse, his shrubs, his yuccas. Me, I planted those yuccas, treated them like children.
You get too worked up, love. It's only a garden.
Only you know nothing. My brains he picks for his book.
What book?
Every time he picks faults is to find out how. Figs and grapevines and melons and cordon peaches.
A gardening book? Him?
It's finished. He told me. The first, what is it, draft, except for the pictures.
Ernest, you went over there that evening?
Maybe. To see my garden.
It was too dark for the garden. To see him. About this book.
My name somewhere, that's all. Some recognition for my knowledge he steals. In any case, someone was there already.
You saw someone else?
No, it was dark. I was at the side of the house. I heard his voice. Hello there. Long time no see. Better come in.
What did he give a name? Ernest, try and remember.
There was an owl, the dog barking inside, but no name.
You should tell them. It must mean something. Tell the inspector.
No, Dora. I tell them nothing. Nor you. Understand? We have said enough.
Harriet? Oh, Henry here. Henry Morgan. We were wondering if you care to come over this evening for a meal. Hilda thought it might do you good. Make a break. He is? Oh, so both of you come. No, of course. No problem at all. We'll look forward to it. Around 7? Fine. And if there's anything we can do to help, I hope you will. Goodbye.
Who's both of you?
The Colonel's there with her uncle.
Oh, Henry, I wish you hadn't.
Why ever not? Can't be rude.
Well, I don't trust the man. There's something shady about him.
My dear old girl, nothing shady about the Colonel.
I always felt you and he were up to something. Clive Lambert, too.
You imagine things, Hilda. Not to worry.
Well, I do worry. I have for some time. Life seems almost too good to be true, materially.
Oh, so how about smoked salmon for starters, and I'll get a brace of pheasant.
Mrs. Bell? Oh, I do apologize. You're just going out.
Only to the Morgans. This is Charles Ferguson, Inspector Burgess.
How do you do? I'll bring the car round, shall I, Harriet?
Thanks. Quiet, Ben!
Mrs. Bell, we've had the post-mortem result. Your husband had had an excellent meal not long before he died. No indication at all of a stomach upset.
So, it was an excuse not to come.
Is that what you thought?
Not till this moment. But I realize now as I put the phone down, I'm almost sure I heard our front doorbell ring.
You probably did, Mrs. Bell. It seems likely your husband had a rendezvous that night with his killer. Good night to you.
What did he want?
Nothing really. Just routine, as they say.
Harriet, my dear, can't you take a
I'm
little...
sorry, Hilda. It's delicious, but...
May I? Just a tiny piece more.
Of course. Hasn't been much of a summer, has it, in spite of the forecasts?
Lucky old Lambert's to be where the sun shines.
Do you hear from them?
Oh, just the odd card. And they are odd, aren't they, Henry? I believe Clive only remembers to write when he's had a glass or two.
Solamente nos recuerda después de tomar un vaso de vino.
Well, you speak Spanish.
Oh, get by, that's all.
Oh, don't be modest.
Fergie tells me Ernest nearly killed Clive Lambert a few years ago.
It was an accident. Everyone agreed.
I didn't.
A storm in a teacup.
What happened?
And he slipped.
Said he slipped.
With the pruning knife.
14 stitches, blood everywhere. What a do.
And it's past history now. Harriet's glass, Henry.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Still, accident or not, he's a lucky man to be alive for the sunshine.
Thank you.
I wonder if your inspector friend knows. Might be worth a mention.
Been up again tonight, I see. Colonel, you?
Never known to say no.
I wouldn't have thought you could see our place from here.
You can with a telescope, my dear. Henry's toy. 3.5-inch lens. You can see for miles, can't you, Henry?
I don't think I'm spying, of course. Bird watching, mainly.
Pity you weren't looking out Thursday night.
Yeah, it's too dark, I'm afraid. Not even a moon. Besides, we were glued to the box, weren't we, Hilda?
I believe we were. Who's the trifle?
Well, not for me, but fetch the cigars while you're up.
Fergie, not so fast.
Sorry. Should have said no to that second cognac.
You missed the lane. You'll have to go the long way round.
That's okay. I know my Longfield.
Well, they were certainly very hospitable. And the whole place surprisingly sumptuous. It makes you wonder.
Wonder what?
You know, Alan saw Henry once with a Spanish... Watch it!
Bloody cyclist this time of night. And no damn lights either.
I believe it was Ernest.
Pity I missed then.
Strange. Cycling at midnight.
You were saying? About Henry?
Oh, yes. It was back in June. Alan didn't sleep very well. Sometimes took a walk around dawn. And there was this enormous lorry, Transportes Gonzales, in a lay-by on the Felsted bypass. And Henry with the driver.
Did they see him?
He didn't think so. Too engrossed in each other. This could be how he gets his rum and cigars.
If it was Henry.
Well, he speaks Spanish. We had them over for a meal soon after. Alan tried hard to pump him about it, but nothing doing.
And second cognac or not, here we are. You left the lights on up there.
I did not. Fergie, it's Alan's room.
How about this casserole thing, Hilda?
Oh, just leave it to soak.
The Colonel certainly did everything justice.
The pig.
Oh, compliment to your cuisine, old fruit.
No, I never liked the man. Why you had to invite him?
Oh, not again. He was there with Harriet. I had to.
Henry, I've never asked any questions.
Best not. Be like the Three Monkeys.
You know, but we've got this lovely place, everything and more we could wish for.
Like a plot in the graveyard?
Oh, look, you're 65. You're too old for dangerous games. You've had enough excitement in your life.
Never. I'll die any way you like, but not from boredom. And worry not. No one has ever suspected.
Alan Bell did.
Nonsense. Looking for a plot, that's all.
In the graveyard?
God, these saucepans. We really must get ourselves a machine.
Henry, where were you Thursday night?
Watching telly with you. That's the scene. And don't forget it.
I'll have that bit when you've finished. Dom.
Have the lot. There's an article on him inside.
On who?
Your late husband, of course. The great Alan Bell. I'll have a go at that back edge before he gets on top of me.
Aren't you going to shave?
Not yet. What's for din?
Roast pork. Or perhaps you cut a cabbage.
Will do.
You'll be having a visitor this morning.
I will.
A police inspector came yesterday. Seemed to think you knew Alan.
What made him think that?
No idea. I told him you didn't.
So why's he coming? Today's Sunday.
Maybe he didn't believe me.
I think I'll shave.
Don, Thursday night, had something happened?
How do you mean?
After training. When you came in, you looked so strange.
Too much wallop, that's all.
You haven't ever been over to Longfield.
Why the hell should I?
He was rich. The boys are his. For money.
Wouldn't do me much good if I had. I just read in the article. Mean as blazes he was.
As you know, it wasn't tidy before. In fact, if the lights hadn't been on...
You haven't touched anything.
I know the rules, Inspector. Other than switching them off.
How about the dog?
Shut up in the lounge. Though I'd have sworn I'd left all the downstairs doors open.
The house was locked?
Of course.
Windows?
It was a warm evening. I'd left a small one open for Ben.
Anything of value up here?
The paperweights, the little antique clock, the radio, all still here.
Where's Colonel Ferguson?
Walked in for the 10 o'clock service.
Ah, that's his Mercedes in front.
Yes. We've a Rover. At least Alan had. I don't drive.
How did you get up to Gatwick?
Ernest drove me, reluctantly. He hated leaving his garden.
Who else knew you were at the Morgans?
I told Dora, en cas de malheur.
She has keys to the house?
Yes.
Did you see anyone on your way to or from their place?
On our way home, there was a man on a bicycle. I'm almost certain it was Ernest.
Oh, it's a pity I missed the Colonel. I'd have liked a word with him. Perhaps you'd ask him to call in at the station tomorrow. You'd better give me a ring first, and you know the number.
My husband's in the garden. I've said you're coming. Don!
That's a fair-sized bit of ground you got there.
Don's quite a keen gardener.
Like your first husband.
Alan? Really? I didn't know that. Of course, we only had a flat then over Moore's the greengrocer's. Not even a window box.
Here in Boston?
That's right. Oh, Don, Inspector Burgess. If you'll excuse me, we have roast on Sunday.
Good match yesterday?
So-so.
I used to play up to 10 years ago. Devon Police. Mr. Stoner, how well did you know Alan Bell?
I didn't know Alan Bell.
Well, you never met him or corresponded?
Why should I?
Well, you married his ex-wife. The 2 boys are his. You might feel he owed you something, especially after he became rich and famous.
I suppose I might, but I didn't.
Well, you're a local chap. Must be around the same age. Didn't you know him at school? Play football together? It's not a very big town.
Big enough. 15,000, quite a few schools.
You're in carpet, your wife says. Always been your line?
For the last 14 years.
And before?
I was trained as a butcher. My father had a shop in Broad Street.
You've always lived in Boston?
Most always.
Where else?
Oh, around Leeds, Oxford, Bristol.
Oh, what made you come back?
Dad died in '67. Mother had a spell of depression. There was this carpet job going here. I'd done a bit of laying, so I applied and got it.
How did you meet your wife?
At a club called The Unattached. I joined when I lost Mother. We married a few months later.
When was this?
68.
How old were the boys?
4 and 6.
2 growing lads. Quite an undertaking. Not a highly paid job.
Not too bad with commission, and the house is mine. We'd managed.
That's your car outside, the yellow Ford?
Yes.
Where were you Thursday evening?
Thursday's practice night for the team.
You were with them?
Of course.
Till what time?
I got home about 10 or 1:30. We usually have a pint after.
Where?
In a pub.
What pub?
The Anchor, usually.
I'm asking about Thursday night.
The Anchor?
And your wife? Where was she?
Here at home. Like she always is of a night.
Mr. Stoner, in Alan Bell's study there was an envelope addressed to you. A note inside. Nothing doing. What were you after? What did you want from Alan Bell?
Nothing. I don't understand. I didn't know him.
We'll want a better explanation than that, Mr. Stoner. Think about it. We'll be in touch again. Enjoy your roast.
Lovely text that sermon had, about the fields and the grass.
As for man, his days are as grass. As a flower of a field he flourishes, for the wind passes over and is gone.
Oh, you know it.
In the internment camp, I learned all the Psalms. It helped my English and made something to do.
Religion can be a comfort. Good congregation tonight. Suppose people hoped she'd be here.
Yes, a full church. And we sat in our row alone.
I didn't notice.
I tell you, when there is trouble, the Fremde ist immer verdächtig.
Ernest, you went over there last night, to the house, while they were over the Morgans, didn't you?
Just to see no one was hanging around.
So why take their keys?
Inspector, a reporter from the local says you promised a statement.
Oh, hell, so I did. I'll be with him in 2 minutes. I'll concoct something and hope I sound confident.
Okay.
Oh, and Charlie, anything on the search?
Not yet. We've covered grounds, woods, and right across to the river.
Pollack's garden?
Too true. Nothing.
Call it off.
Sir?
Now, I have a feeling now that until we find the killer, we aren't going to find the weapon. Well, how about the manslaughter charge?
I've been on to them. Weekend backlog of work. Always a good excuse.
Yeah, I've used it myself. I'll keep pressing.
Sure.
Hello, Henry. Ferguson here. On my way to see the great Burgess. I'd rather not, but it might look bad if I refused. Seen you? Why? You bet I'll be discreet. I hope you were. Look, I'd like to see you for 5 minutes, sans Hilda. Oh, that's great. No, I won't say now. Walls have ears. Oh, an hour at the most. See you, Henry. Hasta la vista.
Ah, Colonel Ferguson. I'm sorry to keep you. Lovely morning again.
It is indeed. Good to be alive.
Sit down. Cigarette?
Thanks. Won't say no.
Well, it's nice of you to call in.
Harriet said you wanted a word. Always pleased to cooperate.
How long have you known Mrs. Bell?
Heavens, hate to think. I knew her mother.
And her first husband, I suppose?
Not really. It was a very brief marriage.
Oh, divorce?
Killed in a car accident. She hasn't said.
How long ago?
Must be, all of 15 years. Just before I was posted to Cyprus. She was driving. Never driven since. That's why it's useful for her just now to have me around.
I'm sure. Though, of course, Ernest drives. Took her up to Gatwick on Thursday.
Perhaps, but she's safer with me. Pollack's unstable.
Oh?
Violent, too, on occasion.
Well, can you name one?
Well, since you ask, he attacked Clive Lambert with a pruning knife 5 years ago. 14 stitches, nearly severed an artery.
For what reason?
Over the roses. Clive criticised the way he was pruning them.
What, just over roses?
Nothing just about that garden to Pollack.
Oh, were there charges?
Not on your life. People bend over backwards to make allowances for the man, but I know the type. Vicious, paranoiac, murderous.
Mrs. Bell mentioned a man on a bicycle Saturday night.
That was him, and no lights. Nearly mowed him down. And what do we find 5 minutes later? Alan's room broken into.
Colonel, tell me, how was it with the Bells?
Oh, so. Marriage of convenience, I always felt. Literary convenience.
I understand you were instrumental in them acquiring Longfield House.
That's right. Sort of thing Harriet was looking for. Directly I knew the Lamberts were putting it on the market, I let her know.
You're in property?
I dabble now and then, help a friend.
You weren't living in Longfield at the time?
No, but I kept in touch. Known Clive years.
What was his line?
Antiques, mainly.
Well, why did he go to Spain?
Oh, for the sunshine. As simple as that.
And how about the Morgans? Keep in touch with them?
No. Always meant to, of course, but...
Did you were close friends when you lived here?
Oh, hardly close. Things in common, that's all. Couple of ex-servicemen.
Rubbing along on a pension.
As best we can.
Nice Mercedes you run?
A little inheritance.
Where were you on Thursday evening?
At home.
The Tufnell Park?
Correct.
Alone?
I live alone. Grenville Court.
Mrs. Bell refers to you as uncle.
It's a little thing between us. She's no relatives.
A close relationship?
I'm fond of her. I like to think it's reciprocated.
How did you get on with her husband?
Oh, I couldn't stick him. He was opinionated, bumptious, argumentative, sneered at all the old values. Made out he was a pacifist and one of the most aggressive types I've ever encountered.
You knew him well?
Not very, but I'm a good judge of character. I've met chaps like him. Always land up in trouble.
Do you plan to stay long with Mrs. Bell?
As long as she needs me. At least until this business is cleared up. And for my money, Pollack's your man.
Oh, you think?
He's a kraut. Started 2 world wars. Stop at nothing.
He's Austrian.
All the same, my dear chap, all the same. I've had experience. Been POW and escaped.
That was a long time ago.
Not for me.
Yes, well, thank you, Colonel.
Not at all. Glad to help. Goodbye.
I'm working, I tell you. I have my schedule.
Won't keep you long, Mr. Pollock.
You don't leave a garden. My wife will wonder where I am.
Mrs. Bell? Was that Ernest in the police car?
Yes, Dora. He's just gone down to help them.
But why? He's done nothing. He was home with me all that evening. I'd swear it.
And Saturday? Did he come here on Saturday night?
No, of course not.
While we were out?
At least, well, maybe to keep an eye, knowing
What did he want from my husband's room?
I don't know.
Tell me.
In any case, it's no crime.
What isn't, Dora?
I think he only wanted to read the book.
Book?
Mr. Bell's gardening book.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes?
We've got Pollock outside.
I'll let him cool his heels for a bit. Anything yet on Stoner?
He and Alan Bell were in the same class at Eastern Road Primary School.
Well, that's really going back. You're checking out Thursday evening?
Working on it. Seems he left the Anchor soon after 8:30.
Did he now? Burgess? And Mrs. Bell, hello. Really? And you yourself didn't even know? Just to read it? Well, well. Oh, we'll see. Thanks. Yes, of course. Goodbye.
There we are, the best Amontillado. God bless Ramos. What's it all about?
Alan Bell spotted the June delivery. Even got the name on the lorry. Out walking at dawn, couldn't sleep. Pure chance. Harriet told me Saturday.
Oh, well. Dead men tell no tales.
Oh, their wives can. And listen, something else. Clive rang Thursday night in a panic. There's a marked item in the new batch, pinched and possibly traceable. I'm to hold on till he gives the green light.
Still, all adds a bit of spice, I suppose.
Spice be damned. We're not in this for kicks.
We close down then?
At least till the boys in blue depart. He's a ferret, that Burgess.
Well, carry on. Talk about cooling his heels.
All right, send him in now.
In here.
Ah, Mr. Pollock.
Over an hour I have been here with work to do in my garden, and nothing I have done. Just because I am a stranger and don't speak your language too well.
Oh, I'd like to speak German as well as you speak English. Sit down.
I am not German. I was born in Vienna.
Cigarette?
I don't smoke.
How long have you been a gardener?
Since I was 16. I have no other trade.
What made the Lamberts go to Spain?
For the sunshine, they told us.
Antique dealers, I understand.
Antiques, jewels, and all that.
You had quite a stretch with them.
28 years.
No troubles?
They left the garden to me. It was mine.
Other than pruning the roses?
Who told you? It was an accident. Everyone knew. Mr. Lambert tried to take the knife from my hands. I slipped on the wet grass.
Been raining?
It was the dew, a heavy dew. It wasn't your fault, his wife said. Forget it. Put it out of your mind.
Ever pop back to the house of an evening? Have a look at the garden?
No, I have my own garden to do at the cottage.
Last Thursday, did you drive across for some reason?
Of course not. In any case, I never drive to the house.
You use your bicycle?
Yes.
Is that where you were cycling from Saturday night?
No, I was home.
Mr. Pollack, you were seen on your bike around midnight. I'm asking, had you been to Longfield House?
I have told you, no, I was home. I am always home in the evening.
You have the keys to the house. Someone got in. Someone who knew the dog. Left the lights on in Alan Bell's room. Are you forgetful about lights? You had none on your bicycle.
I don't know. You speak too fast.
Mr. Pollack, someone went to Alan Bell's room on Saturday night. We think it was you. Was it you? Yes or no?
No. I was home with my wife. She will tell you. Like I always am, every evening.
The gardening book he was writing.
Who was writing?
Alan Bell. Did he ask your help with it?
I don't know about the book. He tells me nothing.
Do you recognize this?
It's a knife. Pruning knife.
Yours?
How can it be? I showed the young policeman everything there, everything in its place.
Did you leave it at Longfield House? Is that the reason you went back there Saturday night?
I told you, I didn't go there Saturday night. I don't know this knife. I work as a gardener. I do the work I am paid for. I never go in the house. The house isn't my place. My place is the garden.
And this is a gardening knife, Mr. Pollock.
It must belong to another person. That is all I can say. Everything is there. I showed the policeman everything in its place.
What's your car?
A car?
Make?
A Mini.
Colour?
Light grey. And I have my license, my MOT, all my papers. Why do you question me like this?
Because I think you're lying. I think you drove to Longfield House the night Alan Bell was murdered.
No, it's not true. I never drive at night, only walk or ride my bicycle.
So you walked there? Rode your bike?
No, I was with my wife. Ask her. Look, why should I want him dead? He was my bread and butter.
So was Clive Lambert.
That was an accident, I tell you. I slipped. The colonel should have said he was there.
Yes. All right, then. That's it.
I may go?
We'll know where to find you when we want you again. In your garden.
Inspector?
Yeah?
You'd sign these sometime.
Oh, sure. And, Charlie, would you get me the address of a Mrs. B.T. Fuller on the Hillcrest estate?
Alan was my big brother, Inspector. I tell you, this has been a terrible blow. Oh, Bluey, pack it in. Well, not that we've seen much of him the last 15 years. Still, he made it, and good luck to him, poor old lad.
Mrs. Fuller, how well did he know Donald Stoner?
Don? Oh, when they were kids. He used to come to our house every day after school, almost like brothers they were. Then he got the scholarship and, well, you know how it is. Old Mr. Stoner used to have the butcher shop in Broad Street. Bit toffee-nosed they were.
When he married Elaine, did he know she'd been Alan's first wife?
Sure. I went to the wedding. Elaine and I always kept in touch.
Why did her marriage to Alan break up?
It's something to do with the writing. He needed to be free, so he said.
Have either of them contacted him since he came to live over at Longfield?
I wouldn't know.
And the sons?
Steve's in London. Hardly comes home anymore. Got a lot of Alan in him, Elaine says. The other one's a bit of a dreamer. Wants to be a writer too, I believe.
Did he keep in touch at all after he left the town?
He wrote, now and then.
To you?
Yeah. We used to be close once.
He had a tough time for a bit, I believe.
Well, it wasn't easy.
And what did he do?
All sorts of jobs to keep going. Milkman, hotel kitchen. Father Christmas one year.
Ever ask you for money?
Well, once or twice. I sent what I could.
February 67. He was in bad trouble.
Oh, I wondered if you might know. Well, he didn't mean it. It was an accident, a fight, over a gambling debt.
How about his letters? Have you kept them?
Oh, I believe there's one or two around somewhere.
Might help me if I could read them. I'll return them, of course.
Oh, I'll see what I can find.
Mr. Pollock, hello there. Long time no see.
Long time no see.
What'll it be, sir?
A whiskey, please.
Sir.
Better make it a double.
Certainly, sir.
Indeed. It looks as if they're onto something.
Narrowing their investigation, they say.
They're pretty confident this Inspector Burgess sounded.
My sister works down the police canteen and she says they've got a very good idea who it is.
Convinced their man's still in the neighbourhood?
Yeah, lights left on in the house on Saturday night.
By some mystery visitor.
Likely to make an arrest pretty soon.
Know one thing, wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
Mr. Pollock, one double, sir. Pound and tuppence.
Hey, watch it, mister.
Oh, it's all down my dress.
Oh, I'm blowed. I'll get you a cloth, miss. See who it was?
The gardener up at Longfield. Pollock.
I got the invoice this morning. 15 yards of Brentford cord stair carpet in Bahama Green. Yes, it should be in any day, madam. I will indeed. Goodbye. Sorry, Inspector, you were saying?
You told me you had a few drinks with the team after Thursday night practice, Mr. Stoner.
That's right.
Well, no one remembers seeing you in the Anchor after you bought a round of drinks at 8:30.
Someone said once I was the sort of chap no one ever remembers.
A pity. How long does it take you to get from the Anchor to Harbourview Road?
Depends.
10 minutes? A quarter of an hour?
I've never timed it.
So between 8:30 and, say, 10:15, when you got home, where were you?
In the public bar of the Anchor.
How's business?
Not wonderful. We've had to cut down on staff. Have to go out laying myself from time to time.
What did you want from Alan Bell?
I didn't know him, I said.
Now, let me nudge your memory. You were in the same class at Eastern Road Primary.
That's going back a bit, isn't it?
Good friends, more like brothers, I'm told.
Perhaps. Lots happened.
Indeed. You married his ex-wife, brought up his sons. Where were you between 8:30 and 10:15 the night he died?
In the Anchor.
I believe you were at Longfield House with Alan Bell.
Why the hell should I be?
Because he'd said there was nothing doing. Nothing doing about what? Oh, come on, you've had time to think.
I told you I didn't know him.
Very well. I'd like you to come along with me.
Now?
Yes, Mr. Stoner, now. I've been patient enough. Perhaps we'll get some truth out of you at the station.
Ernest? Oh, I've been worried about you. She let me off early. What you burning?
Nothing. Some rubbish.
You look poorly. What happened? What did they want you for?
Have you seen the paper?
No.
The police expect to make an arrest very soon. In this neighborhood.
Well, it'll be a good thing when they do, won't it?
Dora, I think they mean me.
You? But why? You've no reason.
They want to believe it is me. I'm the what is it? I'm goat.
Scapegoat?
Look, I am a violent man, too. I attacked Mr. Lambert 5 years ago.
That was an accident. Surely you said.
Look, when they're told by an English colonel something is so, they're not going to believe the gardener, especially if he's German.
Oh, that man hates you. Always has. Thinks the war never ended. God, and I hate him, too.
I'm scared, Dora. Scared to death. Locked in a cell. The dark, the stench.
Oh, now don't be silly. It's not like that here.
How do you know? People die in cells. I have read. Police brutality.
Stop it. Calm down. Nothing's happened yet.
I thought when I replaced the knife, that would be it. No more questions.
Knife? What knife?
Pruning knife. Missing from its place in the rack over there that morning.
That's why you... But why?
Dora, you're so stupid. I had to show them everything right, everything there in its place. Otherwise, it is me they suspect.
And they do?
Yes. I am a violent man. The colonel says so. It must be true.
Look, I'm going to the inspector. I'll tell him everything. How you felt that night, what you heard.
No. We tell her nothing, you hear? Nothing at all. We have said enough. I can't face them, Dora. What shall I do?
Now stop shaking. No one will hurt you.
They will leave me in the dark. I shall hear the screams of the others.
Calm down now. Shh. I must answer it.
All right. Tell them where I will be. In my garden.
Right.
Goodbye, little Dora. Auf Wiedersehen.
Yes? Oh, Mrs. Bell. Yes. Well, he's very upset. He's on his way now to his garden. He'll feel better, I think, when he's working.
And she said, I've just seen the Colonel's car outside your house. It's so nice to have him back in the village.
Any biscuits?
Tin's by your elbow. Now, what's it all about, Henry?
Oh, custard creams. I can't stick 'em.
Why was that man here again?
Hilda, you do carry on. I thought we agreed that the three monkeys, remember?
Oh, my God, I've been so naive. I realise now those odd cards from Clive Lambert aren't so innocent. You're all in it. Well, don't treat me like a child. Tell me.
Tell you what?
Is it drugs?
You think I'm crazy?
Alan Bell thought so, I'm sure.
What Alan Bell thought's not important. He's dead.
I know. That's beginning to worry me too. Hello? Dora? No, I just assumed he was around somewhere. Hold on a moment. Uncle, did you see Ernest this afternoon?
Here? Can't say I did. Why?
Well, he's not home yet. She's worried. He's a man of habit. Dora? No, neither of us have, but he may have been in the potting shed. Look, if he's not home in another hour, let me know. And don't worry. Yes, but things happen. It's not late. I'm sure he's all right. Strange, though.
You know what I think? He's gone on the run.
Burgess. Oh, Mrs. Bell. I see. Oh, but he hasn't had quite a routine day, has he? Ah. Well, it's only what? 6:30? Well, he's in the pub, probably. Oh, you have? Well, all right, if he's not home by 8 or so, better give me a ring and we'll look out for him.
Pollack. Ernest Pollack, 5'7", slim build, grey receding hair, wearing blue denims, check shirt, blue wool hat, leather waistcoat. Speaks with a German accent. Watch how you go with him. He might be in a pretty agitated state. He's wanted for further questioning in connection with the murder of Alan Bell.
Mr. Stoner, you told me you didn't know Alan Bell, never met him or corresponded.
That's so.
Read the P.S. to that letter from Alan Bell to his sister.
Who do you think I bumped into?
Go on.
A while back, Donald Stoner, of all people. A bit of a rolling stoner, pun, like yours truly these days. But he's been a real friend.
So, you'd been a real friend to a man you never knew. Oh, come on. I'm going to find out, you know. You might just as well tell me now.
I was working in London. I ran into him in Leicester Square one night.
And?
He was pretty well down. No job. Hungry, even. Been in some sort of trouble. I let him stay with me. Share my room. That's all.
How long did he stay?
A while, some months, I believe. Used to write all the time.
Did he pay or help out at all?
I didn't do it for that.
And later you married his ex-wife, brought up his sons. Oh, he had quite a debt to repay.
I told you I didn't do it for payment.
So why the hell not come out with it in the first place? I mean, what's wrong, for God's sake, in befriending your old school pal?
He'd been murdered. I didn't want to be involved.
Well, you are, Mr. Stoner. Yes? I see. All right. Thanks. And that's all for now.
I can go?
Not yet. You're helping us. You stay.
According to a communique just issued, 100 of the rebel forces have been killed. The body of Ernest Pollack, gardener to Alan Bell, the murdered crime writer, was recovered this morning from the river at Barston. His body was spotted by a group of children on a nature walk from Easton Road Primary School. The strike of air control officers has been stepped up, and now all flights to and from the continent.
Oh, Henry, I feel most upset. Poor Ernest, he so loved his garden.
The matter is being investigated. That's all I can say at the moment.
I told you, didn't I? A kraut. They cause all the trouble.
Get a search warrant. Let's hope we can find the knife over there.
I must go to Dora.
He kissed me goodbye. Said auf Wiedersehen. I didn't even look round as he went out the door. 35 years we've been married. Always together. I don't know what I shall do. It wasn't easy sometimes. He'd had treatment. Didn't help very much. He was always scared of them. Scared of the uniform. Scared of the dark. That's why he wouldn't tell. We've said enough, he said. We tell them nothing. And now look what's happened.
Wouldn't tell them what, Dora? Tell me.
The night Mr. Bell died, he went up there about the book. He was obsessed by that book.
She's sure that's all he heard.
So she says.
Long time no see. An expression your husband used?
Occasionally. To someone he didn't care for, perhaps. A kind of false bonhomie.
And the knife business, I wonder why Ernest lied.
To avoid questions. Everything in its place. This overwhelming fear of the police.
How soon do you think I can see Dora?
She's still very upset. I doubt if you'll get any more.
Perhaps. It's surprising sometimes. Well, it seems pretty certain now your husband took the knife from the tool rack that evening.
But why?
To threaten someone he didn't care for, perhaps?
My husband had a very quick temper, but he wasn't a violent man, Inspector.
He was on a manslaughter charge in 1967.
Alan killed a man? Good God, who?
Well, we're waiting for the details. You're sure no one else knew your husband was here alone, other than the Pollacks and your agent?
As far as I know.
I see. The note. Nothing doing. Why leave it lying around?
He was appallingly untidy. And if he decided to see the man, Stoner was it, instead?
And persuade him to stop pestering? Could be. Or maybe he wanted to put the fear of God into Ernest. Who knows? Everything's conjecture. Certainly we found nothing at the Pollacks' cottage. Other, that is, than the remains of your husband's gardening book. In the kitchen boiler. What? Ernest burnt the lot.
Here we are. February 26th, 1967. Alan Bell, writer, 35, no fixed address. Charged at Bow Street.
With the manslaughter of Ronald Albert Wyman, doorkeeper at the Connaught Hotel, Bayswater, over a matter of a £25 gambling debt. In the ensuing fight in the Barlow Arms, Hammersmith, Wyman fell and struck his head, died 10 days later. No living relatives. Ex-regular soldier, 57th Field Artillery. That doesn't help very much.
File it?
Yes, please. I think I'll see if Mrs. Pollack's feeling up to having a word.
I'll beat her, then, he said. Kiss me goodbye. If I'd known it would be the last time.
Mrs. Pollack, I'm deeply sorry, believe me.
Murderers you are. Hounding him. Believing the lies of that man. You killed him.
But I've a job to do. And if your husband had come to me right away...
You don't know what he'd lived through. He was frightened to death of the uniform, frightened of questions, frightened of you.
Listen now. He went to Longfield House that evening.
I've already told Mrs. Bell.
Did he drive over in the Mini?
He never drives at night.
So he cycled over. Heard Alan Bell's voice. Long time no see. Now, was there anything else? Now, think. Think hard. Anything he even thought he saw?
Well?
Yeah?
He did say... I couldn't tell her. He had a strong feeling. Almost certain he was. It was that man. The Colonel. Her uncle.
Hello? Is Inspector Tandy there? Burgess. He'll know me. Jim? Long time no see. How is it down in salubrious Tufnell Park? Oh, bogged down as usual? I hope so. Look, there's a Colonel Ferguson, 2 S's, lives up your way, Grenville Court. Well, I'm interested in his whereabouts last Thursday afternoon and evening. Yeah, it's just a routine thing, really, probably wasting your time. Oh, I got a strange one here, but you know how it is. I've got to turn all the stones. Yeah, perhaps you'd ring me back sometime. Thanks, Jim. Oh, Jean's fine. And Molly? Now, Mr. Stoner, you've got 2 hours to account for after leaving the Anchor that night.
I told you
I'm suggesting you went to Longfield, knowing Alan Bell was in the house on his own,
No.
and killed him.
I'd no reason to kill him.
No? Well, you'd sheltered him when he was down and out, married his ex-wife, brought up his sons, worked your guts out in the carpet shop, and suddenly he's 8 miles up the road, rich as creases.
So what?
So you demand what you think's your right. And because he won't play ball, where's the knife?
What knife?
The one you killed him with.
I didn't. It's not true.
He'd put off a trip to Paris, faked a stomach upset to see you because you'd been pestering the life out of him.
I hadn't.
Long time no see, he said when he came to the door.
You're making it up.
Come in, have a drink, and when he turned his back... Come on, tell me. Where is it?
If I was after him for his money, well, why the hell should I kill him?
Because you knew there was nothing doing.
You've got it all wrong.
Okay. Put me right. You did arrange to meet Alan Bell at his house on Thursday night.
But I didn't go.
Why?
I felt scared. I didn't trust him. I knew he killed a man once.
Well, why not think about that before?
I can't explain. It's just... When I got to the gates, I drove past.
Oh, come off it. You're saying you arranged to meet him that night just to drive past his gates? Well, where'd you go? Not back home. Well, I'll tell you. You drove in those gates and you know it to kill him.
Oh, I didn't. I drove past. It's the truth.
All right, we'll say you drove past. Where to?
I don't know. Yes, I do. Towards Felsted. Pulled off in a lay-by and had a fag.
And then? Oh, shall I tell you? You thought Alan wouldn't hurt an old pal now, would he? And he's loaded, might never get the chance again, times are hard, and money won, like it always does. You turn back, yes?
Yes.
And?
The lights were all on downstairs. A dog was howling. I rang the bell. I waited. He didn't come, so I walked round the side, the French window. I looked in, he was lying there. Blood. He was obviously dead.
What time?
I don't know. 9:30, maybe.
Before 10?
Sure, before 10.
Why not ring the police?
I knew if you found out I'd had a date with him, I'd be in real trouble.
Well, we have found out. And, Mr. Stoner, you're still lying. His wife rang him from Paris just after 10, and he was still very much alive. Sergeant, the usual arrangements for Mr. Stoner. He's our guest for the night.
You can't. I've got rights. I've done nothing.
You'll probably want to ring your wife. There's a phone out there you can use.
Okay, Mr. Stoner?
No, it's not okay.
You, Inspector. It's a message from Tufton Park.
Well. Well, we'd better see Uncle first thing.
Inspector, this is nonsense. My car was in its parking space all of Thursday, and I was there in my flat.
Yes, the porter said he saw your car, and lights on inside.
So there you are.
Are you engaged in any business activities with Clive Lambert? Property, antiques, buying or selling?
Of course not. Clive's in Spain.
Yes. He rang you from Bilbao Thursday evening. Couldn't get a reply. Finally left an urgent message with the porter for you to ring him.
Sure, I got it. Something personal.
When did you get it?
When I picked it up off the mat, after having a snooze.
Didn't hear the phone?
A bit deaf in my right ear. Guns, you know, I was artillery. Probably sleeping on the other side.
With the lights on?
Often do, after a drink.
When did you last see Alan Bell?
Must have been back in late May or June when I came down.
How did you know he was alone there Thursday night?
I didn't. How could I?
Oh, it's been suggested that his visitor that night could have been you.
Whoever suggested it must be off his head. He was in Paris with Harriet, as far as I knew. And I was home in Grenville Court.
Well, certainly your car was there and your lights on. Did you say artillery?
I did.
What regiment?
57th Field.
57th Field?
Yes. 25-pounders. Was that all?
Yeah, thank you, Colonel. For now.
Sergeant.
57th Field, Charlie. Interesting.
How come?
The manslaughter case. Wyman, same regiment.
Well, life's full of coincidences.
Yeah, all the same, you better look into it. We've certainly got a right bunch here. There's one thing in common, though. All trying to fool a hard-working policeman.
Except Mrs. Bell.
I'm not so sure. She's cagey, holding something back. Probably of no interest when I find out, but I shall.
And I thought the damn Bill Pollack.
They're holding someone. It's in the paper. He didn't say.
Cagey bastard, no.
Fergie. Alan faked that stomach upset.
Faked?
To be here, to meet someone.
Good God. How'd you know?
The post-mortem.
He had a date?
With his killer. That's the theory.
Who the hell, I wonder?
Someone who didn't like him?
Well, I didn't like him. Phony pacifist ideas. And where would they all be if it wasn't for us? The finest men I've ever known.
Fergie, stop listening to the bugle.
Sorry. The thing is, I had a bit of a shock myself last week. Chap used to be my driver, salt of the earth, killed in a stupid pub brawl some years back. Should never have lost touch. Blame myself, really.
Well, let's have a drink. A nice long gin on the terrace.
Overlooking the swimming pool and the 3.5 acres and the stable.
All beautifully isolated that you chose for us.
You know, you really ought to buy some horses. I'd teach you to ride. And Harriet, when you start again, writing, I've had quite a life. We can make an interesting partnership. I'm serious. Think about it.
Henry, have you seen? They're holding a man for Alan Bell's murder. Look.
Oh, not Pollack after all, then?
Oh, I never thought it was. But I'm so relieved.
Why? What was Pollack to you?
Relieved it's not you.
Why should I want to kill Alan Bell?
Well, he knew too much. He could have stopped your activities.
Well, he won't now. So let's go on enjoying the good life and leave it at that.
Yes, we have, but no charges yet. Really? When? Well. Oh, sure, but you never know. Thanks, Jim. Keep digging. Yeah, I'll be in touch.
Inspector?
Ah, Charlie. Tandy just called. A Mini. White. J registration has been reported missing by a Major Henderson of Muswell Hill. Last used it Wednesday night. How about this? It's the Major's second car, and he lends it from time to time to an old army pal when his Merc's in for service. Colonel Ferguson. War coincidence?
As I said, the world's full of it.
Anyhow, Tandy's got a search underway. You can't beat a Devon policeman. Meanwhile...
Hello? Speaking. Yes, of course, Inspector. I looked at my watch. It was just after 10. Oh, yes, quite sure. Oh, just a minute. Oh, what a fool I am. It was French time. They're an hour ahead of us. That's right. 9 o'clock over here. Not at all.
Mr. Stoner, you said you drove past the gates of Longfield House towards Felsted, pulled off the road and had a fag. Any other cars in the lay-by? Lovers? Someone doing a peel?
I can't remember. Things on my mind. Just a minute, though. There was a lorry along the end, a big one. No lights.
Any idea what sort? English? Foreign? Off the boat?
Could have been French.
Could have been French.
Or... no, Spanish. And, hold on, there were headlights. That's right. A car pulled up alongside, a chap got out, oldish guy, small white beard. Good God, we laid carpet there last year. Berber, good stuff. The attic of all places. Bloody great telescope.
Glued to the box, weren't we, Hilda? 6 o'clock onwards.
Commander, we're holding a suspect.
Yes, so we read.
We don't, as a rule, disclose identity until a charge has been made, but, his name's Stoner. Donald Stoner, Flynn's Carpets.
Stoner? But he laid our carpet in the attic.
Commander, did you pull into Felsted lay-by last Thursday evening between 9 and 30:30?
I just told you, Inspector, I was here.
Donald Stoner maintains he saw you with a Spanish lorry.
Oh, not me, I swear.
Now, look, I don't give a damn if that's your supply of Bacardi and Castellas. I'm holding a man on suspicion of murder, and if what he says is true, it might possibly help him.
I'm sorry.
Mrs. Bell? Burgess again. You said your husband had a hunch Commander Morgan knew a thing or two about smuggling, but nothing really specific. Well, if possible, I'd like something specific. Yes, this is a murder investigation, Mrs. Bell. You know as well as I do that apparently irrelevant information can sometimes be useful and... Yes, of course he's a friend, but... Yes? Go on. Where? Could you repeat that? Transportes Gonzales. Ah. Oh, and Mrs. Bell, the Colonel's still with you? Picking late strawberries. Very nice.
If this Stoner chap's innocent, Hilda, he'll get off without help from me.
But he doesn't reveal anything just to say it was you. And it was, wasn't it? The lorry driver could have been asking the way.
Hilda, we were watching the box. We said so. Think they're daft? If I open my mouth... Look. Do you want to see everything snatched away from us? Visit me in jail of a Sunday for the few years I've got left?
All right. But I have shut my eyes for too long. You must tell me now. What is it?
Diamonds. Uncut diamonds one way, small arms the other. I'm in it up to here. All three of us. Rich, too. More than ever you dream. I can't lose it. Don't ask me.
Where are you going?
To the sea. Look at the boats. Calm me down.
Oh, do be careful, and don't be too long, or I'll worry.
Harbour Police? Burgess. That's right. Look, I'm interested in a Spanish freight lorry. Transport is Gonzales. Arrived at the port, I believe, last Thursday evening. Any idea when it's leaving? Or if it has already? Yeah, oh, hang on. What's on your mind, Charlie?
I'm just wondering if we aren't getting sidetracked with all this. After all, it doesn't really give Stoner an alibi.
That's true, but I can't let it go. Could be a tie-up between this and the urgent message from Lambert, the night Alan Bell was murdered, remember?
Yeah, that's so.
And Alan Bell had seen the commander with the Spanish lorry. In any case, customs will sort it out. Yes? Leaves tonight. Look, there's a possibility it may be carrying illegal cargo. Might be worth your while to investigate. Perhaps you'll let me know any results.
I hope there's not going to be a storm.
My dear, I'll protect you from the wrath of the gods. Here. Dutch courage.
Thanks. I was thinking of Dora over there on her own. She's terrified of lightning.
Don't ask me to go to Dora.
You know, Ernest came here that night. Heard Alan say to his visitor, "Long time no see."
Who told you?
Dora, after he'd died.
Did he see the visitor? Hear anything else?
No, nothing. Just that.
Long time no see. Someone he hadn't seen in years, probably.
On the other hand, the sort of thing Alan might say after 3 days. Or 3 months.
Let's have another.
Not for me.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I thought you were gone ages ago.
Oh, come in. Brooding, that's all. You know, I've never seen them together, Harriet and Uncle. I think it might just be worth our while.
Interesting about the Wyman affair. I think she knows it was her husband killed him.
No. All the same, I've a hunch she's hiding something. There's a question I'd like to ask her again, with the Colonel there.
Is he after her, do you think?
I've no doubt at all he aims to be husband number 3.
How come he wasn't husband number 2 when they were both 15 years younger?
My friend, she wasn't rich then. Someone's late for bingo.
Reported 4-car pile-up at the Filstead roundabout. Better bring them both in. Be chaos at this hour. Oh, and Harry, you'll need lifting gear, the lot.
Burgess. Jim, hello. No kid. Incredible. We'll get forensic onto it first thing. Nice work, Jim. Thanks a lot. Bye. Major Henderson's Mini, found in a back street in Brixton.
Not intact.
Enough, I hope, for our purposes. Now, let's pop over to Longfield. I'll give Harriet a call first.
Hello? Speaking. Yes, Inspector, he's here. I'm listening.
Stop it!
Yes. All right, I will. No, I've got it. I'm to say two things. Ronald Wyman's death.
Wyman?
Your old driver.
What the hell's he mean? Happened years ago, dead and buried. He knows that.
But Fergie, surely you said you only found out last week. And you'll be glad to know Major Henderson's Mini's been found. Who's Major Henderson? Fergie? Are you all right?
The storm, perhaps. Or the strawberries. Perhaps I'll get a breath of fresh air.
Easy, we're coming to the roundabout. What a mess. Why are car drivers such lunatics? Hey, look. The remains of a jag.
That's right.
The white beard. Good God, it is. It's the commander. Mrs. Bell, I was hoping to see you with Colonel Ferguson.
He's in the garden. He suddenly didn't feel very well.
You gave him the message?
Yes.
He's hopped it.
Oh, don't be silly. Fergie? Fergie? Well, he can't be far.
We hope. Perhaps it was dangerous to let him know.
Mrs. Bell, I've asked you before. Who else beside the Pollacks and your agent knew your husband was alone here the night he died?
The man you're holding, perhaps?
To your knowledge. Did Colonel Ferguson know? For God's sake, it was your husband.
He phoned Wednesday night to wish me luck.
The Colonel?
Yes. I told him then. Alan wasn't coming with me to Paris.
And you've kept it from us. Maybe cost Ernest Pollack his life? Why?
Because I think all along I've known and didn't want to face. Don't you see? He knew my mother. All my life he stood for something marvellous and fine.
What time does that boat leave?
8:15.
Right, away we go. We'll start the search from there. Transportes Gonzales may well have a smuggled military cargo aboard.
And the station.
Too late. Just about to leave.
Blast! I wonder if the lorry got on. It was just a hunch.
Hey, look over there, under the lights.
Sorry, mate. Instruction. Open up.
The lorry is empty.
Come on now. Out you get.
Why you cannot do this? I am missing my mom.
There'll be another.
I am empty, I tell you.
Keep your eyes on the back of the lorry. There he is. There's our boy. Ferguson! Colonel Ferguson!
I'll get him.
Well, watch it, Charlie. Go right. But watch it. Oh, good God, the man's crazy. He's heading for... No!
Christ! He'll be in the screws.
Stop engine! Stop engine!
Oh, my God.
In Long Time, No See, by Joan Sadler, Inspector Burgess was played by Michael McStay, and Harriet Bell by Jean Trend. Alan Bell, Steve Hodson, Dora Pollack, Sheila Reed, Ernest Pollack and Ramos, Ronald Herdman, and Fergie by Philip Voss. Henry and Hilda Morgan were played by Michael Miller and Lisa Daniele, Elaine and Donald Stoner by Elaine Mitchell and Hugh Dixon, B.C. Fuller, Miranda Forbes, the police sergeant by Alex Jennings, and the radio announcer and harbour policeman Patrick Keeley. Long Time, No See, was directed by Margaret Ettall.
Hollywood, California presents Chapter 4 of the life and good works of the Doctor of River's End.
The star of the show, Gene Herschel, in his greatest of all roles.
The title of the show, Dr. Christian. The sponsor of the show, the Cheeseboro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline. As Paul Christian, the Doctor of River's End, Gene Herschel brings you another absorbing half hour of human drama. The story today opens in the doctor's reception room towards the close of a busy afternoon.
Now, Hank, what's the matter with you?
Well, Doctor, I feel terrible.
Pardon me, but I think Mrs. Spears is ahead of Mr. Morrow.
Oh, I can wait. I'm simply here to see the doctor about the charity bazaar.
That's all right, Mrs. Spears. Now, you go right ahead, because I'll be talking to the doctor a long time. I've got lots of things wrong with me.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morrow.
Will you come in here, Mrs. Spears?
Oh, yes, Doctor. Not having indigestion again, are you, Hank?
No, Judy, this time it's a curious ailment. I eat regular 3 times a day, but I haven't worked for weeks.
That's not an ailment. That's an achievement.
Well, I don't know what it is, but some days I feel just as weak as a kitten. Oh, it sort of comes on me all of a sudden. I was just saying to my wife this morning, I says to her, I want
to see Dr. Christian.
Oh, yes, sir. Will you sit down? There's one patient ahead of you.
Well, I haven't time to sit down.
Well, Dr. Christian's busy right now. Can I do anything for you?
I'm Otto Kaufman.
Well,
how long will Dr. Christian be busy?
Oh, perhaps 20 minutes or half an hour.
Oh, is this gentleman the one who's ahead of me?
Yes, Mr. Morrow.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Morrow, but I have to see Dr. Christian at once. I'm very busy. I'm an impresario. And,
don't worry. Dr. Christian will cure you of that in 24 hours. Why, he's the best.
But that's my business. In other words, I'm a theatrical manager, and I have to
You
see
mean
Dr.
you put on shows?
Yes, I put on shows. I'm here
There was
to
a fellow that came to River's End here about 2 years ago. Put on a show. Don't know him, do you?
No.
He did magic tricks. One of his best tricks was sawing a woman in half.
But
It was all a fake, though, because I saw her on the street the next day.
If you don't mind.
Well, Otto, what's the delay this time? Am I to be kept sitting in the car all day?
I'm sorry, Sigrid, but Christian is busy. He'll be busy for 20 or 30 minutes.
Oh, but I can't possibly wait for 20 or 30 minutes. It's absurd.
Then you'd better talk to this young lady here.
My dear, if you'll take my name into Dr. Christian's, I'm quite sure he'll see me at once. I'm Sigrid Holmquist.
Oh, not Sigrid Holmquist, the singer.
Yes.
And tell Dr. Christian that Miss Holmquist isn't accustomed to being kept waiting.
Otto, will you please leave this to me? Tell him I should like to see him as soon as possible.
Well, I don't know whether I dare to bother him, but I'll try. It's Judy. May I come in?
Yes, come in, Judy.
I should have known. It's quite useless to ask you to do anything.
Well, I've been trying, haven't I?
Very trying.
It isn't my fault that the man is busy.
Dr. Christian, how are you?
Well, Miss Holmquist. How delightful to see you.
I wasn't sure you'd remember me. It's been more than 4 years since we met in Minneapolis.
Of course I remember you. How could I forget, with your name in all the papers and...
This is Mr. Kaufman. He came out with me from New York.
How do you do, Doctor?
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Kaufman.
He's going to stay until I open my concert tour in the city.
Well. Stand up there and let me look at you. Well, you're quite a different person from the little girl I knew in Minneapolis. What have you been doing with yourself?
Studying, traveling, concertizing. London, Paris, Vienna.
My. Are you on your way to the city now?
Oh, no, my tour doesn't start for 2 weeks. I'm planning to remain here in River's End and rest. I've leased the Cronin place.
Oh, you're going to be here in River's End? Well, I have someone who must meet you. Mrs. Spears.
Oh, yes, Doctor?
She's the president of the Women's Club, and... Mrs. Spears, this is the famous singer, Sigrid Holmquist.
Oh, you don't know how happy I am to meet you. I heard you at the Metropolitan Opera in New York last winter, in Coiffure.
Thank
it was
you.
wonderful.
Thank you so
And,
much.
Mrs. Spears, Mr. Kaufman.
I'm delighted.
How do you do?
Miss Holmquist is going to stay here in our village until her concert season opens.
Oh, why, that's wonderful. I wonder if I dare ask you something, Miss Holmquist.
Oh, go ahead. Even if she says no, she can't say it loudly. She has to be careful of her voice.
Well, we're giving a charity bazaar. I was just talking to Dr. Christian about it, and it would be marvelous if you'd sing for us. Oh, I know it's presumptuous even to ask you, but
When is your bazaar?
Why, 2 weeks from last night.
I'm afraid that would be impossible. Miss Holmquist sings in the city on the following evening.
Oh, Otto, it isn't impossible. There's no reason at all why I shouldn't sing. And it's for charity.
It's for our free nursing service.
You see, Otto? I'll be very happy to sing for you.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye, Dr. Christian.
Goodbye.
Well, I'll be darned.
Oh, Hank, I'm sorry. I almost forgot all about you.
That's all right. I was just listening. You know, she's the funniest girl I ever seen. Why, would you believe it? A second before you came out of your office, she was raving around here madder than a wet hen. And now...
she wasn't really mad, Hank. That was temperament. Secret Holmquist is a famous artist.
Do you have to have temperament to be famous?
No, you don't have to, but it's surprising how it helps. Now, let's see. You started to tell me that...
Oh, yes. Well, it's this way, Doc. When I got up this morning, I was fine. Felt real chipper. But along about 10 o'clock,
Yes, Susan?
Secret Holmquist is in town.
That's right. She was just in here,
I saw her getting into her car. And do you know who was with her? Otto Kaufman, the impresario. Think of it. Right here in River's End, the man who's been responsible for the success of more artists than any other person in America.
All right, Susan, but calm down.
Oh, Dr. Christian, don't you see? This is my opportunity. If I went to New York, he wouldn't even talk to me, let alone listen to me sing. But now he's right here, where I can meet him.
Oh, so that's why you're so excited.
Wouldn't you be if you knew your big chance had come? Dr. Christian, could you arrange to introduce me to him? Get him to hear my voice?
Well, I don't know about getting him to hear your voice, but I'm sure I could arrange for you to meet him.
Will you do that for me, Dr. Christian? Right away? It means so much to me. Everything.
I'll talk to him as soon as I get a chance. But now I'm going to have to ask you to run along. You see, I have patients waiting to see me.
All right, Doctor. You sure you won't forget?
No, I won't forget. I sure have to apologize, Hank, for all these interruptions. You were going to say that...
When I come in, I was going to say there was something the matter with me. But darned if it isn't gone now.
If I may break in for a moment at this point, there really is something the matter with Hank, and something that Vaseline hair tonic will correct. His hair is rough, dry, tousled, and unkempt from constant exposure to the outdoor air. But because Hank works on a farm is no reason he should look any less well-groomed than his city brother. For Vaseline hair tonic is on sale everywhere, in the villages as well as the city drugstores. To improve the texture of the hair and keep the scalp pink and healthy, massage Vaseline hair tonic into it at least once a week and shampoo with a mild soap. Then each morning, instead of slicking it down with water, constant wetting only dries the hair and makes it more unruly, brush a few drops of Vaseline hair tonic into it to restore the sheen and keep the hair in place for the day. This is a quick and easy thing to do. It costs you very little, too, as each bottle of Vaseline hair tonic contains enough for 6 to 10 massages as well as daily grooming. Vaseline hair tonic comes in 2 sizes at 40 and 70 cents. We suggest you try a bottle and see for yourself how its use improves the appearance of stubborn, unruly hair. We take you back now to the story of Dr. Christian with Jean Hersholt, famous Hollywood star, in the title role. The time is 2 weeks later, and we find ourselves again in the doctor's reception room. It is early evening, and the doctor has a caller.
Oh, come in, Susan, come in. Is it still raining hard?
Oh, as hard as ever. I don't think it's going to let up. Dr. Christian,
Have you talked to Mr. Kaufman yet about me?
No, I haven't, Susan.
Well, you promised me you would.
Well, he hasn't been in town since that day 2 weeks ago. He's been in the city.
He'll be here tonight. It said so in the paper. And it said he'll be flying back to New York day after tomorrow. Oh, I'm so afraid something will happen and I won't get to see him. You'll be sure to introduce me to him this evening, won't you?
Well, aren't you expecting a lot from one interview, Susan? Mr. Kaufman probably talks to dozens of ambitious youngsters every day and engages very few.
But I have something more than just ambition. I can really sing. I don't mean to boast. It's true.
Hello? This is Dr. Christian speaking. Yes, I'll wait. And as I told you, Susan, Mr. Kaufman might be too busy even to listen. Oh, hello, Miss Holmquist. Oh, that's too bad. Uh-huh. Yes, I was wondering if you ought to come out on a night like this.
Oh.
Well, that all depends. It may be only some little temporary condition. Yes, I think I'd better run over and see you. All right, goodbye.
Dr. Christian? You can't let her sing.
What?
You've got to tell her she must stay at home, that she mustn't risk hurting her voice.
What are you talking about?
Keep her at home, and I'll go on. I'll sing. And Mr. Kaufman and those music critics will be in the audience, and they'll hear me.
Oh, now, Susan.
But as long as she has a cold.
But I don't know that she has a cold.
You can tell her so. You can tell her it would be dangerous to sing.
Oh, I can't do anything like that.
Why not? What difference would it make to her? Singing here tonight isn't important to her, but it is to me. Dreadfully important. The most important thing in my life.
No. It's out of the question.
Oh, if I could only make you understand what it means to me. All my life, ever since I was a little girl, I've wanted to sing for Otto Kaufman. But I knew I couldn't. I knew I couldn't get to him. It was just something to dream about. It couldn't ever come true. And now it can come true. It can come true if you'll only help me a little.
I know how you feel, Susan. I've had dreams like that myself. I'd do anything to help you, but
Then give me a break. That's all I ask. Just a chance. She's had her break. Why can't I have mine? Look, Doctor, I've got on my evening dress. I'm all ready. I can step right up on the platform. The paper said she was going to sing Caro Nomi. I know every note of it.
And suppose you fail?
I won't. I won't fail. I can't.
Hello? Yes? Yes, tell Miss Holmquist I'm leaving right this moment. Susan, you be ready if anything should happen.
I'll be waiting, Dr. Christian, to go on and sing.
An hour later, practically every man, woman, and child in River's End was crowded into the high school auditorium to hear the great Swedish-American diva, all unconscious of her indisposition and the little local girl waiting in the wings to take her place. And while we, too, wait with the crowd, I'd like to say a few words about one of the most valuable uses for Vaseline petroleum jelly. Your hands betray your age, and yes, your condition of servitude. In other words, if you are a worker like most of us, your occupation, whether housework or something else, takes its toll of your hands. But don't be discouraged. The most inexpensive remedy for ugly, red, work-roughened hands is a 10-cent bottle of Vaseline jelly. Applied regularly each night and at times during the day, after dishwashing, for example. This familiar home product will help eliminate chapped skin and roughness. Why don't you get a bottle or tube if you prefer and keep it for your own private use? Now I see the crowd is getting impatient. It's past the starting hour for our charity concert. Oh, there's Otto Kaufman coming into the hall.
And gentlemen, this evening you're going to hear a great artist, a voice comparable to Jenny Lind. Why, when I first... Oh, good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Kaufman.
Dr. Christian, may I present Montgomery Mason, music critic of the Courier, and Richard Van Dyke of the Times.
I'm glad to know you. Oh, Mr. Kaufman, I wonder if I could see you alone just for a minute.
Judy.
Oh, hello, Sue.
Your dress is lovely. You look so sweet.
Oh, Judy, I'm so happy. I'm going on. I'm going to sing for Mr. Kaufman and those other men. Tonight's the beginning of my career. I'm going to be a great star. Oh, Judy.
Ladies and gentlemen, as usual, I've been picked to do the speech making. Well, this time it'll be brief. However, I have to tell you that this evening Miss Holmquist felt she was catching cold. Now, you all realize how carefully a singer must guard against cold.
Oh, Judy, it's coming true.
With the help of our popular Dr. Christian, however, Miss Holmquist finds she is now able to appear. We owe her a big debt of gratitude. Now, for her first selection tonight, Miss Holmquist has chosen Cara Nome from the opera Rigoletto. Miss Sigrid Holmquist.
my friends. I'm so happy to be here. I have your dear, kind Dr. Christian to thank for it. And so for you and him, I sing, I love you truly.
Vanishes behind the curtain, reappears and bows again and again. Finally, the applause subsides, and gradually the enthusiastic audience drifts out of the room until only one person is left, a little girl in a crumpled party dress.
Susan. Susan, my dear child. Oh, Susan, you mustn't take it too hard so. Let me ask you something. Did you like the way she sang?
Oh, she was beautiful, but...
Yes, she did sing beautifully. Much more beautifully than when I knew her 4 years ago. Susan, I want to tell you something about Sigurd Holmquist. Like you, she had ambitions. She went to New York without money, without experience. Day after day, she made the rounds of managers' offices. I most often wouldn't even see her. The few who didn't listen to her said she didn't have a voice. One of them was Otto Kaufmann.
But he discovered her.
Yes, but a long time later. She sang in restaurants, not very good restaurants, and anywhere she could find work. The crowds booed her and made fun of her by the way she dressed and her accent and her highbrow music. And all the time she was saving and pinching so that she could take lessons. Finally, she won a little scholarship. Not much, but enough to enable her to study. For years her life was a struggle, a fight to make ends meet, to learn languages and diction and opera roles, all the things that are necessary for a great singer, to gain recognition. And you spoke about her getting a break. Do you see?
Yes, I see.
You aren't ready yet, Susan. Someday you will be, but not now. If you had sung tonight and failed, and you would have failed, it might have been that you'd be so hurt that you'd never try again.
Oh, there you are, Dr. Christian.
We have to be going now, Dr. Christian.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed your bazaar as much as we've enjoyed you having us with us. Oh, Miss Holmquist, here's a little girl who got a great deal out of hearing you sing. Susan Miller.
Oh, yes. Yes, I did. Oh, I'm so glad, darling. So, your name is Susan Miller. How sweet. You must come to the city and hear me tomorrow evening. You too, Doctor.
Come backstage, both of you, after the concert. Well, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Miss Holmquist.
Goodbye. Goodbye. And I love all of you.
Oh, she is a great artist, isn't she? I wonder if after all her success, she still gets a thrill out of singing and still likes to act.
Likes to act? So well that she hardly ever stops.
And so we take leave of Dr. Christian, but not of his lovely hometown, River's End. We have one more stop to make, and it's at the home of the local train dispatcher. Oh,
my goodness, the baby. There. Was his little heart broken? What's the matter, darling? Oh, my little lammy pie. Come to your mumsy. That's a good boy. Did he want to get up? Oh, he's Mummy's fine boy. Oh, so that's what's the matter. Well, you never mind, darling. Mumsy'll fix. Now, let's see. First, we'll take these big safety pins out. There. Now we'll fold this so. Now we'll put this nice, soothing Vaseline borated jelly on his little tender skin. There. We'll spread it all over. Doesn't that feel soft and soothing, son? No more chafing or irritation for you, young fellow. There now. We'll just put these great, big, strong safety pins right in here. And upsy-daisy.
In maternity hospitals and private homes alike, Vaseline borated jelly is the approved product for use in keeping baby skin clear and free from chafing and other skin irritation. Vaseline borated jelly is a combination of Vaseline white jelly and boric acid. Together they make a sterile treatment that is harmless and efficacious. A tube of Vaseline borated jelly should be kept with the baby's things for his exclusive use. When you purchase any Vaseline product, be sure to look for the trademark Vaseline on the package. If you don't see it, you are not getting the genuine article. Prices mentioned on this program apply only in the United States. On today's program, Miss Rosemarie Broncato, brilliant young American star of the Chicago Opera Company, now on an extended concert tour of the United States, sang the role of Sigrid Holmquist. Next Sunday at this same hour, the makers of Vaseline products will present Chapter 5 in the Chronicles of Dr. Christian of River's End, with Jean Hersholt, famous Hollywood star, in the title role. Jean Hersholt appears on this program through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, whose picture Heidi, in which Jean Hersholt appears with Shirley Temple, is still playing at theaters everywhere. Arthur Gilmore speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lou, I said to myself,
He's a genius.
what the theater needs is a good old-fashioned melodrama.
He's a genius.
The public is tired of symbolic plays where people sit in a sewer for 3 acts contemplating their navels. Lou, I said to myself, get yourself a real melodrama with a pretty, innocent young girl and a deep-dyed villain. I tried to get the top playwrights to give me a melodrama.
He's a genius.
I got stacks of unread manuscripts by unknown writers.
He's a genius.
Then I found it, the play I was looking for. I entitled it Melodrama. And now Melodrama is the biggest hit on Broadway. The biggest hit of the season. The biggest hit in years. It's making me $1 million.
He's a genius.
Lou, I said to myself, you're a genius.
Theater 5 presents Melodrama.
Thanks for calling, Johnny. No, I haven't found a play yet. Spread the word around that I want a real melodrama. I tell you what, I'm just leaving the office now. I'll meet you at the Backstage Club in 15 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Darren.
You're not the type.
You're assuming I'm an actress.
Who else comes into a producer's office, especially without knocking? Write your name down and don't call us, we'll call you.
Have I asked you for a job?
What else would you want?
Plenty. Now, look, it'll take a few minutes to explain. It might even take a long time.
No, it won't, because I won't listen. I have to leave now.
Oh, look, you're looking for melodrama, aren't you?
Uh-huh. And I don't expect to get it from any actress.
Oh, how do I say it? Mr. Darren, I'm desperate. Oh, I know you're used to having people say they're desperate. I know it isn't a good approach, but look, Mr. Darren, when was the last time an actress came into this office not looking for a job?
Young lady, are you trying to pry into my private life?
I am deadly serious, Mr. Darren. I want a favor, yes, but I'm not looking for a job. Please listen to me.
What favor?
Give me 5 minutes.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to light this cigarette now, and you have until it's finished to tell me what's on your mind.
All right. Oh, my goodness, I better talk fast. In the first place, I'm not from New York.
Actresses never are.
I come from a little town upstate. I was the leading lady in the high school dramatic club, and everybody said I was good.
Every leading lady in every high school dramatic club is good until she leaves home.
I wish you'd stop talking and using up my time. Well, I started acting with a little theater group. A professional critic from Rochester said I was absolutely wonderful as Tina. You know, the girl who sucks her thumb throughout the 2 acts of Hope is a Crumpled Newspaper blown by vagrant winds. All right. 4 months ago, my uncle's estate was settled, and I got $3,500.
So you came to New York to play Ophelia.
So I came to New York to play anything I could get. But it wasn't easy. I tramped around from one producer's office to another, and I never heard a casting director say anything except, "You're not the type." Everybody talks about how actresses have aching hearts. And what we really have is aching feet.
2 more puffs, and I'll kill this cigarette.
Oh, well, here, have one of mine.
All right. 1 more cigarette just because you're pretty.
Fine. And for heaven's sake, Mr. Darren, don't puff so hard. What I want to tell you about is something that started one day